So here's the pitch, okay? We've all seen Miss Swifts. It's that outtake show, and it was running it in. I saw chat spamming when I told Jordan to focus. So we're gonna run with that. Strike while the iron is hot. Jordan sitting at his desk at the video team section. I don't know what they do. I don't care what they do. But for the premise of this video, cannot be focused. Watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing. Just can't be working. All right? And then he hears Miss Swifts. Big TV right behind him. Miss Swifts playing. Here's the line. It says Jordan, focus. Okay? And then his eyes go wide. He turns around, turns off the TV. He's trying to get rid of me. He knows he's not focused, but he knows he needs to be. But goes back to his desk, goes back to doing whatever he's doing. But he has to focus. So I'm at his window. Boom, slam on the window. I'm like the Babadook, okay? He doesn't know where I'm coming from. I slam the window, piece of paper, says focus. He does a little bit. He focuses a little bit. He doesn't turn off the anime butts. No. He flips his hat around, Ash Ketchum style. I don't know. And then he goes back to doing anything he wants, but not focusing. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for hi-rez. It's not enough for what we stand for. So I appear behind the wall behind him, okay? Boom, Mifflin, up there. I tell him to tighten up. He needs to focus. He does a little bit more. He focuses a little bit, but not enough, okay? And then it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, okay? We have to go even further beyond that, all right? He does eventually close the screen, but that's not enough. I'm still appearing. I'm appearing everywhere. I'm in the bathroom. I'm in his cereal. I'm in his snacks. I'm telling him to focus, and eventually he switches desks. I'm under his desk, okay? I'm telling him to focus there, and that's where it happens. He sits in a maxonomic chair, his eyes dilate, and he finally finds his focus.
Okay. Approved.
I sold it? I sold it! Yes! I'm gonna sell so many chairs.
Jordan, what the was that? We just lived a fever dream. I have no idea what just happened, and we approved it.
What kind of anime butts we talking? What kind of anime butts we talking?
You broke me.
How fitting that Mifflin joins me yet again for the one and only chair ad he's ever had any sort of part in. And again, I set the stage all last year, and Mifflin's out here trying to take credit. That one he did have he had a big role in, and that one was good. And here's what's important, is everything he said was true. And it's that the Maxonomic chairs are some of the best chairs around, and you yourself can get one and sit in one and pretend to be really good at making chair ads. Just follow that link down there below and grab yourself a Smite Maxonomic chair, and you will thank me later. Mifflin can catch a secondary thank you. And now that I've gotten all that out of my system, Mifflin's with me here to hopefully break down a little bit of everything. Because Miff, we've finally got an SPL versus SPL matchup here, the ONI Warriors versus the Solar Scarabs. Plenty of history between these two teams.
And you know what, Dave? Normally this would work, and I'd just go straight into like analysis, but instead I'm going to go ahead and say, when's the last time you did a chair ad? It's been like 2 years, and I wrote all your chair ads.
Because last year you did? That's just not true.
Oh, you think, all right, Chad, you really think Dave's coming up with lighter head chair ad?
Yes.
No, that was me.
I could make you feel real guilty right now, but I'm not going to make you do it.
Oh my God!
You can kick your feet. Look, when you retire, you kick your feet up. Passive income, right? That's what
you got passive income.
I'm in the passive chair income portion of my career right now. I don't have to do chair ads
anymore. Get a cut at all.
No, you don't. Here's the bracket, the updated bracket. We already saw it just a minute ago. The Atlantis Leviathans 3 over the Winter Dogs. They are not out of it just yet. The Winter Dogs are not. The Atlantis Leviathans, 1 set win away from going on to the Smite World Championship. The same thing can be said for the winner of our upcoming matchup, the Solar Scarabs versus the ONI Warriors. The winner of this set will move 1 set away from a guaranteed spot in the Smite World Championship. Loser does not go home. They drop down to face the Winter Dogs a little bit later on in the weekend. Let's talk about these two teams finally, Mifflin. No more chair talk. We've moved on from that. The Solar Scarabs is where I want to start here because this is a team that did not start. If you're talking about the Solar Scarabs from like week 1 or 2 of season 8.
Well, they don't want to talk about that.
No, we don't. Right? We're not giving them much. we're not giving much credence to that team, and it's important that we joke about that because it's an indicator that the team has improved so much over the course of season 8. Think back to the end of phase 3, the phase 3 group stages, like all these games going to 5. It's a team that feels like can compete with anyone.
Yeah, I'm thinking it back throughout the phase, and I think there is a distinctive catalyst that spelled the beginning of an upturn for the Solar Scarabs. They had an acquisition in the jungle, and that's young Sprackling, Mr. Scream.
You think we're
out
doing
of the
an interview
jungle.
with him and he's standing next to us?
I don't know. I mean, look, he's on the screen. Can I talk about him,
Yeah,
please?
go ahead, please.
He's incredibly good at this game, man. He is one of the win conditions for the Solar Scarabs, legitimately absorbing a lot of the bans as well, almost single-handedly. Brought Kali back into the meta. I believe it was a young Scott that put him third on a tier list. I'm talking about Hazer for the junglers in the SPL. And just to contextualize that, the Solar Scarabs have been lower on the standings as a team throughout the entirety of the year, but the individual performance of this player has elevated this squad so much so, and has earned him so much respect that he's getting placed that highly on the tier list. He is versatile. He plays late game gods for early game pressure. He's dominating. He's really the spearhead of a lot of these crazy win conditions for the Solar Scarabs, who are very quickly becoming the backdoor kings of the SPL. This is a team, as you alluded to earlier on in the year, that has been struggling mightily, but now all of a sudden they are a dark horse contender, and I think they can take sets off of just about anyone.
Did you like the Poseidon jungle?
No.
Okay, fair enough. I had to look. You set
It
me
was
up
bad.
on a team. But Scream is not. Scream is good, is what we've established.
Well, he's good
here.
at everything but Poseidon jungle.
Everything but Poseidon jungle. Scream, unfortunately, or fortunately, got to hear everything Mifflin just said for good reason, because Scream's a good jungler. Unfortunately, had to hear us harsh on the Poseidon jungle a little bit. How could he hear that? It's because he's live here in studio right now for a pregame interview.
That's right, I'm standing by, I got Scream. And you know what? Before we talk about whatever just happened on the desk, I can actually ask you, we've been on break for a little while. Last time we saw you guys was the Phase 3 playoffs. Outside of preparing for the event, what have you guys been up to?
I mean, we're pretty good friends outside of game. I mean, we hang out pretty often, honestly. We just enjoy each other's company. Some people went home to see their family and stuff like that. Obviously, Thanksgiving, so
Yeah.
you know, they went home for that. And I mean, we've just been hanging out, having a good time.
All right, well, now I'll give you your opportunity. The Poseidon jungle or any of the words, anything you want to say, here's your floor to do it.
You know, the post game, I didn't lose a single game on it in scrims, okay? Not a single one, okay? I just, you know, we died at level 2, and the game wasn't looking good from there. Simple as that.
As simple as that. Part of me wants to ask if we'll see Poseidon today, but that's leading the witness. I can't do that. Instead, I'll say last time you guys played the Warriors, it went 5 games. Are you expecting this to be 5, or do you guys think you can close it out a little faster?
I think we're a lot better than we were at the group stages and playoffs. So I think we should come in today and we should show what we're made of, and I think it'll be 3-0 or 3-1.
Awesome, man. I'm excited to watch it. I'm sure you're excited to get started. Everyone's excited to watch. We'll go back to the desk. We'll kick this thing off.
That's right. You heard it here first. Scrim's fantastic. Didn't quite translate over into game. Doesn't matter. Scarabs able to beat the ONI Warriors the last time these two teams battled against one another. And so this set, Miff, really does become a battle of history versus recency, right? Because recently the Solar Scarabs have beaten the ONI Warriors. They've been improving. The history of the year, and some of that is before Scream, and that has to be taken into account before some of the changes. The ONI Warriors have had nothing but success against the Scarabs up until the last time these two teams have played. So that's important to consider. But the Warriors now have a bit of an edge of their own, right? You talk about transitionatory periods for all of these teams. It's been growing for the Solar Scarabs with their new roster. For the Warriors, it's about just getting here, right? Literally, physically, just getting here. And finally, all the Warriors are here. Do we think that makes a difference for this team? And maybe is the Scream matchup, Cuvo Fred in the jungle?
100%. Having your entire team in studio, and I'm not talking about the ONI Warriors themselves, I'm talking just holistically competitive Smite or competitive video games as in general. Having your whole team together helps so much insofar as synergy. It helps out a lot to realize that, hey man, these are my teammates. I'm looking them in the face. I gotta give them a little bit more respect going forward. It makes you feel like you kind of owe them something. I know that throughout my competitive career, I didn't have the most opportunities to play on LAN because I didn't win very often. But when I did, I would look to my right and I'd say, man, I don't want to do poorly, because then the guy to my right is going to feel bad, right? Now, the entirety of the ONI Warriors on LAN together, and specifically Cuvo Fred, to now on US soil as well, has looked a lot better. They can really start to meld together. I've talked to them as a team. I was in the booth with them a little bit earlier. It seems like they've got a good deal of confidence coming to this set, a quiet confidence, to be sure. I've got high expectations of the Warriors here.
Miff, you're a softie at heart. That was the nicest thing I've maybe ever heard you say. You wanted to perform well so the guys next to you wouldn't be sad? That's a very sweet sentiment, and I appreciate it. Cuvo Fred does need to step it up, though, right? It has not been the best year for Kivo Fred, or the Oni Warriors in general. Let's be honest. It's been a slow starter here for this team. Kivo Fred at the forefront of some of that conversation, needs to step up, needs to go big. Maybe he's watching the videos here. But up against Scream, talk about maybe one of the more important jungle matchups in the league here. Scream, such a spearhead as you've worded it. Kivo Fred needs to be that spearhead at points. The Oni Warriors can diversify some of that a little bit. But I think the jungle matchup might just be one of the most important.
I think it's going to be a very volatile matchup, right? Scream, a little bit more consistent out of the jungle, whereas his team is a little bit less consistent holistically. Kivo Fred, less consistent on his own, but the entirety of the Oni Warriors have been working together as a squad, I think, at a slightly higher level consistently throughout the year. I'm expecting a lot from these two squads. Gone are the days of Kivo Fred being adapting light, mainly because adapting is no longer in the SPL, so Kivo Fred just has to carry that moniker by himself, and I'm sure he can do so. He can play that facilitator style. Gods like Hunt Bots come to mind. He's also very capable of playing the Kali, despite banning it out themselves. Both of these guys have very similar god pools. I'd argue Scream likely has a slightly larger one because he's pulling things like Poseidon Jungle out. So maybe Jungle Pick's going to be something that both of these squads are vying for early on in the draft.
Well, players all throughout this matchup have some unique picks here. So you see Kali banned away. That is from Scream. Make no mistake about it. No one else. And the Ola run as well gets taken away from the Oni Warriors. And I think there's a conversation to be had around the mid lane as well here, Mifflin, where Baronic has shown improvement throughout this year. Has at times really stepped up and been at the forefront of the winning efforts of the Solar Scarabs team. Dardes is such a unique conversation piece to have, especially around picks and bans, because haven't there just been times where it feels like Dardes is playing the meta and it doesn't look great, and then you throw him on something that just feels more Dardes, whether it's the Morrigan or the Hera or the Discordia, and those are the games when the Oni Warriors maybe look more comfortable. I wonder if that starts to play into picks and bans at all here today.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Generally, in sets of past, the Oni Warriors stay very much in line with the standard meta for the first game of these longer sets. Put their backs against the wall, that's where the Heras and the Discordias start to ring true. But I think there's some truth to your statement in that the Oni Warriors look best when they're playing their slightly off-kilter picks. I wouldn't be too surprised or angry if I see them pick some of those more flavorful selections in this first game.
It has been Tiamat, Ra, Aphrodite, Discordia, AMC, Neath are the 6 gods that Dardes has played most recently. So some...
Dude, I thought you were listing vote at me, man.
Right, well, with the AMC and Neath there towards the end for sure, but that was a little bit of a little bit ago, and we'll see if Dardes pivots things up moving forward here. Achilles locked in for the Oni Warriors. Erlong Shen out of the jungle, we're assuming, for Scream, and that does provide a good bit of early setup and priority to Scream in the jungle, exactly what the Solar Scarabs need.
I'm really surprised to see Erlong Shen prioritized so highly in the draft. I would have thought if you're taking a jungler in that first pick selection, it would have been the Kamazots that go to the way of the Oni Warriors on the other side. But Erlong Shen, still incredibly strong, has the opportunity to go towards that Mannequin Scepter in the first slot, bring a whole lot of kill potential early. You can transition yourself a little bit more so towards Bruiser come mid-game, and then act as an initiator for your team, which might be something that the Solar Scarabs have to look towards, considering Ganesh has decent initiation. If he's landing the dash, if he's finding those silences incredibly strong, but it's a little bit less consistent. But this is a disgusting combo. I'd almost forgotten about Zeus because he goes by the wayside in that last set. But Dharmic Pillars with a Lightning Storm in the middle. It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Walk through the Dharmic Pillars, get your defense shredded, or sit in the middle and get your HP bar shredded by a Lightning Storm.
You know what feels pretty good, Miff, is I'm rolling through Dardes's picks here thinking that AMC and Neath won't matter, and suddenly it might matter as AMC is locked in for the Oni Warriors. Could, of course, still be Vervote over in the duo lane, but as far as in the last 6 games, Dardes has played it more recently than Vote has. And so, the rest of the draft will open our eyes a little bit towards what ends up getting picked. The Freya there, Miff, is that raising your eyebrows just a bit?
Gotta think she's been dominating some scrims. Maybe the Oni Warriors have been playing it in
like Poseidon
some
for
practice.
Scream,
Yeah, so I don't know. Freya's always going to be okay, right? As far as DPS is concerned, while she's got her abilities active, she's still one of the highest DPS gods in the game, as well as Valkyrie's Discretion, getting a little bit of a boost. You get up into the air a little bit more quickly now, so maybe something the Solar Scarabs want to kind of control going forward. It seems like they're hedging their bets that it is very likely going to be this AMC towards mid, and they think that it's pretty likely that Vote NBK goes towards some of those magical ADCs. Yeah, well, ban them out.
I'm curious. You mentioned Zeus. You talked about going by the wayside. Why do you think that is? I mean, look, Book of the Dead tweaked a little bit. Still very good, right? I mean, it's not a bad item by any means. Still a good item. You think there's just been more priority in the mid lane that's kept Zeus by the wayside? Not so much Zeus being bad, but just other gods being better?
I think that Zeus is a god that fits into a lot of drafts very well, but you still have to kind of build your composition around him slightly, and he's not as plug-and-play as some of these other mages. We've seen a lot of Morgan Le Fay, we've seen a lot of the Morgan, these more specialist picks. But if you had to ask me, if Zeus isn't getting picked, I think it's kind of just wrong. Like, if he's not banned and he's available, his damage output is still incredibly high. With the change to his shield toss, his survivability is pretty good now as well, getting additional movement speed when that's out. 20% at rank 1. That's wild. Some gods get 20% at max rank stims. He gets that at level 1. Essentially, his clear's gotten a lot better as well. And even though Book of the Dead does get a nerf, it's only 5% less mana shielding than you had prior. Was 30, now 25. That's still super good. I don't know. The health shields that you were getting for Book of the Dead last patch were still like 80% of your HP bar. Now it's only going to be like 70%.
All right, so there's some unique play around one another here that's worth mentioning, of course. Ganesh and Zeus has been a very popular combo. You lock them in the Dharmic Pillars and then drop Lightning Storm on top of it. And so either you stand inside the Lightning Storm or you walk out of the Dharmic Pillars. So that's a strong combo. But Thor here as well. And if it were any other team than the Solar Scarabs, we're maybe a little confused. But remember, SOT, so mechanically strong, especially on some of these slightly weirder picks, Thor being one of them. And so the Solar Scarabs will round out their draft with something that might be unique for other teams, but for the Solar Scarabs, it's something that's worked in the past. Yeah,
when I think of Thor solo, Fine OK comes to mind and SOT comes to mind. It gives you a lot of global presence. It allows you to rotate towards the middle of the map, have your stamp known in the mid 3v3 a little bit earlier than some of these other soul laners. And when you've got a high-pressure god like Zeus, somebody you really want to facilitate, that global ultimate, the Anvil of Dawn, can really make it hard to dive on a Zeus, can make it easier for him to engage himself. So I like this pick, but I'm not sure that I like this pick into an Achilles. You're not winning that 1v1. You're likely getting bullied for the first 5 or so levels. But maybe something very interesting on the other side is that Medusa getting locked in. It was the acid spray now, applying the anti-heal. It's been removed from Lacerate. So Lacerate now also dealing damage to minions through the wave. You've got great clear. You're able to apply the anti-heal safely. Medusa has really jumped up through my personal power rankings.
Right, and that's a pick we wondered if we would see. Have not seen Medusa at all up to this point so far in the SWC placement rounds. I would have been surprised if we went all weekend long without seeing Medusa,
Agreed.
right? I mean, it was, in a way, it's almost surprising to me that it's taken this long. But AMC plus Medusa plus Fafnir, Myth, I mean, that is a style of composition we've seen a few times, the double ADC plus Fafnir. Is this objective shred, build up a passive gold lead, and then snowball it from there?
That is one way in, right? You're shredding neutral or permanent objectives incredibly quickly no matter what with this composition. But I think the ONI Warriors, and you're right to say that they likely want to be the ones snowballing, with only having Fafnir being your sole source of magical damage, will really allow the Solar Scarabs to go towards very high physical defense styles of builds. We know that Zeus really does operate well with that Breastplate of Valor, Book of the Dead. So you can probably even toss like a Sovereignty on the end there. We've seen that a couple of times through these mid-mages. It could be hard if this game goes late for the ONI Warriors to find damage in the team fight proper.
And Miff, we've given a lot of credence to both of the junglers here in this matchup for good reason. Both of them, at times for their team, have been every ounce of success that they've had. It feels like Scream is pulling this team along sometimes. Cuvo Fred is as well for the ONI Warriors. This is a big one. Game 1 between the Scarabs and Warriors with Gormizer and Hindu Man.
Thank you so much, Dave and Mifflin on the desk. Yes, it is me and Gore, joined obviously by Doug on Spectator here today between Solar Scarabs and the ONI Warriors. And Gore, let's be real, looking back through how the history of this teams have performed throughout the year, ONI Warriors have got the edge, but Solar Scarabs claim the most recent victory.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You look at this matchup, I think it's like 12 wins for the Warriors versus 3 for the Scarabs, so they've got 3 wins, and it was the last time they played. And admittedly, you have to cut maybe half of those off because the Scarabs were going through such turmoil for the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But even still, the fact that it's so heavily Warriors-based makes this one feel like it has a lot more weight behind it, and Scream is a really big portion of what brought the success for the Scarabs. Now they're playing a different draft. There's so much to talk about and so much to try and break into.
Oh, they're planning
but
to
I'm
go
really
for
just
tonight.
excited for the jungle matchup.
Agreed. I think the jungle matchup is going to be something to definitely focus on, especially with Cuvo Fred now playing over in North America alongside the whole of the Warriors. I think that's the story of the Warriors, first of all. First real time we're going to get to see them up and against it in studio. Neil Marr, though, early on, taking a lot of damage at this level 1 point. He won't die here, still has meditation left. Will have to fall back, though, and maybe give some of this pressure up that's allowing Scarabs a bit of room. Yeah, meanwhile, I was going to say, the Scarabs on the other side of the coin, they're quite very confident today. Talk to them, they're all like 3-0s. We're all really confident, feeling good about this set.
And I think that's the biggest thing. Even Scream in his interview was just like, yeah, I think we're better. Like, as a team, we are a better team than we were, a month and a half ago when we last saw them. Absolutely, right? A lot of changes have come through. Solar Troll playing the Thor solo is something that we've gotten to see out of him a few times. Like, this feels very Scarabs-esque. I mean, everything that they've locked in just feels like it fits them like a glove. And that is such a good thing to bring into an event like this, especially Game 1 in a best of 5. You've got a lot of wiggle room, especially if things don't go well.
Very close for SOT, but he will resustain with a meditation, along with a health potion or 2 to tick along there, Gore. But this is kind of to be expected in the early game for this Thor. Sit back, get poked out a little bit, just try and use that hammer to clear out waves, and hope for a rotation or get to level 5.
Yeah, survive for a while, right? That's his goal. And honestly, it kind of feels like that's been the goal for the Warriors duo lane a little bit as well. It's just this bounce back, right? You're not picking this Thor right now because he's going to dominate the solo lane. You're picking him because Anvil of Dawn's going to be nuts for you later. He's going to have CC that's going to be easy to provide in the middle of a team fight and decent damage. Plus, with a hybrid build and his passive, which got buffed I don't know how many patches ago, it should feel pretty solid in team fights.
Neil taking a ton of damage there as Stuart does Jutsu in to keep the pressure rolling, but the sustain from the meditation keeps Bobby and Stuart topped up, forcing ONI Warriors back again. And I want to start turning the attention here a little bit, God, towards the composition Warriors have got. It's 4 physical deep. It's something we see now and again. But the problem is, it's allowing Scarabs here to mainly focus on physical defense, which makes their builds very cookie cutter and easy to perform on.
I mean, very easy. Already you can see the start. That's going to be a sovereignty there for inbound. It's like the easiest choice that a support player could ever make when you see a draft like that. And it's a little interesting because you do get the boost from the Fafnir for your carries, and that's going to be great for objective shred when it comes to towers, fire giants, things like that. Having 2 carries plus the Fafnir, it's just such a distinct boost. But dealing with some of the procs, especially when you think about Zeus probably getting a Breastplate of Valor, that's easy to slot in. It's going to be difficult for them to figure out who exactly and how fast they're going to be able to kill them. So it does isolate it a little bit. But then you look at where some of the anti-heal is, Medusa having that on a much more easily applicable ability now, and her spit as opposed to having to use her dash on someone to get it. I think that opens up at least a little bit, helps deal with the 2 meds that are on the other side, and opens up a conversation.
On in mid lane, follow-up damage is there from Baronic God. Didn't even need to pull the trucker horn there, gets first blood, and Scarabs are off to the races nice and early, shutting down this AMC mid.
We've watched, I think this is like the 4th, maybe 5th Zeus game since the meta has shifted for him. I'm still surprised how much damage he does in the blink of an eye. I mean, that's a good taunt from Scream. He gets the heal. Didn't even need it as he walked out of the tower. But the setup for Baronic, that's going to be the biggest threat the Warriors have to worry about. It's not just, hey, we can get Dardes. Later on, that's 2, 3 people getting hit by that. And, oh, Baronic doesn't have his ult. Cool. There's a Dharmic Pillars that's going to be waiting for you. There's a lot of damage on the other end of this Erlong, no matter what.
Interesting as well, the beats weren't used there by Dardes in that middle skirmish. The ultimate was used, followed by the knock-up, and that was Goodnight Sweet Prince in the mid lane. There was no escape after that. Surprised he didn't maybe look at the Aegis this game, just to buy himself a bit more time against the Zeus, but more worried about the CC from this Erlang in the jungle.
And it's such a hard choice to make, right? I mean, you know Baronic, like, the problem is Baronic's going to have that damage with or without his ult. If he gets 3 charges on you, good luck, have fun. But ultimately, if you have the beads, at least half the time it feels like you might be able to escape it. Plus, that's going to help potentially with the solo or troll rotations that could end up happening. Although he's been slow. Now that he's level 5, I expect to see this Thor get a little more hands-on.
Funny enough, though, just looking at the duo lane a little bit more, Vote this time. Seen a lot of Crusher in the duo lane so far today, Go, but look how the build Vote's going for. He's going straight into crit. Straight off the back of the Death's Toll. Have we seen this as of late?
It's been kind of there, but not as much, at least not this early. Sometimes it's Wind Demon. I think I heard whispers of potentially Shadow Steel Shuriken getting thrown right here.
I don't know.
I don't know if that's something I go for, but we'll see if Vote is going to opt for that. I mean, crit early on is risky, but only because, especially with your team already being so heavily physical, that's such an easy spectral to pick up for the front line on Scarabs.
Yeah.
That'll make things even easier to deal with, and I think it's going to maybe limit some of the Warriors' damage.
I'm pretty sure that was a cheeky little steal from Solo Troll. I'm sure I saw the blue glow of that Scorpion going down on the left-hand side. That is definitely the Scarabs as well. So now they're going to get a bit of a gold lead here, mainly just down to that first blood so far. Feels like Warriors have kind of taken it slow so far in this game, not really seeing any pressure from themselves. For the most part, it's farm up for a moment or two. But everyone's in control of Scarabs for now.
It was the Shadow Steel Shuriken. He started with it. It is not something that we've seen often, and it's not something that comes up in my mind. But, you have to think about it. I guess there was a small nerf to Wind Demon, and ideally, most builds have that Crusher, X item, then Wind Demon, then either something else or Deathbringer. So maybe it's just going to help him.
Oh, Velt needs some help right about now. We'll get the ultimate off, return some damage to Stuart, but not going to be enough to get a kill. Stuart's ultimate was really just to try and secure it. Wasn't really needed at the tail end there of that engagement, but beads were consumed by Vote. Beads still available for Stuart. Now Stuart is lazy backing in lane here. In comes Cubo Fred. Great silence from Bobby, though, to buy some time. And now Stuart, he's got to fight to try and get a kill. The swoops, there it is, are there, and Stuart will fall down to Cubo Fred. Bobby now surrounded as the pressure comes through from Scream, rotating in to make them be punished for the over-aggression. At the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 so far in the duo lane, and Neil Mars in a bit of trouble here. The CC chain's good from the Scarabs. He'll leap away to live to fight another day.
A little bit of more mana or a little faster on some cooldowns, and that's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Either way, you're more than happy with it. You had mentioned it. You get the beads and the kill onto Vote. You end up getting the blink as well as the ult and a kill onto Cuvo. You lose Stuart and you lose his beads, but I think you're still feeling happy about it, especially with Stuart being able to get one of those, the other one going on to Scream. It's a nice little experience boost for him.
Look at that in the mid lane too. Breastplate of Valor, by the looks of it, being built by Baronic on this Zeus as well. No real surprise. I mean, we discussed the 4 physical. They're all going to want to hunt down the Zeus. It's a major key for them in this game, I feel. So seeing him go for that Breastplate of Valor, a little bit more survivability.
Yeah, you get the physical prots, which, as we mentioned, with 4 on the other side, that's helpful. But it also slots so well with this Book of the Dead. Mifflin had mentioned the 5% shield nerf, but you get mana off of it, plus cooldown. I can't think of really any downsides with this build and Zeus going together. For Baronic, this ultimately means it should provide him more damage, at least through a team fight, based on how long he's going to be able to sustain through it. Right now, he's still at least killable, though, because it's a little bit of protections. Even when he finishes the breastplate, it's when that Book of the Dead comes online that I think people will need to be much more worried. It's going to be a massive shield, and the fact that he has some nice mobility off his 2 now is going to make it even harder to chase him down.
Scarabs on the hunt in the jungle there. Did look to try and get a pick onto Neil Mar, who played it relatively safe here. Dardas was on this left-hand side of the map too, just to try and make sure he picks up that red buff in the jungle. Pressure relieved for the time being, but you can only get a sense here from the Scarabs, Gore, that they're the ones on the aggressive right now. They're looking to position around this Gold Fury pick, get these oracles, and continue to extend the lead around these neutral objectives.
And I like the control that they're really positing on the map. I mean, they don't feel, with Zeus, any objective is going to be easily done, but it doesn't feel like they're going for a Gold Fury yet. They're just trying to fish out whether or not they can get the Warriors to take the bait. Whether it's over there in the Gold Fury side or around a Pyromancer in a couple of minutes, they have a lot of the control in this neutral area across the middle of the map. But you can see ONI Warriors' wards covering all the pathways in, so they'll recognize any rotations for it. It's just right now whether or not they could actually feel comfortable taking that fight. And with Dardas and Vote playing both physical hunters right now, you're still stacking up your Transcendence, although that's going to be done pretty soon. You've gone for that Shadow Steel Shuriken. It feels like they're waiting a little bit longer for that power curve, as opposed to the Scarabs, who could just start right now.
Vote getting aggressive against Stuart there, forcing the ultimate defensively, and Vote didn't really invest too much in that little skirmish there in the duo lane. Maybe if the crits would have come through a little bit more, he could have found a kill, but Stuart will be okay for the time being. Support's now rotating back in. And I know you mentioned secure of Gold Fury and Fire Giant objectives with the Zeus on the map. I think that's one thing to watch out for with the Warriors, with this double Hunter composition they've gone for. Bursting through objectives isn't going to be a tough task for them if they get a bit of a window there. You got to watch out for that. Same can be said for towers.
Yeah, that's just with the 2 hunters, right? Like, ignoring that Fafnir has an ult in this game, they should be able to burn it down pretty quickly. But it also is going to be exemplified or exponentialized, whatever you want to say about it, when Fafnir goes for the ult. And that goes for team fights as well. I mean, you've got a Sovereignty right now, Breastplate finished, a couple of more physical defense items coming online for the Scarabs. And you're going to need it. I mean, it's going to help deal with these carries, but they're still going to hit hard throughout the late game. And I think especially going with crit, it's going to open up some conversations. You can see Dardes going down a different path.
Yeah.
So one of them is going to do health, one of them's going to crit. And no matter what, you're going to be very happy
And
with
that makes a
both
lot of sense to look for those options, really. You want to make sure you're at least splitting the difference and going, well, if this guy goes all health, AMC is going to get it taken care of. Well, if this guy's going to go squishy, then maybe he can get a cheeky crit off. Focus maybe then on Vote trying to get his eyes on the Zeus at some point in this game. Easier said than done, though. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, level 12 was reached by Baronic first of all. Scarabs are really focused on that, and here comes the burst on the objective, but Neilmar senses the danger, tries to get in to cause a problem. Too little, too late from the Warriors, though. Inbound could be a casualty of war, though. I don't think Scarabs will be upset about losing Bobby for the Gold Fury.
No, that's one of the classic trade in Smite, right? Realistically is, hey, you can kill our support all you want. We're going to get 2,000 gold for it and feel very happy towards the end of the day. It's the invades off the back of it, though, that are really going to cause some trouble. You get the blue buff over there. I think the red buff was just looked at by Cuvo. So that's actually a huge deal to strip those away.
Blinking mid, Cuvo Fred looking at Baronic, and Baronic taking a ton of damage so far, doesn't really panic, and into the sky goes Cuvo Fred. Scream was on the scene at the right time there. You can see his blink was always also consumed. He really made sure he got there to support his mid laner. That's an important one to defend.
That's actually a huge deal. Baronic stayed very calm under pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't have his ult, so it's not like he could have dropped that, but no beads usage there. Just kind of recognized, I'm going to be fine. I'm under my tower. There's not much Cuvo's going to be able to accomplish
I don't
yet.
think it was less of like, I'm going to be fine. I think it was more like, there's nothing I can do.
I'm either going to die or I'm okay.
Fate is here, and we're going to deal with fate and whatever it throws me. Good response from ONI Warriors, though. You just saw on screen there. They did get a Pyromancer, so sure. Bobby dies for a Gold Fury in favor of the Scarabs. However, ONI Warriors get a red buff, get a blue buff invade, and that Pyromancer too. And I think that's one of the reasons you can see that graph just dip back down to an even keel state so far. And both these teams, Gore, if I'm honest, aren't going to be too upset with the pace of this one.
No.
I feel like Scarabs are like, hey, you know, we're doing well. Our carries are getting online slowly but surely. We're in a good spot with them. We're getting a couple of objectives. We're feeling good about it. And Warriors, meanwhile, are like, hey, let's just get our full comp online, really. Get these hunters those items they need to be as effective as they can be, and let's see what we can do. I think the mid-game is going to be the real crunch for both, of whether we go late or whether someone's just going to take this game by the scruff of the neck and run away with it.
And that's, you know, the Scarabs theoretically have like the better draft for right now, just because of the damage they have online. But when you start to look towards late game, you had mentioned it, not just 2 carries, but getting them their items online is going to empower them, Cuvo as well. And realistically, you've got the Achilles plus the Fafnir. This Thor can do a lot of frontlining, same thing for Erlong, but they are still inherently squishier than what you're going to get out of a Guardian. And so that's something to factor into it. Plus, just it's been a while since we've seen Solo Patrol play this Thor, and how he fits into the team fights is going to be essential for the Scarab success.
ONI Warriors on the aggressive here, looking for a red buff invade. Scream looks for the ult, doesn't find it, however, but still has a sustain coming through and chases on towards Dardes. Dardes has to Aegis and run away as fast as the bee can go. Medusa around the corner connects with the ultimate, and Bobby takes a brunt of the damage, but no one's fallen yet. Thor is in the sky, however, and comes crashing in on Cuvo Fred, but everybody backs away to live for now, and red buff is secured by the Scarabs.
That's a lot to drop for a single red, but at the end of the day, with how close the game's been, it's a huge win. Maybe for the Scarabs, but it feels like, at least ult economy-wise, the Warriors come out ahead. You know you get a great stun from Vote. You had highlighted being able to stop that aggression. Baronic is one charge away from potentially getting a kill onto at least somebody on the Warriors during that fight.
I will say Dardes did use both his relics, though, so Beads and Aegis being down there, Gore, that makes me go, was it worth those ult trades? And we defended the red buff anyway. I think that was pretty good. Honestly, I think it goes kind of an even state for the pair of them so far in this one. Now Baronic looking what looks like going to be a Soul Reaver up next to join his mana build, very focused around the extra benefit he gets from that Book of Thoth this game. Or do we see the Book of the Dead, which we've seen a little bit more as of late with the buffs it's had?
It's always, like, this is the perfect spot to slot in Book of the Dead, and especially because if you're Zeus, we haven't had to worry about it, but he's got his beads, he's got his Aegis, that's nice. You've got movement speed, that's actually really nice. But a nice thick shield that can jump up whenever you get low, that just feels better.
Neilmar being looked at for a second or two. The shield dropped down by Baronic just a little bit late to the party to really follow with the chain line and after the fact. Both teams now starting to gather towards the mid lane. The left-hand tier 1 tower being down, and the tier 1 being down in mid lane actually kind of changes the state of the game a little bit here in terms of pressure on the map for the Warriors.
Yeah, it's actually a huge deal because this entire left side jungle has already been invaded by the Warriors a few times, but they have so much control just from the lack of towers that the Scarabs have up. I didn't even realize that those two had fallen. Whereas, meanwhile, I don't see virtually any damage on any of the Warriors, like a little bit over there in solo, but otherwise their towers are more than healthy.
Benefit the Hunters, though. We said that. You know, the amount of pressure and the amount of times Hunters can take down towers relatively effectively.
Super fast.
So one of the risks that the Scarabs are going to have to deal with this game. I would normally say, with a comp like this, split the difference a little bit, and then, you know, you could look for a bit of split push with these Hunters. But I would say Scarabs have a better map control with the Thor to be able to rotate around, reposition, or even overextend and feel relatively safe.
It's been a while since we've gotten to like feel, I mean, maybe with some Ratatoskr games over the last couple of months, but like the semi-global presence that Thor can bring is actually such a huge deal. Normally in the jungle, we're talking, oh, if he's in the Gold Fury pit, he can hit the duo lane, Fire Giant pit, there's solo. For right now, it's just if you see a rotation coming out from the solo laners, which you can see Solar Troll making his way over here,
Look at this.
it's a big deal.
Primal Fury bursting down relatively quick. Bobby trying to make something happen and can't do so with the pillars. He has to walk away now as the ONI Warriors jump in, take an objective, pretty much uncontested there, and walk away unscathed. Great call from them. And that's part of the solo laners rotating towards this left-hand side of the map now. Nika, haven't spoken about him too much, but he's been consistently stealing buffs on the right-hand side and finds himself with a 2-level lead over SOT.
And that's something, again, this Thor's already uncomfortable because he's an assassin, and now they're getting chased.
Blink in from Cuvo, look towards Baronic, whose Aegis is now down. The wall will prevent the follow-up for a second, but being still used by Baronic, and in goes the bat out of hell from Cuvo. Realizes he can't get out more, but what they did do there was force Baronic to use his ultimate, and as soon as that goes down, ONI Warriors look like they're playing the objective game right now. Straight over to the Pyromancer, or even the Fire Giant.
He still has his Book of the Dead, but he had to use both relics, and like you said, the ult. I mean, Nika's isolated, but this is such a good call for the Warriors.
Fire Giant at half health, ultimate used by Vote, didn't really connect with anybody he was after. SOT gets to the sky, forces a bit of a reset from the Warriors here. However, they are still leashing this FG. Remember, Zeus ult down, now Thor ult down, and he's low on health. Will have to return to base, and will be a moment for him to get back. Scarabs here just looking to stall out, and Bobby doing so. It causes him his life to be lost. Screen, meanwhile, next on the list, and now Baronix is sitting duck. He's going to need some backup. He's got it coming in the form of Stuart and now SOT, but the health bars of the Warriors here is dropping lower as they go back towards the Fire Giant once more.
But they've got the perfect three doing it, right? The 2 carries plus a Fafnir. Neil can tank, although right now it's on Dardes, but they should be able to burn it. It's going to take a little while, but with the zone and the kills they just got, that's, I think, maybe one of the earliest Fire Giants we've gotten this year. Most of the time, it's been at that 18-minute mark, and they're just a little earlier for that. But I think they play that perfectly well. They recognize we force Baronic's ult, we get his relics. We have an opening here. They go forward, they force the Book of the Dead, but they also make Solar Troll fall back, and it turn it into this 4v5. Inbound just used his ult around the Fury. They don't have to worry about it. So they have so many factors that are just playing right into their hand. All they have to do is a simple little zone. I mean, it's not like they got a massive amount of kills.
And funny enough, when you look at how that all started off, it was that mid lane chase from the Warriors there. If that tier 1 tower was still standing in the mid lane,
it would have stalled.
That wouldn't have been available for them. But because it wasn't there, it opened the door to get towards Baronic, force his ultimate, and have the Warriors end up focused around the Fire Giant. So Warriors are here to play today. It's the first real time we get to see them as a 5-man core in studio. And a lot of people at the start of the year could see this team go in the distance, could see this team potentially winning the World Finals. But their struggles and tribulations have really come up to haunt them, and now they find themselves in the placement stage with a shot to go all the way to Worlds. But they've got to get through the Scarabs team so far today in this best of 5. In Game 1, they're looking good so far.
And it's easy to talk about it. You know, Neil also has won the 2 back-to-back World Championships. It's not
SOT finds a double wall after missing the up.
Wow.
So will at least spit, but it won't be enough with the Petrify to find the kill. Neil over the wall throws a hammer and scream to buy him some time. He's going to need more than that, though, as he's knocked up into the air. Ultimate is available, but is it wasted? Oh, look at this. Nika and Cubo going to the backside, leaping in, looking for a target. Execute onto Stuart, didn't do anything as the Aegis was used beautifully, but Stuart still falls down to Nika. Spin to win from SOT, trying to follow up damage all towards Cubo. Fred, whose bead's now consumed. Hammer double tap off the mark from SOT, and the Scarabs have to turn tail as now 3 members of Warriors looking relatively healthy, thinking about going in for some more. Hammer from SOT slows them down, and against a Fire Giant team, that's not too bad from the Solar Scarabs, if I'm honest, because Warriors can't push anymore.
That's such a good engage for him. I mean, it's one where you always flip that coin. Early on, trying to defend a tier 2 is way more worthwhile. If they tried that 10 minutes from now, they get wiped and lose the game.
Yeah.
But right here is one of those moments where they can make it work. Plus, you get that shifter shield. It feels like at home for Solo or Troll, especially to get aggressive. Relic choices in terms of Zeus was available and felt good. You lose Stuart, which is not necessarily the best case, but you wipe Fire Giant off of at least one very important member in vote. And like you said, where are they going to push now? They have to slow it down. They get a tier 2 in mid, but ultimately this is going to stop the Warriors from breaking open the base with a Phoenix.
Still feel there's a kind of a clock in this game, though, when on the Scarabs, I should say, not SOT, but the Scarabs themselves getting to full build and becoming more of a nuisance because of the defense they're going to have against the Warriors. But I like the Warriors' strategy so far. Let's focus the Zeus, burn those relics. Let's focus the Hunter, burn those relics, and then get out of the engagement and go again. Luckily, though, they've got to get a window on this left-hand side to take this Tier 2 tower down, leaving the Scarabs with just one Tier 2 tower remaining on the right-hand side. And they could look to maybe siege up this left-hand Phoenix.
This is that awkward time where you have to, factor all of the timers going in your favor. You've got 40 seconds of Fire Giant. You're missing 2 pairs of beads on your jungle and your solo. Oni Fury's up. There's 1 tower standing, and you have to think, what do we do with this? Do we go aggressive knowing that they have actually a pretty good defensive composition for the Scarabs, especially with the Dharmic Pillars and a Zeus ult? That's going to be very easy and a nice narrow corridor to lock some people down and get damage. So I like the call to fall back, be a little patient, just farm up as much as you can if you're the Warriors, because it's this next Fire Giant fight that's going to have a lot more weight to it. The Scarabs are going to be able to be here a little bit more full power because they're not getting pushed back off of an objective or in the mid lane, so they're going to be able to retaliate a lot more. And if you're the Warriors, you need every advantage you can get. Those Oni minions are going to be a huge deal with the pressure they'll give.
Well, that just under 7k gold lead that the Warriors have now has just been spent in base. A couple more items picked up round their belts, hitting those 6 item strides a little bit closer to that than that of the Scarabs here. And honestly, I'm kind of feeling we're going 5 here today. I said that to you before the cast. And already in game 1, I'm like, both teams are playing relatively well. No one's looking under the weather in game 1, in my opinion. It's kind of going as I expected based off the comp so far. Although on paper, I would have probably given it to Scarabs in picks and bans.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised and still currently surprised that it's going as smoothly for the Warriors as it has been. I mean, I think based on what I've seen in the past, and specifically what these gods can do when put together, that the Scarabs should be able to retaliate a little bit more. But I think it's realistically some of this setup and engage. I mean, Solar Troll has a great setup, but if it's not on the mark, or if it's a little too late, or if he's just out of range, it all kind of falls apart. Same thing can be said for Scream. The last couple of ults we've seen from him haven't been as stellar as what we're used to seeing from an Erlang Shen.
Oni Warriors already in position of the FG and pull it immediately. Solar Scarabs on the scene though, but have to whittle down Nika first of all to get in range to see what's going on. And unfortunately, the Warriors have already taken the FG. Bobby's health disappears. Baronicle is good as he gets looked at by Neil. More of all people trying to pressure him back out. Neil still alive. Will fall momentarily. Expect he's running for his life, and Scream gets the kill. Meanwhile, SOT, who was hunting Vote, can't secure that one, and he's just Scream left alive. This could be game gore off that FG siege, and the power and damage that the double Hunter composition can do. That's the danger of this. Could have come back to haunt them, and Scarabs looks like they're going to take a tumble in game 1 here.
And the way you know that one hits, I want to say twice as hard at home for the Scarabs, Dardas still has both his relics. He did not feel threatened throughout all of that. I mean, that's about what we get to, right? We talked about the 2 carries. We talked about that plus the Fafnir. Of course, Neil not being able to do anything at the very end there because he's dead. But being able to boost up the carries, you got the crit online for the Medusa, and that Fire Giant went from full health to 10% in the blink of an eye before the Scarabs could really get aggressive the way they wanted to. And ultimately, that just made it easier for the rest of the Warriors because they didn't have to worry about the fight coming to them.
I was definitely concerned about the 4 physical composition, but however, looking at what went on there, it didn't come into play because the early game very much set Scarabs' favor, and all of a sudden, one objective around this Fury that happened in favor of the Warriors, and it swung the game back around.
It's little moments like that. I mean, you had mentioned it. It was prior to that when they lose that tier 2 in mid. If that's still standing, that Fury probably doesn't change the grand scheme of the game, but they have to run a little further, use a little bit more safety to get away, and then the next Fire Giant just slips through their fingers because they can't fight. And it feels like they were just constantly one step behind the rest of the game.
Definitely a lot more left in this set for sure. That's only game 1. We'll be back after the break with more.
I just wanna lie. Yeah. Not a little bit, nah. Who did it? It's me. I just wanna lie. Lie. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie. Lie. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie. Wobble up the spot, no dance, not drunk, cause money in my pants. I just wanna lie. Sip a drink and it got me in a trance. Take the money, baby, I don't wanna dance. I just wanna lie. Got a salary up in my cargo. Push one button, make the car go. Bet I've been the man since top speed. Best kept secret, but it's time I need a spot. I just wanna lie. Lie. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie. Lie. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie, not a little bit. I don't need a pint, just a little sip. Been up in the mood and it's active. Up with the moon, I'm relaxing. I like nice things, pricey. Whole lot of carrots, my type thing. Whole lot of characters like me. If you only tell me yes, you can be around me. Free from around me, you can be around me. With some B's and some C's, yeah, they be around me. Be around me, don't you sleep. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie. I just wanna lie.
This one's back and forth as we expected it would be. The Solar Scarabs, they pull a lead. The Oni Warriors, they take it back. A big fire giant fight just ends the game. And the Oni Warriors find themselves a 1-0 lead here in this best-of-5 set. 'Tis the season to bundle up, right? You wanna bundle up in a blanket, sit on the couch, watch some SPL with your favorite casters on screen. Unfortunately, only one of those here on the desk right now. But you can bundle up for the Smite World Championship at shop.hi-rezstudios.com. And something to bundle up in is included in the bundle. And that is the sweet SWC, what are we calling it, a hoodie, a zip-up?
Those are jackets, bud. If there's a zipper, it's a jacket.
All right, so there's a tree of jackets. A zip-up and a hoodie are both
No.
Those are types of jackets.
No, a hoodie is a hoodie or a pullover, depending on where you are.
And that's also a type of jacket.
Well, then shirts are jackets, man.
No.
Look, words have meaning, and it's not up to you to determine.
And a shirt is not a jacket.
Agreed, and neither is a hoodie.
So this is such a slippery slope.
You're just throwing
Horrific.
buzzwords now.
Let's talk about how the shirt is a jacket. All right. I was going to say you were the favorite caster that's on the desk.
Oh,
no.
No. Well, so now it's you? You're gassing yourself up?
Yeah, I wasn't going to,
God,
but you forced my hand. You forced my hand, Mifflin. The Oni Warriors, a fan favorite here in the SPL, and they are backs against the wall early in this game. We see the Solar Scarabs get off to a good start. And Miff, this one just feels contested, doesn't it? It's the type of game where it didn't necessarily feel cut and dry, clean cut. We already saw a skirmish 6-7 minutes into the game early over here in duo, and that's where this one starts out. Hugo Fred on the Camazot's turning that around. This scrap and then the fighting around the Gold Fury is drawn out, plenty of back and forth kills. And it helped build a bit of a lead for the Oni Warriors, but it's really this fight where it feels like the game changes.
Yeah, it felt like the Solar Scarabs got off to a very fast start, utilizing some of the more aggressive picks in their draft, specifically Scream on this Erlong Shen. Found a couple of really good taunts early on to facilitate Baronic. And then around the 13-minute mark, I believe, we saw Scream missed an ultimate, and then everything kind of slowed down from there. He stopped looking for the engages to the same extent. Baronic kind of relegated himself more so to a farm role. And given that space of slowing down, the Oni Warriors said, word, we're just going to utilize our double hunter composition and farm out in the macro game, establishing themselves a pretty sizable gold lead that they immediately transitioned into a Fire Giant, which immediately transitioned into an end of the game.
Right, the KDA stats here show you a very even game. Damage numbers skewed towards the Oni Warriors. Everyone but the supports on the Oni Warriors over that 10k mark, so there's plenty of damage to be done. And I think that last highlight around the Fire Giant was pretty telling about how it felt like the last couple of fights went, where Vote and Dardes as the double ADC comp were just sitting together, effectively holding hands in the back of the fight, and nobody from the Solar Scarabs was able to walk forward and find that backline. Now you start to look at compositions, right? It didn't feel like the Solar Scarabs did anything wrong compositionally in Game 1. That felt like a Solar Scarabs draft. Some of the fights maybe just got out of control down the stretch. But it's a great start if you're the Oni Warriors and Oni Warriors fan. One of the first games that the team is together all on LAN, and it's a scrappy, maybe call it a comeback, but a hard-fought win here in studio.
Yeah, I don't think the Solar Scarabs need to concern themselves too much so with the style of draft that the Oni Warriors brought. I think taking away the Achilles, a very good start. You're able to kind of mitigate some of those Hell Shields. Now the Camazot's taken off the table as well. Means that you don't have to worry yourself about Zeus kind of getting dove in the back line in the middle of his own Lightning Storm.
Yep.
So I think the Solar Scarabs can certainly go back to that exact same style of draft that they had themselves. They want to play that Zeus style with the Ganesh. It's very hard to argue against. It's a draft that we saw first in the league from the Jade Dragons. They also played that Thor in the Soul Lane as well. And it brings a lot of pressure. It's very snowbally. If you get the ball rolling early, you should be able to kind of win out on the macro just by nature of having more damage than the opposition. But we saw in the last game, the issue wasn't the draft. It wasn't the team composition. It was more so an issue of pacing for the Solar Scarabs. So I want to see them maintain their confidence. I talked about it a little bit earlier. It just felt like a couple of fights started to go awry and the Solar Scarabs lost a lot of the wind in their sails. They need to stick to their guns, stick to their game plan, and I think they'll come out just fine.
How quickly we forget, Myth. Remember, this is the Solar Scarabs team that for a while felt allergic to winning Game 1 and then would win a Game 2, push us on to Game 3. So it's we're far away from strange territory here, going down early in a set. It's always the Scarabs who find the ability to bounce back. And that's what they're going to have to do up against a Soul and AMC composition here, Mifflin. So you get a Soul, you get an AMC. It was Dardes on AMC in game number 1, but it was also double traditional Hunter. Do you really have big preference here between Soul and AMC as far as mid duo lane goes, or you're just trying to stay alive and get to the objective in the team fighting phase?
I think that the answer to that question kind of comes with which style of jungler are you bringing. If it's a super high pressure style of jungle, maybe you want to toss AMC in the mid so you can kind of play through that mid 3v3 and kind of utilize that action-y style of pick early on. If it's going to be a slower scaling jungler, you can just toss the AMC over into the duo lane and have Soul play very safe in the mid. So I'd be more confident answering that question as we see a little bit more of the draft. I am excited.
That's a good answer.
For this Umoja. Oh, hey, look, I'll try my best. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. So we saw last game.
The Scarabs were the ones who
they
banned it, right?
They banned it away from the Oni Warriors in the second phase last time around. They also banned out the Neath in the previous game.
Oni Warriors had taken away the Neath in the second wave of bans. So clearly these two teams on somewhat of a similar page here, Miff, about where the priority lies. And some style of double Hunter composition was there for the Oni Warriors in Game 1. Now it's there for both of the teams in Game 2. But the Fafnir then becomes the important topic of conversation. The Scarabs knew they were drafting into this style of comp and wanted the Umoja anyway for inbound. Support-wise, do you feel like, given now what we've seen, all of the same roles are selected, do you think with the Fafnir, the Oni Warriors come out ahead, or do you think Umoja brings enough on her own that team-wide coerce isn't the most important thing in the draft right now?
I think the team-wide coerce is going to help you out a lot around permanent and neutral objectives, to be sure. If we're talking about just their capacity to burn away these macro game plays, you're probably favoring the Oni Warriors. But I think what Yemoja brings to this draft for the Solar Scarabs is equivalent in value in that I am highly expecting this Freya to go into the long lane. She doesn't really have the best early game clear. Yemoja has the best early game clear of all the Guardians, so she should be able to shore up some of that weakness from Freya, allow her to get into that portion of the game where she's one of the highest scalers in Smite. Freya does that level of DPS. And worth noting, Neath, a selection for the Solar Scarabs, was banned out last time around.
Yep.
She's gotten a couple of buffs recently, does a little bit more damage, has some decent counter matchup into what the ONI Warriors are bringing. Unravel now steals some of that attack speed, so even if you are getting that coerce, Neath can take some of that away from you as well. Both of these drafts have a lot of value, but one of these drafts has been tested before, and that's the ONI Warriors.
Yep.
So I'm going to have a little bit more confidence in what they're bringing.
Or just because we know what it looks like. Neath as well, the World Weaver, I think, as this draft rounds out for the ONI Warriors, still needing a solo laner and a jungler. It might become a little bit more apparent where some of those World Weavers go. AMC, mobile, you can burn the beads, maybe send an ultimate his direction, provide some setup. And you wondered what style the ONI Warriors might be looking for depending on where Hugo Fred went with his pick in the jungle. The Fenrir is locked in here, Myth. Do you think that is a high-pressure style pick that makes an earlier question any clearer to you?
Yeah, I think now I would really like to see the AMC towards the center of the map. Fenrir is going to bring a lot of pressure. AMC's got phenomenal, very fast follow-up. You can pick up that stinger out of Ragnarok's mouth just about every single time and always be ready to follow up. Soul maybe has similar levels, but it takes a little bit longer for her scaling to hit the same level as AMC. Soul less of a threat at level 5 than AMC is. So I think we are going to see the Magical Hunters duo lane matchup between Freya and Soul. AMC likely headed to mid to match up against the actual Hunter on the other side as well. A lot of parity between these two drafts. I like both compositions, and I'm not wholly convinced that Mulan is slated for the Soul lane.
No?
I've been seeing a lot of jungle Mulan recently.
Yeah?
And if you've got a low pressure Magical Hunter like Freya, okay, well now I'm reeling. I'm backpedaling real
it's all
hard
good.
now.
Right, as you should. Myth, the
Naja's
ability to-
bad, dude. I gotta say it.
The ability to change your mind when new information is presented to
So
you
valuable.
is so valuable, and it's an important part of being an adult and a functioning member of society. And so as a functioning member of this caster team, sometimes more so than others, you have now been able to backtrack and change your mind up a little bit here. But I do want to stick on something you said when all the information was available, and that was that Naja's bad. And so you're not happy, regardless of the jungle pick or not, that Naja's there.
Yeah, so Naja, in my mind, is I'm going to hit Windfire Wheels, and they're going to land into the damage, and you got to pray that the damage is enough to finish off the kill, right? What are you landing into if you get hit by Windfire Wheels here? Maybe a couple auto attacks from Freya in the late game? Well, you're immediately jumping. That's not burst damage. Is it going to be a Neath setup? What does she do, backflipping on the ground and setting up the full combo? It's pretty tough here. I think I still might prefer to see Mulan in the jungle just because of the pressure that she brings. But she's also a much better lane bully than Naja. Naja really threw a whole wrench in the works of this draft for me personally. I'm not a huge fan of this selection. This is a feast or famine type of composition. If the Solar Scarabs fall behind early, they do not have a whole lot of comeback mechanics with this draft.
And let's talk about the solo lane that we know is the solo lane for the ONI Warriors here, and it's Ardio, who for the longest time was first pick or ban priority. Falls down the draft a little bit. These two teams clearly on the same page as far as some viability goes with some of these picks. It's very funny looking at the ban column for the ONI Warriors, the Kali, the Hades, the Bakasura. Ardio for Nika, how pivotal do you think that's going to be to the success of this ONI Warriors comp here in Game 2?
I think very early on, the game is likely going to be out of Nika's hands. You're not likely playing through the solo lane too often on the side of ONI Warriors. I think this game is really going to be dictated by the mid 3v3 and the duo lane for at least the first 15 or so minutes. Assuming that it is Mulan in the solo lane up against Ardio, I don't think there's a whole lot of kill pressure for either of these guys without the assistance of a jungler. One of them has an actual jungler, Fenrir. The other one gets a Naja. So, if I had to favor one solo lane with assistance of jungle, I'm probably going ONI Warriors. If it's left alone on an island, Mulan has the higher capacity to lane bully. But against all that self-sustain that Ardio's bringing, I don't think you're too concerned about that either. So it really does come down to that mid-center of the map.
That's a game of momentum, and this one is big. Can the ONI Warriors go up 2-0 early in this set? Let's go to Game 2 to find out.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe they can go up 2-0, but we've kind of got a track record of them going past 3-0s, that's for sure. I expect this one to go a little bit deeper than that. Gormizer joining me once again here after the entertainment of the desk has concluded. What a great entertaining pair of idiots they are, eh?
I like Mifflin's like the brain stall when Najah got locked in.
Yeah, he was like,
you
I
could
think it's
feel
great for
you could feel
solo.
him refactoring everything he was saying. It was fun.
I do want to bring up, though, at the start of this game, looking at the compositions, a hell of a lot of sustain in this game, Gore. Individual sustain I want to mention, because pretty much every god in this game has some form of sustain. The only one that doesn't really is AMC, but there'll be some fool on Twitter right now messaging me going, but the bees give some regen, so fine. You know, there's a little bit of regen there. So I do wonder if anti-heal does make a big part of this. More importantly, for the Scarabs, I feel they've got a ton more sustain in this composition.
Yeah.
And so anti-heal may play a factor in this one.
I think it's going to be a big deal, and you can already see like meds coming online for the Warriors. So level 12, I'm anticipating somebody getting an Ankh, and it's probably going to end up being Neil.
Interesting underhanded tactics used by Neil. He's trying to slow down Stuart, really being able to get any wave clear going on this Freya early on, as Vote now hits 2 on that left-hand side to match that Stuart already had. So in this lane, expect to see this sort of pressure with Fafnir and Assault together, Gore. They should be pushing the wave in like this and hoping that the jungler doesn't pay any tension towards that duo lane.
And that's just such the downside. Like, Neil might take more damage throughout the process, but unless there's a jungle gank over there, he's going to be happy.
Kivo Fred just a little off the mark on Baronic there, but got a bit of damage off in return with the backup from Darnes too, as SOT and Nika scrap away. Dangerous battle between the two there. I feel like both of them have kill potential in this early stage, definitely leaning more towards the Mulan, however.
You know, this is one that's going to be very interesting, because like you said, Mulan's going to lane bully and should control a majority of this, but the late game transition is where things get even more interesting. Mulan can disrupt the fights, but RDO heals everybody and disrupts the fight. So it feels maybe a little more Nika-sided there, but it really does depend on how well that lane goes. And where Scream's putting his pressure maybe could help find some kill pressure over in the solo lane, but realistically, I expect to see him hanging out mid, potentially coming over here to help give Stuart some pressure, because this Freya, it's going to take a little while before we really get to see anything from her.
But honestly, this position for Scarabs isn't bad in the duo lane. They're in a comfortable position, chilling under their tier 1 tower. No real dive potential available. And obviously, alongside the Emoja, with the sustain there, you can see Bobby's not really using spamming his abilities. He's happy there just to resustain as Nika takes it to SOT again on the right. Cubo Fred and Scream hanging in the area. A duel in the jungle will begin as we tune him to the left-hand side too. Double fire. Let's go, Doug. What can me and both of you do? Scream locked very low, stunned in place, slashes back in to avoid this chain, then gets an Aegis off to buy some time. Stun, follow up, and Scream still alive for now, using the med from SOT to stay in this engagement. The damage isn't good enough though to stay alive as SOT trades it back with Cubo Fred, and Nika comes out on top, could get a kill. One more tick, it won't be enough. Nika will not find a kill, as in now it trades out 1 for 1. First blood goes the way of the Warriors.
15 health, and all of a sudden I think everything goes in favor of the Warriors there, but you lose it, 1 for 1. I actually think beneficial for Cuvo to get that first blood. Still feels nice, especially because, I mean, you got to think about it. He's had like three gods he could play this year, realistically, and be successful, having to deal with the ping that he was playing on and all that. So being able to branch out into the Fenrir, already had a pretty decent, not necessarily standout, but a good game 1. I think this is a good start for him. Despite being 1-1, gets a little bit of gold in his pocket. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to offer, because he has been a lot more limited than what we've gotten to see out of Cuvo in years of past.
And it's the first time we saw the junglers scrap so far in Game 2. And talking about what the Desk was saying and Mifflin was saying, generally when you see a Najah, you're looking for some follow-up from that Windfire Wheels, something on landing to really give the burst damage you're looking for. We don't really see it in this composition, Gore. I'm expecting maybe they look at the other alternative then, which is to have Scream as the murderer, the solo assassin that gets the kill at the tail end with this Windfire Wheels, or just buys himself some time in an engagement.
Well, we actually got to see, and this is something that I think is going to affect Scream, but it'll also hurt Baronic a little bit, and a little bit Solo Troll in that engagement. Nika has a cripple field. Nika can just straight up say, cool, your Windfire Wheels that you would use to escape or engage here, You're not going to use it. You can't use it while I'm near you.
Sash in from Scream towards Cubo Fred, who up downs after a hammer from Neil connects. Scream tries to roll away, connects with Neil Mar to buy some time for reinforcements, but they're not there in time to support. Bobby can really only watch on with the limited amount of Omni he's got, and Stu ends up getting hit by Cubo. Chase could be on now, looking for another kill onto Bobby as he falls down 2, and the Warriors stretch their lead to 3 kills to 1. At the same time, Gore, the red buff just spawned.
Yeah, Baronic can't do anything about this one, just has to watch it go to the wayside. And this is going to be the downside. When you look at both of these comps, you both technically have 2 carries, right?
Yep.
You've got the Neath and the Freya on one side versus Soul and the AMC on the other. But the Soul AMC with Fafnir, but specifically Fenrir next to it, are hitting a lot harder. Soul comes online before Freya, and even though AMC maybe comes online technically behind the Neath, it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much. And that slower pace for the Scarabs is making it a lot easier for the Warriors to just run forward into the jungle and do what they want to.
Definitely not panic stations, though, for either side, even though Warriors do have a bit of a lead so far in this game. The early stages, I do expect this one to drag on a little bit with these compositions. Wave clear factoring in. It's pretty effective on both teams. Neef's very good in the mid lane at shutting that down, as is AMC, so I don't expect to see a tower fall in there for quite a while. And as we said, Scarabs going to be quite happy to turtle under that left-hand tier 1. Funny enough, the first time they step away from that tier 1 is where they lose some lives, helping out Scream in the jungle.
Yeah, it's been maybe one of the bigger problems. Now Solar Troll's in trouble. No, they're going for Scream.
They are. They're trying to bring Scream back into the rabbit nest of this blue buff area. Off the mark was SOT with the final shot of his ultimate into the sky, though, with now Baronic rotating in. SOT gets the kill on Cubo Fred. Nika under pressure. Ultimate used by Baronic to CC Chain, and a ring toss will get the kill. Neilmar just arrived on the scene there a little bit too late for comfort. And Warriors got a bit too aggressive for their own good there.
Held their own, and a couple of things from Cubo were just off the mark. I think he goes for a Brutalize right after getting sashed and coming down, and just kind of leaps slightly to the side as opposed to maybe getting some damage out, anything that maybe could have been something that Nika could have capitalized on. And as long as the right side is open, I love the fact that the Scarabs immediately go to get aggressive, start looking for buff invades, try to take out Harpies, go for the Greater Scorpion, take advantage of the win.
Definitely, so they get the blue buff, a bit of a camp in the jungle. Oh, look at Neil, though, does use underhanded tactics to secure the Scorpion. Can he escape? Great stuff from Bobby, though, to make sure he can't jump away. However, Cubo was on the scene and takes out Scream. Next on the list is SOT. That's a double for the lad from Denmark. And next up is Inbound as he chases on. This could be a delayed triple kill. No one cares about your portal there.
6-2. I'm going to let that one speak for itself. Hey, that's great for Cubo. I mean, when was the last time, like almost a year ago is maybe the last time we saw Cubo have that kind of game. So this is a huge win, I think, just for the Warriors in the beginning. But it shows how scrappy this is.
Yeah.
And realistically, you have to factor in so many weird things. Later on, you mentioned the healing that's going to come out on the side of the Scarabs a lot more. Plus the damage from Stewart that could cause a lot of trouble in that late game. Anti-heal then on the Warriors. I mean, so many different factors that come into play. But realistically, both of those kills, whether it was from the Scarabs before or the Warriors after, were just, hey, we stayed too long in this fight.
I mean, credit where it's due to Neil Mar in this play. I mean, I know we're going to see Cubo pick up all the kills here, but this was reinforcements of Cubo and Nika. Remember, they just fallen and died in the previous engagement. And Neil being in the right place at the right time bought time for Warriors to get back in position and turn that around and get themselves a triple kill. That'll be a big boon of confidence.
Yeah.
Like I said, 6-2 now for Cubo. He's definitely going to be feeling the confidence riding with him, and that's what they need here, the Warriors.
Plus, when we've been talking about specifically Scream, if we're looking at the jungle matchup, we've been talking about how Naja, you go in for the ult. If you get the kill, that's probably your best bet.
Yep.
Because there's not a whole lot that you're going to follow up with. I mean, maybe Neath can throw out an arrow and specifically try to find some damage or some follow-up shots, maybe from Stewart, but realistically, that's not going to have great follow-up. Fenrir, he's going to be just happy.
Well, he's already happy starting the Gold Fury up for his team here. Nobody in sight from Scarabs again. There's 4 members of the Scarabs on the right-hand side of the map here, with very little ward coverage on the left-hand side of the map. And ONI Warriors just know that's going on. Like, you know what? Why don't we pull the Fury and see how this goes? Uncontested objective, giving them a 2.6k gold lead.
And that's, again, clean early on. I mean, 2.6k, 8-9 minutes in now. You're really coasting forward. A lot of that, if you look at the net worth, is admittedly in the jungle. It's a little over 1,000 that Cuvo has specifically over Scream, but that's to be expected. He's 6-2, and his ult feels like it's going to be able to bring a lot more to the fight, but being able to find that level lead, I mean, you've got a massive gap there in mid, and that's just such a huge deal, because if this AMC gets to anywhere near the comfort with 2 hunters on both teams, or it gets 2 carries, you're waiting for items.
Cuvo, Fred, hunting in the jungle here. Did get hit by the ultimate from the Wild Weaver in mid lane from Baronic there, but he managed to gets out the damage and get his ultimate off. And then picks up the kill on Scream at the tail end after the ultimate was not available. SOT tried to rotate into support, has to disengage with his ultimate as the ONI Warriors pressure inwards. Neil a little bit too late to leave here. Takes a ton of damage from that backflip into the damage from the Spirit Arrow on top. Secures a kill for Neil Ma, so it's Neil for Scream in the jungle.
Worthwhile trade? Probably could have gotten away without Neil dying, but ultimately,
I was good for SOT.
It's still going to be fun for Warriors, ultimately, the thing that stood the most out to me, outside of the fact that, Cuvo's doing insane damage, Neil Ma hit Baronic for like 1/4 of his HP with just 1 hammer. And that's really, like, the deficit behind Dardes hurts, but that's where some problems really start to arise, is everybody else on the team hits Baronic harder.
A lot of focus on the right-hand side here. Bobby's back to the right-hand side again. Makes some sense because, well, the Fury's already down, so you can't really do anything about that anymore. So why not pressure this side? A lot of focus on towards Nika here. As you can see, SOT has a 2-level lead, and now Nika's trapped between a wall and a rivery rock place, I guess. Still sustains up enough for Neil to now rotate in and give him some support, but it's not going to be enough to keep Nika alive. Can Cuvo Fred punish this? And he's going to look at Scream again. Remember, Scream, no bead so far in this game. Did elect for the Aegis and gets immediately punished by the Fenrir, who now is on a double kill. Bobby going to try and leap away and continue to survive. Has to use his beast defensively. All the while, Dardes gets to just keep pressuring poor Baronic in mid lane and keep pressuring enough to get a tier 1 tower. Warriors are playing very well today.
And across the map, and it's the map play specifically. That was what was really good in game 1, is that mid-tier 1 really opened up a lot more doors for them. I don't expect anything big to be happening in the duo.
Bobby stuck around a little bit too long in this lane, just wanted to clear out that wave and keep the pressure rolling. Instead, he didn't recognize the Cuvo and Neil were still hanging around. This is opening the door now for Dardes to take the Pyromancer pretty much solo here, as the gold will continue to gain in their favor. Warriors look good, honestly. Like they're looking pretty much back to their best for the most part. I think the interesting thing about that skirmish on right side again, Gore, that was an initiation from Scarabs.
Yeah, they wanted that fight. Until they didn't. And ultimately, it was the rotation. They got the kill on Nanika. That was what they were going for.
But was it worth it? The answer really is no.
Yeah, Cuvo keeps rotating into this. And I can say, hands down, this is the best Season 8 Cuvo game we've gotten this year.
A moment ago, I was saying there was a 2-level lead for SOT. Look at Nika now. He's back to even levels up against his counter matchup. Level discrepancies across the map, though, in the rest of the roles. You can see the Warriors have at least a level lead, if not 2, in a lot of positions. Or should I say 3 in the case of Dardes in mid lane. Weird not to say Dardes' name a lot for the past year with how well he's been performing. Obviously, ping comes into play, but this is the time for Dardes to really see and show why a lot of people have touted him as one of the best mid laners to ever do it.
And not only that, I mean, what a perfect meta for him, right? If he's going to be playing Hunters, that's what he did so well a few years ago. So it's not even surprising. And right now, it's just a little quiet because he's waiting on the item. Same thing can be said for Neath. Same thing can be said for Stuart.
Well, Bobby hasn't got beads because he used them last time round. It looked like Cuvo wanted to take the bone to his shed, but instead he had to bring it back towards Neil, and that gives a window for Bobby to escape, but it won't be enough at the end of the day. Stuart gets a double whoop, but won't get one on Vote and has to return fire with the ultimate. Vote's kind of dodging around, thinking about re-engaging there, but instead the Warriors will fall back and take this tier 1 tower on the left-hand side, using the power of the AMC and those basics to bring it down. They could even look for a tier 2, because the rest of the Scarabs are not around the area.
Plus, you get that coerce buff. It's not going to be the ult, it's not going to hit everybody, but you throw it onto AMC, he's got a hive right next to him. Yeah, that's a lot of power to knock down a tower with. And so this is just the good control. I think a lot of this is Stuart, unfortunately, is going to still need time to come online. That's just the kind of fruition of Freya. What you have to deal with is that you need more items. The downside is the Warriors now get to hit their stride. Before it was Cuvo and the team. Now everyone else gets to kind of be their own individual. Vote's gotten to the point where he's going to deal some good damage. Dardes is there for what he's going to be able to do now that he's Crusher and Brawlers. So I'm actually really excited to see them continue this. And I wasn't going to mention it earlier, but I have to now because he's 0-4. Bobby, it's the most unfortunate scenarios because each time in any other team composition, he gets out of a lot of these engagements,
Sure.
but Cuvo just has the perfect god to continue chasing him down. And
Like
that's where I
that.
have to say, yeah, the 18% win rate the Scarabs have on Yamoja this year is starting to show itself.
Still has beads available as Bobby gets trapped in a pit here. Cuvo has to try and leap away back to safety. Did consume his beads to do so, but gets back towards his team more importantly. I think he was more than anything trying to get the beads out of Bobby, who did a good job of just holding it there, going, no, you know what? I'm going to hold this. I know I'm relatively safe, and I've got backup around me. But 11-2-0 for ONI Warriors. All 11 kills in this game are on the back of last year's World Championship jungler, Cuvo Fred, who has really struggled this year to find form. What a time to find it.
It's maybe the best time. I can guarantee the Warriors are all really happy about this. Although you can't see that in their player cam. It's going to take a little while.
It's very try-hard serious mode in their face. Like they're all locked in. As a group, Baronic in mid, backflips away, chases on from Cuvo Fred. And I was going to mention the biggest thing about this thing for Fenrir, not only is he pretty decent against the Yamoja, but against the Neath, backflip is so telegraphed. Very easy for him to close it down and find himself another kill.
It just feels like it slots in almost too perfectly to what the Warriors draft is in order to chase down what the Scarabs have and all these kills. I mean, even that, you know, the lack of damage that Cuvo was taking because of just one hammer, I guess maybe that tier 2 shield helping out a little bit, but the amount he's dealing still to someone like Baronic to scream with the level advantage that he has, it has been a huge shift in favor of the Warriors. And yeah, sometimes I don't always like it when all the kills are on one person because then you kill them, it feels like the team could fall apart.
True.
But everyone's getting their hands dirty for the Warriors. They're not just letting Cuvo do it alone. He's got help.
Completely agree. In the jungle now, you can see Scream in a bit of an awkward position, looking to wrap around, but Dardas is there. A good hammer from Neil, and the bees to follow up are causing problems. Riptide did buy him a moment to allow Scream to get a sash, but it won't be enough to escape the clutches of the ONI Warriors as they continue marching on. Good news is, Dardas got himself a kill. Cuvo looking for a solo against Baronic in mid lane, and Baronic ain't getting any help anytime soon. There's not much you can do underneath there as he will now fall down, giving Cuvo Fred his 13th kill of the game.
Simply because of the pace of this, I want to throw out there, if you can get, so the highest kill count in a single game of Smite is 24
on
for one player? Yeah, for one player.
I'm so glad you're so nerdy, by the way, with all this information. It's so good.
I just got to keep it somewhere.
Yeah.
With the way Cuvo's playing, that's a realistic number right now. Like, that is a number he could
24?
hit. If they continue fishing, well, I mean, 11 more.
Is it 24 he needs?
It's 24.
Okay.
So 2 team fights where he gets every kill. Okay, maybe it's not as realistic as
I mean, I was going to say, it could happen if it wasn't for the fact I'm not seeing the Scarabs here contest this Fire Giant on the right-hand side.
There do have to be fights for that to happen.
Agreed, that's what I'm saying. And I think the biggest thing, though, is you start to realize Scarabs are in an awkward spot now. You've got Bobby in mid lane just trying to farm up a bit of experience in the mid lane. Doesn't even get to his second relic so far in this game. And that's a big one, honestly, just to get that second level 12, hit that second relic and have an opportunity. It's going to be the Warriors up against Phoenix line. Unless Scream and SOT try and make something happen against 4 here. The rest of reinforcements are on the way. Darda's still alive, but did use beads and Aegis. SOT went for the tail end kill, but still gets stripped out and taken down. Where is the backup from the team? Well, Bobby came in, gets a kill, but falls down to vote. And meanwhile, Baronic's going to fall yet again to the Fenrir ultimate as a triple kill goes on. This could be the end of the game again. And now we're going into a quadra kill for Vote MBK, who turns up to the fray very late in the day. What a weird set.
I mean, what a game right now from the Warriors. There's no other way to describe the way it's shaking it out. And I have to double check for myself. They're running on pace for fastest game in Season 8. This was hands down. I mean, it's a great game from Dardas. You get a good shift late. You get a good shift from Vote. But this was all Cuvo.
Yeah, all Cuvo all the way. But realistically, we say all Cuvo. The God
with
was
help.
Great, the composition was good,
Yes.
and they played around the aggressions that we saw coming out from the Scarabs. In the early game, Scarabs looked pretty good.
That was just, I mean, that's just good work. I don't know how to describe that. There's not a lot of words to use.
It's very
At
clean.
least that are broadcast appropriate
Yeah.
to describe that one. I mean, that's clean from the Warriors. That's almost exactly what you want to see if you've been rooting for this team all year. You look at this draft when they come into the season, and everyone thinks, oh, they're going to be great. That's the team that people were expecting to watch, not what we've been watching for the last few years. And it's just because they're finally together. Cuvo has a great game, fastest game in Season 8, and they just get to kind of waltz into the base and earn it. that was really fun to watch, actually.
So Scarabs, going back to the drawing board for this
Yes.
one, what do we need to see different from the Scarabs here going into Game 3? Because something's got to change. I feel the picks and bans have been relatively solid from them, in fairness. Where's it going wrong?
Well, that one, it felt a little bit like it was the draft, though, just because, like, the Freya, I mean, when was Stewart going to be able to get effective in that? I think they need something that's going to help out, or someone that can carry some early game if you're going to pick a late game presence like that, and try to balance out whatever the Warriors have. And unfortunately, that one also just felt like Fenrir just got the perfect 3-piece into. So maybe change out the draft and then focus on that early game. And stifle Cubo Fred whenever you can, because he can't have another performance like that.
It's not over yet. The Scarabs are still not out of it, and even if they do lose here, they're not out of the tournament just yet. But let's see if they can bounce back in this next game after the break.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are gonna take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're gonna need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of cores.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true. I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
I don't know, gang. This ONI Warriors team is looking a little scary. The Neoma, the land performance pass. This is so hard to
come on, man.
What?
That's not his passing.
It's looking a little something right about now. And you know why that game went so well? Fastest game of the year in the SPL. Can I do this? Because they were all playing on Alienware PCs at home. And guess what? You too can have 12 kills in like 10 minutes as long as you go to the link down below, and it's smitegame.com/Alienware, and use code SMITEAW in order to get your hands on some of that sweet Alienware gear and hopefully 12 kills performances in your games. Mifflin, what do you think about Cubo Fred's performance in Game 2?
Wow, that's a good transition. It was good, Dave. He played very well. I think Gore said it best.
What was that?
His best performance in the SPL
I had
this
such
year.
a good idea for a bit, and then that's all right. To clarify, that was kind of a, this is what we expected with the ONI Warriors when they came to studio.
Everybody loves when you explain your joke.
Well, I have to because there was no point to it unless I explain it. Because that's what we were wondering if the fastest game all year long, and we've had some stomps, just happened, and it's the ONI Warriors in studio, back with Cubo Fred, who he said needs to start to step up a little bit for this team, and it's a bloodbath. We put it on the bloodbath segment of this month in Smite.
You do one bloodbath segment, and you think you get to call the shots on whether or not it makes it in. It should, though.
I said you put it on your bloodbath segment.
Yeah, you told me to. Ask me next time.
Okay. Break it down.
Yeah, the early game of this one was a 1v1 between Cubo Fred and SOT. SOT, the only Solar Scarab, looking good in the early game of this one, and Cubo Fred essentially 100% kill participation, and for the first 10 minutes, I believe, 100% kills acquired as well.
Yep.
I think we could pretty easily lay this one at draft diff for the Solar Scarabs. The Naja did not do well. I don't know if anyone could have predicted that.
You feeling vindicated?
No.
You called that from far away.
Yeah, well, I think just about everybody, I'm sure the whole chat did too. I mean, Naja doesn't see a whole lot of play for this reason. I was going to say for good reason, but I think, this reason works there pretty well.
Yeah, we didn't get to see much out of the Freya. I mean, this is tough now to break down for the Solar Scarabs because there's so many picks in that draft that I was excited to see how they play, a competitive game. Yeah, just take a look at the post-game stats there. That'll be 13 kills to go, please, for Cuvo Fred at 13, 2, and 3, 15,000 damage. The fact that the damage numbers were even close, surprising. SOT, of course, on the Milan, you're going to be doing some decent damage numbers. But this has been a ferocity that's been brewing for Cuvo Fred, right? This time last year, it was the Maxnomic chair that he wailed on when the Pittsburgh Knights. This is it right here. That is so good. That is so good. And then Paul, look how scared Paul is. Yeah.
Dude, Paul doesn't want to be there. He looked around. He's like, yo, where's the coach?
And so, Hazer, that is chef's kiss. Every single one of the Solar Scarabs looking like that. God, and these chairs are not light, man. That takes some force to knock over.
Well, maybe those chairs are light. Maxonomics would not fall as easily.
No, they wouldn't. Cuvo Fred, he would have had a hard time punching through one of those. The ones they're sitting in on right now.
Yeah,
you didn't even see him try it. You didn't even see him try it after that game. Yeah, the Solar Scarabs looking a bit like some gaming chairs after game number 2 there. Now we're back to the draw. I mean, that's got to just be total reset, right, mentally for the Solar Scarabs. I know you've never been stomped in quite that fashion, especially not in a jungle matchup.
No.
But you gotta just rewind and reset the brain, I think.
I imagine. And
that's difficult because you're winning. You got to win 3 straight games now if you're the Solar Scarabs after a game that was the fastest game in the SPL this year.
Yeah, that is tough stuff. The game 1, the Solar Scarabs bring a Jade Dragons draft. I thought they had completely won in the drafting phase with that Ganesha Zeus style of composition. They do win the early game, and then they lose out in game 1. Game 2, they go to a completely new look, something we haven't really had any opportunities to evaluate this year. Some flavorful picks like Naja that I never want to see again. Freya through the long lane was pretty interesting. Didn't really get to work out there either. So in game 3, what are the Solar Scarabs going to fall back on? They've got maybe like one more style. If they're lucky, they'll get the Kali. Never mind, they won't get the Kali.
Haven't yet.
Solar Scarabs, we do need to see a completely new look. From second pick, maybe they can bring it.
Let's recontextualize this. If the Solar Scarabs lose, they go down 3-0 to the ONI Warriors. They are not out of Worlds. They are not out of the Worlds placement round. They just have to go up against the Winter Dogs later on this week in what would be a knockout matchup. Of course, life much, much easier for you if you're able to win this set, 1 game away from a confirmed spot at the Smite World Championship. But what a... I want to rewind, Miff, to the beginning of Season 8. We get these rosters locked in. We're talking about these teams, and we assumed that the ONI Warriors,
super team,
but before we knew how the year and location and all that would shake out, we figured that this ONI Warriors team, a mix between some world champions and a very, very good SSG team from last year, would be one of the best teams in the league. And they have struggled all year long. And the biggest question mark of all would be, can they capture some of that potential when they come into studio? 2 games does not make a trend. But it does show you that this team is able to do what we thought they were capable of at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, they're playing much better than what we'd seen in the recent months. The ONI Warriors struggling in the last set up against the Solar Scarabs and now doing anything but. That said, the Solar Scarabs got themselves a very strong top 2 selection. The Oleron has mid to long lane flex potential. Kamazot's being one of the tried and true counters to Oleron, as well as just a plug and play jungler, means that you can take it away from the ONI Warriors as well as just kind of adding it onto your own draft. So I like what the Solar Scarabs are bringing here, but I think it really is dependent on where this Oleron lands. I've seen it a lot more in Stuart's hands than I have in Baronic, so maybe the Solar Scarabs showing their hand a little bit, saying, hey, we might just go back to 100 in mid.
Where do we land on...
they are.
And they are, because Baronic, remember, for a while there during the stretch of full 3-game or full 5-game sets that the Solar Scarabs team went on, there was a lot of Charybdis in mid for Baronic, and so that's something that the Solar Scarabs are comfortable with. Where do we end up landing, though, on Oleron? Because it feels like for a while, Sanctified Field, such a strong ultimate, counterable by certain picks. Cthulhu became very popular. Anyone with one of those, a CC Immune ultimate that you can just walk in and out of the Sanctified Field became very popular. Do you see enough from the ONI Warriors right now to give you confidence in their composition going into the Oleron?
As of right now, Achilles can avoid Sanctified Field with his own ultimate, but you really don't want to use Fatal Strike for that. Hachiman does more often than not use his own ultimate for disengage, and it's very good for dealing with the Sanctified Field. But as for dive specifically onto the Oleron, I don't think they've got that just yet. Once we get a better look at their jungler and the rest of their selections, maybe they're going to shore that up slightly. But generally, with Oleron heading towards the long lane, you don't need to concern yourself with them overly so in the early game, as long as you're able to exploit the rest of the map, which is why we see Charybdis in mid. That's potentially the safest hunter in the game right now. So it seems to me that the Solar Scarabs going for a completely different style of play. Camazotz is going to be acting as a bridge in the early game, just making sure that these heavy scalers, Oleron and Charybdis, do get to a point where they can become threats on the map. This is a much more late-game slanted team composition from the Solar Scarabs, which is a squad that I generally associate with early-game pressure.
And we have not seen much from the facilitator of that early-game pressure. Scream so far this set showed up a bit in Game 1, not much in Game 2. And I wondered what direction the Solar Scarabs would go with their final ban there. Because between an AMC, a Neath, and a Soul, all three of those would have fit in nicely with a Hachiman who's already locked in, plus the Fafnir. And the Fafnir has worked out for the Oni Warriors up to this point so far. So I wonder if the Solar Scarabs just kind of had to ban out that Soul there, because that would have been a good pick for the Oni Warriors down the stretch. Do you still see some opportunity for a double Hunter-esque composition here for the Oni Warrior, something they love to pair with this Fafnir? Do you need double Hunter to make Fafnir feel like he's got value, or is Hachiman plus Faf generally enough?
I think Hachiman plus Fafnir is enough. You don't necessarily have to go towards double Hunter. If they do, On Her comes to mind as a mid lane selection. That's something the Oni Warriors have played a couple times in the past. But if I had to speculate right now, I kind of want to take a guess towards the Solar Scarab Soul lane selection. Hades has been banned out a couple times this set already, and that's still available, so we could see the Hades come through. Mulan has a pretty good performance from SOT. Wouldn't be too mad if he goes back towards that selection as well. So the Solar Scarabs have got some options available, and ahead of them, they might even elect to kind of wait out on that Soul laner and get SOT his counter pick.
Yeah, they could. Sylvanas is going to be the pick here, so it does look like solo lane will be waited on just a little bit. Sylvanas, have not seen it much this weekend so far, not in Group A. One game played. Sylvanas was a pick for a while that Inbound
loved.
Maybe still does, right? But hasn't seen the same level of priority over the course of this weekend that we were seeing towards the end of Phase 3 through the Phase 3 playoffs. In your mind, is Sylvanas still in a point where there's some value to be had in that pick? Why maybe are we starting to see the priority drop a bit from where he was?
Some of these other Guardians just perform a little bit more consistently than Sylvanas. I think if you're going for a pressure Guardian, Yamoja's really at the forefront of that conversation. Otherwise, Sylvanas probably second best in class. And when you're matching Sylvanas up with an Oleron traditionally doesn't have the best ability to clear out waves. The second ability is the only one that's unblockable, so as long as Fafnir is standing in the middle of the wave, you really can't clear out. Sylvanas helps out a lot with that, still gets value from the Lotus Crown. Meditation synergizes well
Good call, Miff.
with this god as well.
Pat yourself on the back. Hopefully the mic picked that.
Yeah, I pat myself on the back, chat, just so you know the canon here. Look, I think Sylvanas is just fine. It's a flavor pick for
the cannon in your arm?
No, the cannon, like, well, yeah.
Oh, like C-A-N-O-N.
These cannons, but like, you know, literary cannon.
Literary cannon. Got it. Look, I'm all for gassing yourself up. You got some cannons over there.
Hey,
Don't
thanks,
sell
man.
yourself short. Hunbat's On Her. That's going to round out the draft for the Oni Warriors. It does end up being double Hunter and Hunbats, so triple Hun. Two of them Hunters, one of them Hunbats for the Oni Warriors. And Gilgamesh is going to be the final pick for the Solar Scarabs. And so there is flex potential in maybe Myth between Kama and Gilg, though Gilg, I think, has fallen in the jungle much more often. We've already seen Camazotz have a good solo lane performance here today. Do you have a preference between the slots for Camazotz and Gilgamesh, or you think either can work anywhere?
I mean, they can both work in both roles, but I think I prefer to see Camazotz in the soul lane. You've got decent sustain. Achilles is a tried-and-true lane bully. Gilgamesh doesn't really have the best capacity to fight into that god. And Gilgamesh's ganks are still incredibly strong. Sure, he's seen some nerfs throughout the year, but I really think he's going to have decent gank potential into On Her, even into the Hachiman if that ultimate's been burned already as well. Worst case scenario, Winds of Shamash is going to be a pretty consistent beads burner. But I am concerned with Gilgamesh's ability to take a fight if Hunbots is there. Hunbots is already one of the best counter gankers in the game. Fear No Evil is just so good for disruption. and Gilgamesh being kind of a combo style of god, in that you want to drop Winds of Shamash, then you want to keep them inside of the tornado by channeling the drop kick, using that first ability. One Fear No Evil drops your combo. The second an enemy god walks out of Winds of Shamash, well, you kind of lost the value from that ultimate, and Hunbots is very good at doing that.
And you're riding the hot hand now, giving a playmaking style jungler like that to Kivo Fred. Kivo Fred fresh off a 13 kill performance out of like the 15 that the ONI Warriors had. And now you're going to continue to see if Kivo Fred can push the envelope. The good news is for the ONI Warriors, you're playing with house money for at least 2 games here. You got a little bit of cushion. Of course, you'd love to end it in 3. You'd love to end it in 4. You don't want to deal with a game 5, right? At that point, you're talking about a total momentum shift. But there's got to be a bit of a weight off knowing that it doesn't have to happen here. It doesn't have to happen now. The Solar Scarabs, though, this is a test that they've stood up to a few times. We've seen the Solar Scarabs bounce back in sets like this. Do you think, as an entire composition, they've done a good enough job of giving themselves a win condition here in Game 3, the Solar Scarabs?
The Solar Scarabs have won with this exact composition a couple of times this year. This is something they're very comfortable with playing. It's a style of comp that they're used to running. I think it's going to be a good way to kind of reroute yourselves with a slightly more late-game slanted composition.
Sylvanas, nice.
You can take a much...
Reroute yourselves. Yeah, baby, we're ending on that one. ONI Warriors versus Solar Scarabs, Game 3 right now.
Well, honestly, from my point of view, Dave, it's going to be a case of a mental battle going into Game 3 for Scarabs. They've got to take it one game at a time. Otherwise, I'll be real, I might have to be sharing my pain medication with them to make sure the pain of today has just gone away for them, because it's not been good so far. They've really struggled, and up against the Warriors, we're looking very good here. We go to a Game 3 hoping for the best.
And this is, I mean, much like Mifflin said, maybe a better bet for the Scarabs. This feels very similar to some of the more successful drafts we've seen out of them, specifically the bottom 3 more than anything. The Charybdis, the Sylvanas, the Oleron, that 3-piece combo has really been great for the Scarabs over the last, I guess, couple of weeks of play, especially in the regular season. But Dardes really likes on her mid. I mean, we were talking about carries and mid. Yeah, this is like the thing that came to my mind.
Pre-pandemic, let's put it that way, because that's the real last time we saw it successful towards the middle lane for Dardes. And obviously now he's back around in the US, able to play in the studio, and goes back to the Anheri mid lane again. And Baronic has already eaten an impale into the wall and gone, okay, yeah, this is going to be a matchup for me. In goes Kivo Fred straight away, looking for first blood and gets it. Set up in tow by Dardes as he leaps in and starts to put the pressure on screen 2. Already, the wars have begun.
Now, there's a lot of ways to break that down, but Kivo just held W. Realistically, what I'm thinking of, and I'm kind of torn between 2 mentalities. If I were the Scarabs, you know, there's 2 ways to approach this. One is last game was so out of control that you just mentally reset. Yep, okay, cool, whatever. The other side is, wow, that was a really bad 2 games. How do we bounce back? You gotta forget. That's the one that you got to get out of there, right? Yep. You can't really focus on it. And it's hard to bounce back from 2 like that. But it seems like, especially with this draft, they've given themselves a much more stable composition. Downsides, that first blood, especially going on to Kivo once again, and this time it's not a trade-out. He just gets the kill. That's going to be a huge benefit and a huge boost for him.
Best time to hit Charybdis, though, is before he can get his base abilities online, in fairness, because one of the biggest problems is once he's got that Whirlpool available, he can get him out of anything almost. So having that flexibility there, the aggression from Dardes early, followed by the blink engage from Kivo, has now opened up a bit of a window where Baronic has to check himself a little bit more towards this middle lane. And now we'll see what the Scarabs can do. So far, though, left-hand side is in their favor in terms of wave clear. With this Sylvanas alongside the Oleron, they expect to control the lane a little bit more so. But this could cause some attention to be paid from Kivo Fred on that Hunbats.
I mean, this is a great lane for it, too. Pretty much anywhere outside of mid, because like you said, with Whirlpool form and then going into the Maw a little bit later, too much CC immunity in mid for Baronic, for that Fear No Evil to really feel like it's going to have anything. Honestly, once he hits level 5, I think the same thing for Solar Patrol. That Bat Out of Hell is just really good for getting you out of things.
Nice damage on Vote there on this left-hand side, but Dardes is rotated in from the mid lane because of the pressure he's managed to find himself. Inbound now surrounded and under pressure. If Baronic made a call, it wasn't heard by the Scarabs, I feel there, or expected to be as quick as he was on that rotation. The mid laner Dardes making an impact in duo and relieving a ton of pressure that the Scarabs had had.
I could see Dardes' name. I saw the on her model. My brain still auto-corrected it to being a Hunbats gank. Like, there was, in my mind, almost no reason for on her to be there, but that's such a good gank to get. You take away the pressure. I mean, inbound is the lane clearer for this. It's going to take a while for Oleron to bounce back. Luckily for Stuart, he still gets his purple, but that's a good amount of control, especially with the amount of damage that Vote had eaten prior to that.
Just
it helps level things out.
Oozing confidence, the Warriors, is what it feels like. Like from game one, it was a little bit slow to get to the track and get off the starting block. But after that, the Scarabs haven't really had an answer to Warriors who have been very much growing in confidence every game. I mean, we saw the Cuvo Fred rear game last game, right? It was fantastic. And then to see now Darden's going, okay, we're doing well. Nice little pull from Bobby there, putting some pressure on Neil. Still has that underhanded tactics, though, to jump away if he needs it. Won't need it for the time being, though, is that Vote alongside Neil should be getting closer to level 5 ever so slightly than that of the Scarabs, but the Scarabs have to be careful on that left-hand side because Cuvo's here. It's a beautiful Fear No Evil on both. Bit of a split difference on targets though, but the health bar of Stuart is dropping lower and lower, and that hammer over the wall from Neil was ridiculous. It sets up the kill and they'll let inbounds survive, but they do take out the Hunter in lane.
Neil on land. It just seems it's something different. I don't know what it is, but it just hits different. And I mean, you get a great stun from him. Like you said, a Fear No Evil that feels like it's going to go awry because they're one person attacking inbound, one attacking Stuart. But you get a kill, and most importantly, you get it onto Stuart and his beads, so it's going to make it even easier. With no ult, I mean, you're a sitting duck right now if you're Oleron. Makes it a lot easier for that lane to shift control over to the Warriors.
I think it's a tough task for Scream now already in this first game, third game, I should say. Just because, as a jungler, what do you do in this situation? Your mid lane's behind, you don't want to take farm from them, then your duo lane's now starting to struggle a little bit because of the pressure from the other mid laner and now the jungler to this left-hand side. He's going to try and pay some attention to this left-hand side, but you can see the wards. He got pinged out to give vision of what's going on there. Warriors have warded up their left-hand side well to make sure that Scream is only going to be able to retreat and farm up his own jungle.
And even more, I mean, the lanes where he could find pressure, of course, that's even if we get to talk about it. Inbound's taking too much damage.
But Bobby's still alive at the tail end of this, and now Stuart tries to get aggressive, but Vote still has his escape available, and Neil just walks on out as ult for ult exchanged, actually in favor there of the Warriors as Bobby used his 2. You can see Scream just hanging around that left-hand side in case there was a further aggression, but nothing to be found as we tune into the right-hand side where Cuvo Fred is dancing around looking for a blue buff if he could.
And this is the big thing, right? Fear No Evil immediately makes Hunbats, wherever he decides to put pressure, it's going to be nice. Whether it's burning beads or an ability, it's going to be great. For Scream, you have a lane bully, you have an on her that's ahead, you have a duo lane that's ahead. There's not really a good choice here. And even if you do go to the duo lane, everyone you can drop kick has a leap. Same thing, I guess, in mid, realistically.
Yeah.
It's just so difficult to choose a target. And so I'm looking at SOT, and I'm looking at the damage this Camazotz is going to provide in the late game to make the difference.
Well, I'm looking at Scream right now, who's rotating in. In fact, SOT's damage that came out there, and now Nika under pressure did use the ultimate already. Fear No Evil's available, will be leapt away by Scream on the tail end as SOT dives on in. Most of the tower aggro was on Scream there. Nice pickup response from the Scarabs. Meanwhile, mid lane, Darden's under a lot of pressure here. Will survive the damage coming out from Bobby, who rotated in. And Cuvo is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Will escape for now. Neilmar is here. The chase is still on, though.
Yeah, no mana really to work with. That's the last overhand smash he has.
And now the monkey toss came through, but Bad Out of Hell was available, as was the somersault, though, from Cuvo.
Neil's going in.
Neil's still looking for this kill to turn it around.
No.
Didn't realize Baronic was behind him, though, and has to try and survive as long as he can. The Maw will connect to the tail end from Baronic there to make Scarabs answer back and find 2 kills. 2 important kills in my eyes, Gore, because it gives them a sense of hope.
Yeah, that is a great opener. Plus, you get a kill onto Solar Troll, who I think at this point is going to be one of your most important members just for the team going into the late game, but also for Baronic, who was falling a little bit behind early on, especially after that first blood going towards Cuvo. So ultimately helps balance things out a little bit and really give the Scarabs, like you said, a nice boost of confidence, knowing that this mid-game is actually a good spot to start to bounce back.
Well, they got a lead, too. If you look at the gold, it's ever so slightly in their favor, which, you know, for a second or two, I'll take it. Especially with how the last games have gone. This is a good answer from them here. And now Scarabs will be looking around going, okay, we've managed to sustain a little bit in this early game. We've found ourselves a scrap of a lead for a moment or two. When we get to the team fights, they are all still physical. We should touch on that again. It's much like game 1. Very physical focused composition once more from the Warriors this game.
I think a lot of control, at least for me, if they're going to keep things up like this for the Scarabs, it's not just keeping Nika down, which is a huge deal, but realistically, finding maybe kills outside of the front line. Like, if they can get Dardes, Cuvo, or Vote in this next engagement, that's going to be one of the biggest pickups.
Scream in the jungle, leaps on in. Looks like he was going to friend towards Dardes, but it was actually Neil who gets knocked up again. Neil still under a lot of pressure, doesn't have his ultimate available, will tumble down. Gold Fury not available though, just a Scorpion on this left-hand side. It will be taken by the Scarabs as long as there's no craziness at the tail end there, which there wasn't. Scarabs get the Scorpion and a kill in the jungle on Neil. Great comeback from Scarabs so far as SOT still duels with Nika on this right-hand side. And you can see Cuvo Fred was busy in the jungle trying to strip away some buffs. More off the mark from Baronic there towards Dardes in mid, who just walks away. And as soon as they see Cuvo around the same area, they think better of it. 8 minutes in, all square.
They've definitely gotten scrappier, is the way I'd describe it. The Scarabs aren't letting the Warriors just sit back and farm, which, admittedly, with Hachiman, when you have Dardes on this on her, that's kind of what they want right now, is to just relax, especially for Cuvo. Hunbats loves that. And so not giving them a lot of opportunities to breathe, making sure that they have to be responding, they're forced into a fight. Neil or Cuvo or Nika, somebody is getting engaged pretty much every second, or at least every minute they can. It's making it more difficult for the Warriors to play this comp to its fullest and kind of maximize potential. Ultimately, though, it does still slow down, right? As long as they farm up, they still get gold, they still get those items online.
Two fights breaking out here. I think there's going to be a gank on the right-hand side. Anna playing mid lane. Drop kick does connect on Dardes, who leaps away. No continued chase after the fact there. Didn't use his beads at all in the engagement. On the right-hand side, pressure was relieved. Just noticed Cuvo Fred's kind of spent a few minutes on this right-hand side consistently now. And that's kind of given Scarabs a bit of a window towards this duo, towards the middle area, to start to find some ground. But it is keeping SOT pinned back.
And I'm actually really liking this because, you know, being able to lock at least a couple people, yeah, SOT, but he's still on level. He's matching where Nika is. You're really trying to catch up in mid. I think Baronic was like half a level behind. But really, Neil is the problem right now. You can see inbound those pulls. I would argue that Sylvanas is one of his best gods that we've gotten to see this year. And so him having even a slight level lead, anything closer to getting that extra cooldown that he gets a little bit later in the game, but more importantly, just any levels of any ability, the heal, the pull, the ult, all of that is going to be worthwhile for him. And so that's something to watch over because I think Neil is a huge part of, as a Fafnir, of a double Hunter composition.
I think the big thing to say as well, Fafnir played all 3 games so far for them. Not been taken away by Scarabs. They don't feel it's the biggest issue for them to deal with so far in this series. Gold Fury is available right now, and a ping goes down from the Warriors around that Gold Fury pit to signal Bobby and Screamer in the area. 3 members of the Warriors all around too, looking for a potential engage. Looks like both teams looking to get aggressive, it feels like. More so the Warriors at this moment in time. Maybe a bit good ward coverage, stripping away. Bobby needs to just watch this rotation. Should be fine back towards mid.
It's weird to think about this, but those might be the most important Oracle Harpies that could get picked up in the next spawn of them, because that vision's going to be crucial. You can see a lot of deep wards from the Warriors already on left-hand side, but right now, at least for the Gold Fury pit, it is in favor of the Scarabs, and they've got a lot of rotationary ward placage to make sure they can pick up any of the rotation from the Warriors.
Say no evil use. It's all on Bobby, because Bobby was kind of stuck in no man's land. They're trying to support Baronic and watch the wrap around, and instead the Warriors go, well, might as well just take out the support, and with the man advantage going to aggressive, get in mid lane. Baronic forced to beads, doesn't have that whirlpool available as he gets hit by the overhand smash. And now the Warriors head towards the left-hand side. Gold Fury could be available, but SOT's rotation, can he get something here?
I mean, the damage is there, but it's not enough. Maybe onto Neil, but can they get any more?
Oh, yes, they can. Baronic gets one, and SOT is going to fall down to vote at the tail end as Nika rotates in. Stewart's a little bit too far forward here and may get chased on. Scream forced to drop kick in, and Dardes beads it and turns his attention back towards Scream, who leaps away from the execute from Nika. ONI Warriors still in a good health bar situation here to maybe find something else. At the moment, it seems to be towards the middle area, but I do want him to go towards gold, I feel like. Vote instead, going to stop Baronic at this red buff.
That's a really elongated fight when you think about the fact that inbound died, respawned, made it back in towards the tail end of it. But still, ultimately 3 for 2. The Warriors come out just slightly ahead, and losing Neil and just Nika, just the front line again, feels a little bit better overall. But, you know, Cuvo is in a precarious spot there. Doesn't necessarily have a huge Fear No Evil to change things. You see a couple of missed stuns. Dardes doesn't get the Impale, and maybe could have shifted that to be even more in favor of the Warriors. But it's good retaliation, even though they had to fall back.
Impale connects. Desert Fury does too. There was no beads available for Baronic as he goes back. Scream did get into the fray, but there was nothing he could do under the circumstance. Great individual play from Dardes. Now Cuvo Fred will toss that monkey towards Scream there, but won't jump on in. There's a lot of pressure on this tier 1 tower in mid lane. Bobby trying to rotate into support, but it'll be too little too late. And now the Warriors find an objective on the map.
And I'm actually okay with this. I agree with you earlier that a rotation of the Gold Fury could have been huge.
Yeah.
But I like getting that mid-tier 1 just because now that red buff is all of a sudden a lot easier to get to. Gold Fury, it feels like you have a little more pressure. And so it's opening up that opportunity to be easier now for the Warriors. And I like anything that gives you more ease of access. Plus, you still get a Pyromancer, so you're still feeling pretty happy about it. And they're picking up these kills, they're forcing these relics. Despite the fact that Charybdis is super safe, Veronica is definitely a huge target for them. And so far, Stuart, specifically the ult from Stuart, is one of the bigger game changers that could happen for the Scarabs, and it hasn't necessarily happened yet.
Not a huge game, or series, I should say, for us to talk about builds too much, but I do like what I see in Scream in the jungle here. Going for this Witchblade pickup, which I think is a good call under the circumstances. Anti-attack speed, physical protection on it these days too. Not a bad little item to deal with some of what the Warriors are throwing at you.
When I see double Hunter comps, there's a few, Height of the Nemean all of a sudden jumps back into my mind, but Shell's really good. But I love, the Witchblade and horrific combos that you can get.
Scarabs pull the Fury here, and they're looking to try and get aggressive around the pit, but the Warriors right in tow on this area, even have Nika a little bit closer to this left-hand side of the map if needed, and so Scarabs will reset. I guess that was just more a check to see if anybody was around than anything else.
If you respond, cool, we'll drop it. If you don't, hey, free Gold Fury. Either way, you're going to be happy with it. And ultimately, you still have vision. I saw a ward just on the edge of the Fury Pit that was placed by Inbound to make sure that they don't lose that vision. But they have to be very careful making fights like that. I think you've got good teamfight ults. If Stuart comes in, makes a big rotation, that could pretty much guarantee a Gold Fury. But the same thing can be said for Cuvo Fred. One good Fear No Evil, well placed, especially, right now beads are up, but if any beads go on cooldown, that makes things so much easier for the Warriors.
A lot of grouping on the left-hand side. Again, it looks like Warriors feel confident, start to pull the Gold Fury here. Bobby's here, Scream's here, so is Stuart, and on the way is Baronic. And so with a 4-on-4, neither side feel confident yet again. Right-hand side, though, SOT has finally continued the pressure mounting on that right-hand side to allow him to get that tier 1 tower down and maybe relieve some areas for him to rotate to these fights in the middle.
A lot of the day, and honestly, yesterday as well, we've been able to talk about, objective burn and how quick it is, and that's still the case here, I think, for both teams. Nobody has, the best secure in all of this. I mean, maybe, a good Fear No Evil if everyone's beads out, but Baronic, it might have the best ultimate secure throughout this game.
I think it's so slow, though, with the Moore. I kind of feel Desert
you gotta
Fury
time it so hard.
is probably the better one. It's definitely always a question of,
they're not great either way.
Yeah, but I'd argue Desert Fury, speaking of Desert Fury, gets used made on Baronic and then turns to Scream, slams him into the pillar and says, no, friend, you will not rotate round the back. Keeping them busy on the back foot. Meanwhile, Nika's just trying to hold on this right-hand side, which doesn't surprise me. Camazotz against Achilles, definitely a sustained battle, but obviously a little bit more so on the side of that Camazotz that's going to continue to keep him pinned in this lane. But Nika's going to be happy as long as the rest of his team aren't struggling elsewhere on the map. The Gold Fury dance is going to continue, and I think this is going to be a big one with how this is playing out so far.
I think the biggest difference this game than what we've seen, and it's honestly kind of small in the grand scheme of things, but a tower being down on the solo side opens up opportunities the Scarabs haven't really had so far this set. I think for the most part, most of the Warriors' towers have remained standing, and that gives them at least some sort of win condition and opening.
Cuvo Fred got aggressive there at the red buff, opening a window for the Gold Fury to be started up. Screen drops the ultimate in response, gets impaled backwards, leaps on in towards Vote, forcing a reset. Fury now reset as Neil under a lot of pressure.
What a huge Fear No Evil!
A very terrible situation of the Sanctuary, but the Fear No Evil, as Gore said, was pretty huge. Not enough to keep Neilmar alive, though. Execute blocked by Bobby. Impale off the Mark II. The Scarabs are running for their lives, and the Warriors are hunting them down. Stuart will be the first to die. Scream tries to get aggressive against Cuvo Fred. Sets up Baronic for a kill as Darkness takes out Scream. It's an absolute mess in the jungle here, but it looks like the Warriors are coming up big, or are they? Can Baronic make it happen? Whirlpool for the damage, secures one, but Darkness has got the Desert Fury, and it's a 3-for-4 exchange, and the Warriors could even look towards the Fury after.
What a bloody mess that is. I mean, just bodies left afterward. Darkness is actually healing up here as well, and that is going to be the thing that I think slows down Inbound. He could come in, but I don't know if this is the fight you want.
No, because Bobby was doing the right thing here. He's going to force a bit of a reset around the Gold Fury. It's not going to be dropped. It actually is by Nika, and now Darkness might get the kill on Bobby because of it. Funny enough, I don't think that's going to be enough to stop him doing it, though.
It slows him down.
He's going to go
forward.
again.
Yeah, okay, if he walks in, that's one Neil Moston. And
I want to vote in chat. If you were Bobby now, would you go in? I think I agree with him on back in there, but there's definitely a few people who are like, well...
I go in probably, but I don't care.
But then even if you die, you're probably going to lose Fire Giant if you do, is the thought process, you know? The whole of the Warriors are back alive. They're all available. You're in a 4v5 for quite a few seconds if Bobby dies there.
Yeah, it's the death timer that you have to balance more than anything.
Yeah, sometimes.
Even if you get the gold fear, you're gonna die no matter what. So that is still in favor, yeah. Warriors picking that one up. And I like it, but the way they're playing, especially now, look at the ults coming back up for the Warriors. I mean, this is a good spot to really start to show face.
Pyromancer started up by the Scarabs here. Neil's here, so is Cubo for with Fear. No Evil connected with 2. Scream pinning against one forever, it felt like. The Scarabs will get the Pyromancer, and Scream will leap away. Warriors, though, thinking about getting aggressive, looking towards the tree in the jungle. I'm not joking, it's a Sylvanas, it's not a tree, but he might fall if he's not careful. And you will hear him scream. The Fire Giant is fine, though, as the Pyro did fall there. And Warriors, well, they're still looking good here.
Still looking good, but that's a big opportunity now for the Scarabs. You get the Fear No Evil burned down, as well as Neil's ult. And so that slows down potential for the Warriors to get that Fire Giant. And it keeps things a little more in check for the Scarabs, opening up at least a couple of opportunities for them to sustain and try to balance off, stem the bleeding that has been happening so far. They're not out of this game by any means. I mean, they've fallen slightly behind, and that's barely, but relics are about to come up, ults are about to be back here for Scream, so they're in a good spot to keep up this amount of pressure in the jungle.
I kind of want to go back to the fight around the gold here, because I think the biggest key on that one is Neil will leap away and be fine on this left. I tell a lie, Scream's going to go in. They are hunting Neil down, who doesn't have his ultimate available, and I think that's what Scarabs recognize. Neil is weak, Neil is dead, and now Nika came in to support, and now he's surrounded. Has his ultimate available, though, may need to use it to escape the dangers, but reinforcements are on the way. Dardes rotates in, misses the impale. Nika finally uses that ultimate. Cuvo Fred doesn't really want to drop the Fear No Evil here as Scarabs start to claw their way back in around the FG. Neil being dead for 20 here, Gore. It could set something up at this FG.
Yeah, it makes things a lot easier for him to rotate in. We can finally see what Stewart's damage is going to be like. The burn should be good for the Scarabs, but Fear No Evil's still available, and that's a great peel for Cuvo.
What can SOT do, though, to keep the two hunters at bay? He's had to fall back to his team, and Scarabs go in aggressively towards him. Dardes leaps away, so does Vote. SOT all in on Vote, and Vote grabs hold of his horse and jumps away. Back to the Fire Giant for Scarabs, but look at Cubo Fred hiding round the corner, has the Fear No Evil, drops into the back line looking for a kill on Baronic. Meanwhile, the swoops are out from SOT looking at Dardes, and Scarabs get the FG. SOT gets Dardes, and now Nika's surrounded by 4. Cubo's losing a trade 1v1 to Baronic 2, and now Nika pulled back in by Bobby, and the Scarabs are back in this set.
I mean, a 3 clean kill. They have 5 towers to go through, but this is going to be a lot of gold in their pocket and a huge swing on the map for them. This is a great setup for the rest of the game for the Scarabs, and exactly what you need, right? We've talked about how game 1 and 2 were so difficult, and honestly mentally difficult to bounce back from, but they still got most of their relics. They're still feeling fine, and they're going to be able to burn down. They still got 20 seconds before anybody's back for the Warriors.
We started the game, and I would say mental's a big part of this for Scarabs, and I'll say the 3 kills early on that they went down was a problem for them, but they managed to scrap back into this. They're looking at a Phoenix in the mid lane against only 2 members left of the Warriors. They're not going to look for the end. They're going to go for the safer option, the secondary Phoenix on the right-hand side. This should go down relatively quick with Baronic already working away on it. Neil will hit that hammer, but immediately Scarabs are happy with the damage they have done, and they've still got plenty of time left on this FG.
Yeah, having 3 minutes left to work with. Oh yeah, you got 2 Phoenixes in the span of a minute. That's perfect timing for you, or 2 minutes there. Ultimately, it's going to make things so much easier for you. I mean, now you've got pressure.
Did I just see? Sorry, I think I just saw Neil take his jacket off, and I'm like, it's like, okay, the games are on now. I swear I just saw him pull off his jacket. I'm like, ooh, it's getting warm in there now.
He's feeling it. The pressure's on, right? I mean, your Phoenixes are gone.
Yep.
You've got to be feeling it. And, you know, they mentioned it on the desk. Not the worst case scenario for the Warriors right now.
Sure.
But you'd really like to win this game and just put this one to bed as soon as possible. You've got a 5-1-5 on her in mid, just now picking up the Titan's Bane. You finish up this secondary crit in that, Whirlwind, whatever, Whirlwind Blade. The crit items picked up for Vote. I'm already forgotten the name, despite the fact that we've talked about it. The Shadow Steel Shuriken.
There you go.
And then
I have no
the
idea
item
about
that
the
I've
items
completely
these days,
forgotten. I've completely forgotten
Wind Demon?
Yeah, Wind Demon. How about
That's not changed.
how many times I've said Wind Demon hundreds of times this year, and I legitimately couldn't remember the name.
It's one of the few that I could tell you the name of. That's the scary thing this day and age. Scarabs, though, with the
Hey,
Fire
that's gonna
Giant.
be good. That's what I was getting at.
For another 2.5 minutes here, the FG is available for the Scarabs team. I don't think we're going to see the Warriors defend this Tier 1 or the Tier 2 goal, if I'm honest. I don't think it's worthwhile. But at the same time, if they don't defend somewhere, it's up to Scarabs to march on in. They've got fire minions in mid, fire minions on the right.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they're stuck in the middle with you, I guess is the best way to say that.
It's easy pressure for them, right? Like, I mean, you see this 5-man grouping on left, and they don't have to worry about it because look at where the minions are, and mid and right. Like you said, they're going to be pushing up just fine. And honestly, if you don't get attention to it from the Warriors, that's Titan damage for free for the Scarabs. You get a single pick and one of those waves in the Titan room, and you could end the game.
All 5 on the left-hand side. Cubo Fred treading water in the mid lane here, making sure 5 minions don't pull it down there. Keeping on that right-hand side lane, though. No one is there to defend. They will sneak through to the Titan room. And as soon as someone shows their face there, Gore, you'll see aggression. Or maybe earlier than that. Bead's already used by Vote. A Scream jumped on end. Look at the crit damage towards him. And what a Fear No Evil! Too. Great Fear No Evil came through from Cubo Fred. As SOT tries to frontline, Stewart picks off the monkey in the jungle. And now we're in a 4-on-3. And the Scarabs FG is waning off. The Warriors step on in. Nika blinks towards Stewart. Stewart trying to give as good as he gets in the backside. The Pillar of the Desert Fury causes so many problems. And that forces the Aegis out of Stewart. But out of hell though from SOT. Looks at Dardes, who got aggressive. Surrounded by 4 members. Ends up falling down. And the Scarabs have to run. But look at the Titan room.
My God.
Keep them busy. Dardes sees it. But can Dardes defend it? I think he will. He should be able to. But goodness me, a backdoor opportunity is on the cut. No, he can stop it. He'll stop it. Calm down. Don't worry.
Look at that.
He's got it.
Okay.
I casted a lot of games, okay?
That is not enough help for me to say that you felt confident in that. I disagree.
I was confident it's not going to fall now, but I am confident that we might see. Well, that's not confident, then, is it? I think we might see a Kamazot's back door is definitely on the table here. And what do you do against the Battle of Hell? There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, the Scarabs, in the last 2-3 best of 5s they've played, they've got 2 to 3 backdoor games that they've won. This one's just a shoo-in for them. Phoenixes luckily are about to respawn though, so that is necessary for the Warriors. But
and the reason
this is scary.
The
That's
reason
so
it's
low.
necessary, there is a good news, like you said, with the Phoenixes respawning, the Titan will begin to regen a little bit. It's not going to regen back to full, but it does regen some. But you need those Phoenixes up first of all. Back to the left-hand side go the Scarabs, though. The only one on the right-hand side is Scream. Could be a bit of a split difference here. Think this is the correct call from the Scarabs. Don't let off the pressure yet. A lot of relics on cooldown for both teams, though, Gore, too. Just look at them. Blink just came up for Scream in the jungle. He might need it because Dardes is giving as good as he gets. 3 members strong on the left-hand side, though, from Scarabs, and 3 members from the Warriors are there to answer that back. And now we wait to see what the Scarabs play is going to be, because we know what the Warriors is. Hold the line.
Yeah, survive. That is their only objective right now, is just try to stay alive for the next couple of fights. This might be one of the easier Fire Giants, though, if you're looking at the Scarabs right now. Ultimately, you've got good news for the Warriors, and that is that you have the right-hand wave. That's the last wave of Fire Minions. You can push that up and then be in position to defend this Fire Giant. But ultimately, there's 5 towers you still have to burn through. Your Phoenixes are half health, and your Titan has nothing to work with.
If you're Warrior fan, though, you're kind of happy because your Phoenixes are back up, so there is a chance for them to contest this. All the lanes are kind of pushed out for a second or two. This is the opportune moment for them to look for an FG fight. But if they lose it, the game's over. But let's be honest, there's not much left to defend if they don't. Nika goes on in as the FG is now reset. SOT focus on uses the Bat of Hell to just peel himself away and force a reset again. Scarabs aren't getting overly aggressive here. Neither is the Warriors. Both teams just kind of staring each other down for a moment or two.
Honestly, Bat Out of Hell being on cooldown might be one of the bigger factors right now. Just knowing that Solar Patrol, 1, can't dive the backline for free, but 2, doesn't have that safety, makes it a lot easier to kill him.
Inbound didn't find the pull there. There's the sanctified field. Neil was the one trapped in. FG goes down to Scarabs. A huge pickup from them. Can they find Neil too is the question. Neil still has his ultimate available and will use it at the right time. Doesn't Fury used. More connects and kills Neil more. Or should I say it was Stu at the tail end. But Bobby gets destroyed by the Fear No Evil. And Cubo jumps over the wall to escape the death of Scream.
Big kill.
Vote picks up Stu.
Huge kill!
Sporadic. And the chase is on from Vote on his horse. The slow connects onto SOT and Scream. They try to split the difference here. And I'm not sure what Warriors choose to do because all lanes are pushed the negative way. It might just be a walk down mid and reset. It's a Fire Giant to the way of the Scarabs There's only 2 members with it, and there's not a whole lot the Warriors can do for a minute.
That's about the only way the Warriors can lose the Fire Giant and stay alive in this game. That is such a huge kill to pick up on Stewart and Boronic to slow things down. And a lot of that, I mean, it's just good crits. You get some damage from Vote. He stays healthy through all of that as well. Cuvo gets a great Fear No Evil to help set them up. It's just the little small mechanics that open up a lot of opportunities. But like you said, the most you can do with this is push up the waves. Maybe you can knock down some of those tier 1s. The fact that there's tier 1 standing 28 minutes in definitely needs to change here. There's a Primal Fury. That could be a huge objective to switch, especially considering it's going to take a while for the Scarabs to feel confident retaliating from this. And you've got your Titan healthy, your Phoenix is healthy. This is about as close to a stalemate as you could get after the control the Scarabs got 10 minutes ago.
Primal Fury goes the way of the Warriors then, and that will close the gold gap a little bit. As you can see, Scarabs a little bit further ahead in some of these builds too, as you can see on the map, just because of the gold lead they've got. A couple more 6 items completed. But we're almost in a situation of wait and make peace with everything, because nobody's going to really push out at this moment in time. What do you scrap over at this moment? Fire Giants down, only SOT and Scream with the FG. Do you get confident if you're Scarabs here? I don't know if you do.
I think you get absolutely confident if you're the Warriors. The Scarabs, this is a very sticky situation. Yeah, you've got minions. Yes, you've got Fire Giant on 2, and you're both pretty tanky. I don't want to be in a 2v5 right here. The good news is it's pulled the Warriors away. You get to push up left, you get to push up mid, and so all of that control that they could have potentially had, anything to knock down a tier 1 or even a tier 2 if they had gotten a good grip on a lane, is just stripped away from them there. And so I like the fact that, yes, you're not really guaranteed a Phoenix here if you're the Scarabs, but you're making it really difficult for the Warriors to do anything on the map.
Scarabs have sent their 2 people with Fire Giants to the weakened right-hand side of the map so far. The rest of Scarabs are now starting to mount attention to the left, trying to stay hidden in the lane. If you just notice where Boronic is, he's kind of hanging back intentionally here, trying not to give too much clarity to Warriors where all their troops are positioned. Scream, though, is now positioned into mid, leaving SOT trapped on the right. A split push opportunity. I think this is the correct call, Goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's not enhanced Fire Giant, but you got minion waves. You're not necessarily worried about it, and like you said, they're weakened already.
Bobby found a nice pull on Vote, forces out the beads, takes a bit of damage in the process. Bad news is across the map, nothing else is really happening. We've got Cuvo kind of dancing the line between mid and the left-hand side if he's needed, and it looks like Warriors have set up a pretty decent defense here with their choices of who goes where.
Yeah, making sure, I mean, it's difficult. If you're inbound right now, no Spectral, you step forward, Vote is going to eat your health bar alive. Cuvo, as you mentioned, hovering, but he's waiting for the best opportunity to blink if necessary and get a good Fear No Evil.
4 on the left now, and Cuvo is still here. Keep an eye on that Fear No Evil available. You'd love Bobby to have a blink here this game, or just another opportunity to engage. But with him going for that Frenzy this time round, different story. As you see, I saw Gore point to the right side because there's not fire minions, but minions on the Phoenix for a second or two. The Scarabs fall back and start to clear the jungle once more. This is now going to be a wash, and we're going to wait for the Fire Giant to respawn.
Yeah, you've got 15 seconds left for 2 people. Yeah, you're just going to relax. Normally, this is where you get a massive swing of control if you're the Scarabs anyway, right? You take the neutral objectives that are available, but, well, Pyromancer was already taken. Draugr actually, honestly, wouldn't be that bad if the Scarabs had it. A couple of minutes of tower protection could slow down the Warriors. That being said, we're entering Enhanced Fire Giant conversation, so that buff kind of stops mattering as much. This Pyromancer might be a big deal, but it's just for a little bit more gold in your pocket. That's going to be wards. It's going to be Spectrals, which I just now see 3 online for the Scarabs. That's going to help deal with Vote, who has been a huge thorn in their side for a lot of these fights. But he's picking up things like Dominance, and he doesn't have his beads. I think that's really where a lot of this is like the damage numbers are there for the Warriors, but the safety isn't quite the same as it was last fight.
Do you remember that Titan being at 2 health a few minutes ago?
Yeah, scared.
It's back to full.
Gave me a heart attack watching those minions.
It was close, but now we're back to a situation where Scarabs could have technically closed out this game with how it was looking. If one of them would have gone towards that Titan, funny enough, it might have been a different story for this game. Lots of things for the Scarabs to review so far, but they're not even out of this game just yet. Pyromancer goes down, Fire Giant just spawning up as the junglers meet in the middle lane, keeping check on one another.
It's weird to think about this, how much control the Scarabs have. You have 2 Hunters on your team if you're the Warriors at 6-1 and 9 and 6-1 and 8. Like, they're doing so well for Dardes and Vote. Yeah. And yet it's just this small amount of control. It's Neil and Nika whether or not they're able to get this frontline presence you need, or unfortunately what's happened for Neil, he's just died so often early on. His tankiness right now, that 06 and 10, that is really the key as to whether or not they can win the fight or not.
Seen a lot of fire giant dances in my time, but with the state of the map right now, this is a huge one for either side, and I understand waiting for a cooldown of a pull from Bobby to initiate something, or maybe a lovely threaded hammer from Neil. It's going to be a lot of inconsequential damage with the amount of healing we've got in this right now, but anyone makes a mistake, this game could go either way. Look at Cuvo Fred slinking round the back here. I think he's in check by a ward as Dardes steps up. Bobby takes a brunt of damage in the FG pit. Frenzy was also popped. That's
a huge kill!
And getting it onto that Kamazots, who doesn't get to the sky, was monstrous. Warriors immediately reset after the Sanctified Field, and they step up to the FG. But what can the Scarabs do to respond?
With no fear, no evil, that's a huge zone technique, but they're just going to go in. Look, Bobby's isolated. He's going to be the one who's getting taken down.
Execute from Nika onto Bobby. Scream up, downs in place. Stewart tries to step up and help, but meanwhile it's Baronic in the backside going down to Cuvo Fred. Big crit from Stu though takes out Cuvo, and now he might get punished before taking him down, and Neil at least. Dardes will see Scream limp away, but 3 members left of the Warriors can come back and take the Fire Giant.
If you have Neil here, I think that is the end of the game. I think you're able to go at least take some of the towers, but potentially run straight into that Titan room. Nika instead, you still have both Hunters, but you don't have the same push power. Luckily, you have something to make up for that. You get an enhanced Fire Giant, a good defense, a great fight, and now you're in a solid position to start finally getting some of these towers down, make up for the gold that admittedly isn't as outrageously in control of the Scarabs as you would think, and you get to open up some Phoenixes and finally equalize this map a little bit.
Crazy fight around that FG pit though. As soon as Bobby was the focus, I should say SOT was the focus first of all. And a huge Fear No Evil. The lack of beads in that in terms of his build was definitely a risk factor of getting hit by that Fear No Evil, and Cuvo Fred found it against the wall and set up his team to make a 4-on-5 very early.
And it was that twofold, right? Not having beads means he didn't get his ult off, which is a huge deal to make sure that he doesn't get to reset, but also that med does not get to heal anybody on the Scarab. Same thing, inbounds doesn't get used there, so you get a lot more utilization because all of that healing has just gone nowhere, and so you get to find some damage and have it be permanent for the first time this game as opposed to getting healed up. And that's a huge swing in favor of the Warriors just because the next, 3 minutes now, they have the field to play with, a lot of gold that's going to go into their pockets. They're already mostly full items and upgraded starters, so this is all going to funnel into either wards or upgrades for relics or straight up power pots. Either way, they're going to come back stronger.
A lot of towers still left standing for Scarabs though, as now it's the Warriors on the assault for a few minutes here with this FG buff, at least on the major carries of this game. Scarabs, do they look for a tier 2 defense somewhere here? I would suggest they could, but it should be like a limited one. Almost.
Yeah, like be prepared to do it, but don't overcommit to a tier 2. I think it's that trepidation that you're going to have to worry about because it's the enhanced Fire Giant that ruins everything, right? If this was normal FG 5 minutes, 6 minutes ago, defend it. That tower falls a little too fast for me to defend.
Maybe we don't defend these tier 2. No, I think I'll sit on the Phoenix line and hope for the best here. I guess the question is, do Warriors split themselves up like we saw the Scarabs trying to do, or do they try and barrel as a 5-some? Because so far, it's felt that Warriors are starting to win these 5-on-5 battles, majority of the time due to the Fear No Evil.
And I honestly, I think it's where Cuvo goes that dictates it. I think Nika is in a good spot, split pushing this tier 2, making sure they keep pressure over up on left. But it's going to be Cuvo walking up to that door and blinking behind the Scarabs, or to the side of the Scarabs, or wherever they happen to need their pressure, that's going to open up the door for them. And I like the fact that you can see some wards trying to get placed by the Scarabs, but there's sentries right outside. Wherever they could try to place one to get vision and predict this, they're just not going to be able to let it last.
It's a do-or-die situation right now for the Scarabs before falling to the lower bracket. They have to win 3 straight, and they had moments in this game where they were seconds away from winning this game and moving on to a game 4, but right now they're trying to deal with the Warriors, who are the ones on the assault. Left-hand Phoenix knocked to half health so far, both Hunters over there. Tell a lie, one of the Hunters was in mid, it was Dardes, who did use his beads there. That'll keep him pinned back for a minute or 2. FG, 2 minutes left on it, as the left-hand Phoenix has been whittled down below half.
This is actually one of the biggest deals. The reason 2 Hunters is so great is Dardes can put pressure on mid, Vote can put pressure on left, or you put them both in one lane, and that Phoenix should fall fast.
Bobby looks for the ult and didn't find what he was after there with the pull. Thought he was going to connect with it, but didn't. I think it was a good beads usage from Vote that prevented that. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nika and Cuvo step up and get aggressive, but SOT and Scream are on site, and it's Nika and Cuvo in trouble. That drop kick, though, didn't connect, as Cuvo goes back in with the monkey toss. Left-hand side, Phoenix still Okay, waiting for a minion wave, and now it's Cubo and again. Nika in.
Good stun.
Looking at SOT. Good stun, as you mentioned, looking to whittle this down.
It's opening up the Phoenix, right? It's not necessarily looking for the kill. They're just trying to make sure that somebody isn't where they need to be. Whether it's the mid Phoenix or, in this case, the left Phoenix, something is going to fall down, and this Fire Giant feels worthwhile.
Left Phoenix will fall. FG wears off. Back to the FG we go again. This time round, it's the Warriors with a power play, with that left-hand Phoenix being down. The good news is it's going to take a minute or two for those 5 minutes to make a difference, but who do you send there to defend? Who do you not want? Or who would you rather have come in late to the engagement in the FG pit?
Man, that is maybe the most difficult answer to answer question. I would maybe say Stewart of all of them, although he's been getting some decent damage. It's the crits from Baronic that make me want him in the FG pit a little bit more.
I'm kind of feeling SOT's the one, because we saw what happened.
Yeah, he's good to send over there.
Because he's not got those beads, right? It made sense to me of like maybe have him come in a little bit later. He can't be the focus.
Especially because he could swing to the back line.
Precisely. He's got a blink too. Maybe that's the play. But at the moment, they're not caring so much about those fire minions. They're more importantly trying to get some control around the fire pit here, Solar Scarabs. Ward's placed down, Pyromancer placed down, and you see the pings coming out, and it looks like there's a couple heading back to base.
Yeah, that's a huge deal to have to send anybody back at this point.
Yeah.
Making it a 4v5, like, that's why you've heard it countless times, but we always will say the left side Phoenix is the most important Phoenix to take down, and it is exactly because of this. It takes so long to rotate in, so long to clear that wave and deal with it to get to the FG fight, that this is already a great positional advantage for the Warriors.
Realizing that left-hand side was being dealt with by Stewart there for a moment or two. There is a full another minion wave coming in.
It's going
but
in.
You can see Stewart has to come back to this fight. They were worried about losing the enhanced Fire Giant again, because that would be much more doom and gloom for them. SOT wrapped around by Nika, can't find the stun. Scream went in, looked for the dropkick, but Nika juked it out and survives for the time being. The dance of the third FG continues.
And I have to say, perfect timing on where that fire wave was, because half of it goes and tanks the wave, the other half goes into the Titan room. So it doesn't get as much pressure as they could want. That allows the Scarabs to regroup.
Solo Cho going in on Dardas. Dardas using his ultimate to try and buy time, but the dropkick caused some problems. Still has the beads available. Shu gets the kill on Dardas. A big pickup from the Scarabs here. But look at Cubo front in the back with a fear. No evil on 4. He will still alive though, SOT. Meanwhile, Vote is just being left a free cast, but he's not getting enough damage off to force the Scarabs back. The 4-man mountain that's left are rotating in.
What a pull.
The pull from Bobby sets up Scream for a kill, and Nika can only watch on. Nobody needs the Fire Giant now. Scarabs are elated. They're feeling good. Baronic Dead is just chilling in his chair going, okay, guess we're watching. And the smiles spread across the Scarabs' faces. They have battled for 40 minutes. They have controlled the game at certain stages, but couldn't close it out. And right now, one fight in the FG, and that's all she wrote. Nika will buy as much time as he can for his team, but it won't be enough to stop the Scarabs keeping themselves in this series.
That is a huge win for them. A lot of draft. It admittedly takes way longer than I think they wanted it to, but they get to the position where they finally are feeling comfortable, they're feeling confident in their capabilities, and a lot of it is if that Fire Giant around that left side Phoenix, if they have that buff for the Warriors, let's say like 30 seconds longer, this is a different game because they're able to continue the amount of pressure they have. The fact that it falls off and it goes to another team fight, that's the biggest buff that the Scarabs got, because they were doing so well in a lot of those, and the minute they jump back, they get rid of Dardes, they make Vote ult away, that opens up so much room for the rest of the team to get in there and get aggressive.
We get a game 4, and more importantly, I think momentum in this series may be shifting a little bit now. We'll see what the Scarabs can do in the next game. Will they take us to a game 5, or are Warriors moving on? Find out after the break.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through, Titan down, fall 3, a double kill myself.
Okay, sorry is a sorry does. She just wanna cut up in the car, I told her start it up. I don't wanna see it from your eyes unless it's Cartier. Ran into my old chick, she said you ain't playing fair, playing fair, playing fair. No, I ain't playing playing fair, playing fair, playing fair. Nah, I ain't playing fair. Asked her why she staying there, she said she don't know. I had to ask some more, but I really had to go and get my bop on. Yeah, I get my bop on. If she needs some good, tell her she got hop on. She know I'm the top dog, I know she a hot one. Balenci's on the feet, and you know I got the socks on. Yeah, I get my bop on. Yeah, I get my bop on. If she needs some good, tell her she got hop on. She know I'm the top dog, I know she a hot one. Balenci's on the feet, and you know I got the socks on. Yeah, she said with my hot sauce, she ain't with no knockoff. See them, we gon' pop off. Uber getting dropped off, kicking in the door, we ain't knock on it. Ice on your beat, then you know it got the bop to it. Running up the streams like the stock market. They ain't with no beef, tell them stop talking. Rock a goatee like I'm Hulk Hogan. Put on R&B, then I hit her with the slow stroking. Ooh. Then I told her she could hop on it, bop on. Yeah, I get my bop on. If she needs some good, tell her she could hop on. She know I'm the top dog, I know she a hot one. Balenci's on the feet, and you know I got the socks on. Yeah, I get my bop on. Yeah, I get my bop on. If she needs some good, tell her she could hop on. She know I'm the top dog, I know she a hot one. Balenci's on the feet, and you know I got the socks on. Yeah, yeah. Double B's on me, yeah. Double C's on the dough. Double D's dunking, no. Going nuts for the flow. Tank on E, F it, bro. I'm a G, let him know. Who is he? ISO. Who is he? ISO. Pop on. Yeah, I get my bop on. If she wanna give me neck, gotta keep the top on. But she got the top off while I got topped off. She was taking too long. Now I'm finna nod off. So I get my bop on. Yeah, I get my bop on. If she needs some good, tell her she got hop on. She know I'm the top dog, I know she a hot one. Balenci's on the feet, and you know I got the socks on. Yeah, I get my bop on. Yeah, I get my bop on. If she needs some good, tell her she got hop on. She know I'm the top dog, I know she a hot one. Balenci's on the feet, and you know I got the socks on. Yeah, yeah.
And for the first time this week, we finally have a game 4. Not easy, though, was our route to game number 4 here. The Solar Scarabs, they start off well. I would say they nearly threw the game there. About halfway through, starts to slip through their fingers. They get the Titan down to like 2 HP. Hindu wasn't worried about it ever. I was. ONI Warriors able to come back, but some good team fighting there. Late on around the Fire Giant gives the Solar Scarabs their first win here in this best-of-5 set. Still got to do it 2 more times in a row, but now with some rejuvenated energy, Mifflin after a Game 3 win.
Man, the early game, I was feeling the Solar Scarabs all the way throughout. The ONI Warriors were struggling to find that aggressive style of play. Then eventually Fred hits a Category 4 natural disaster level ultimate, and then he does it again, and then he does it again, and then Dardes literally time traveled, traded places with vintage on her Dardes, right? He's jumping in every single time, finding pillars, stuns, finding these 1v1s, separating the engagements, and then the Solar Scarabs were like, yo, we were winning. We can just keep doing that.
We could do that, right?
Yeah, and then they did. That's essentially the entirety of the breakdown. Let's get to P's and B's.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, we don't have any replays or anything to go through. Just kidding. We definitely do. And we want to see it from the Solar Scarabs' perspective because the big story of this game is probably 10 to 15 minutes from when these replays are taking place. Mid to late game, still even a little bit further from this. But these are telling the story of how Baronic on the Charybdis put together a pretty good game as well. And SOT on the Camazotz Smith, there were moments where maybe the ultimate wasn't used in the perfect spot or the play wasn't perfect, but the need for that Camazotz later on in the game was so pivotal. The ability to dive that back line gave such an edge to the Scarabs.
Yeah, SOT was there to just create space for Stewart, man. Yeah, that.
How do you win a fight through that? What?
Because it didn't hit Stewart, all right? That's the reason we're following him. The damage output, the triple kill. Stewart was allowed to play very aggressively on this Ola run at times. The pulls from inbound were very clean throughout. But you're right, man. It wasn't easy for them to get there. The Solar Scarabs, they were cooking with fire for a long time, but they nearly got burned.
Dardes went 7-2-13, 6-2-12 for a vote. So both of the carries for the ONI Warriors did just fine. 8 deaths for Neoma. Kivo Fred mentioned how the ultimate started to hit their mark, had to die a few times to get there, but big damage numbers out of a lot of players in this game. SOT top in the game at 40,000 damage on that Camazotz. So you talk about being pivotal. SOT, damage-wise, maybe the most pivotal here for the Solar Scarabs. This is something we've seen the Solar Scarabs do. Remember, I set the stage going into Game 3. The Scarabs have the ability to refocus themselves, turn things around, and push back in these longer sets. But I think Game 4 now is ultimately going to be pretty telling about which ONI Warriors we're starting to see, because we have a lot of confidence in Games 1 and 2, and maybe even some good takeaways from Game 3 for the ONI Warriors. But now in Game 4, what type of play kicks in? You've lost, and you still have a chance to end the set.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the ONI Warriors choose to play the P's and B's here, right? Are they going to try and ban out exactly what the Solar Scarabs are playing in Game 3? Then you're kind of opening the door for the Scarabs to try and pick some of those pivotal selections that they had in Games 1 and 2. The Solar Scarabs are a team historically that have not had a lot of drafts that would work for them at the same time. They would come in and week out with a completely different look, and they'd have that one style that really rings true. Now, I would argue the Solar Scarabs have got a couple of viable compositions that they can run, which is going to make it a lot harder for the ONI Warriors to play against them. Seems like already, though, the respect's on Stewart.
And we are zooming through this first wave of bans here. Stewart takes an Ola Run ban. Baronic, I assume, takes a Charybdis ban. Kali is just not allowed for Scream at all this set. On the flip side, AMC continues to get banned out. What the hell? And for the first time this set, Miff, the Fafnir is going to get banned away. That's been there for Neoma every single game so far. And after a win against the Fafnir finally, the Solar Scarabs will take it off of the table. Camazotz has been first priority. It's been the pick that has just kind of squeaked through the first 6 bans and has often been picked first by teams that we've seen play so far, not only today, but this weekend in general. ONI Warriors hovering and locking in the Achilles, and we saw some great moments from Nika on Achilles Myth there in Game 3. Hoping to relive some of that in a winning effort here in Game 4.
Yeah, very nearly found some solo kills in the lane, had some great transitions in the late game team fight as well, and I think you can expect a similar performance here. Achilles just about barring none. I think maybe Mulan might be a larger lane bully than Achilles, but besides her, Achilles is going to be one of the most aggressive selections you can get for yourself. I'm not surprised to see Camazotz as the first selection for the Solar Scarabs. I think he is the most plug-and-play god in the game right now. You put Camazotz in the jungle with any team composition, you're not feeling bad about it. It doesn't matter what you've built around this Camazotz. He can shift up his attention. He can play this aggressive jungle style. You can flex him into the solo lane. I wouldn't argue against him in mid, honestly, considering what we've seen from some of the SCC representatives recently. So Camazotz, I think, just a great selection to stall out your draft a little bit and get a better look at what the ONI Warriors want to bring.
Well, that man right there, Nilma, we've talked plenty about his ability to play in these LAN environments, the success that Neil has had now in back-to-back years, winning the Smite World Championship 2 years in a row. And in the year last year, that is not unlike the team that the ONI Warriors have put together this year. Some struggles throughout the regular part of the season.
They're memeing me, dude. There's no way.
I mean, was the issue with Naja in Game 2 just Naja or the draft around the Naja on either team?
Well, I'll say this.
Is there any draft where you're excited about Naja?
What year is it?
This year, 2021.
No, probably not. I'm going to be completely explicit.
We are 2 weeks away from, like,
Look,
2022.
Already, I like Naja in this composition more so than the last time we saw this god locked in. Because you're at least landing into a dark portal from Izanami, right? You've got some silence and some burst on the tail end. So you've got something that you're setting up for.
Still some options in the mid lane, too, right?
You could, but the struggles that we saw from Naja up against this exact pick, the Fenrir,
right?
what was stifling before the point of the game where you're setting up with Windfire's
It was the fastest game of the year.
The fastest game of the year. He's like 1 in 5 at 5 minutes. Naja struggles mightily. I would argue that the itemization for junglers right now doesn't really favor Naja. You might, if you want to play, like something Hindu said during the game was that solo assassin style where he's getting the kills on his own, then you're itemizing towards things like the Malice, the Deathbringer, and that's not exactly on the tree for junglers right now. So, Naja getting locked in is wild to me, but it's Spracklin. So I guess we just got to expect these things.
Yeah, but it was Spracklin in Game 2.
You're right, man. Why is he doing it? I don't know. I'm throwing myself life rafts. Stop popping them.
You're right. That's on me. I'm popping the lifeboat that you've given yourself. Though this is, yeah, he said Poseidon worked in scrims, didn't quite work out in the game. No, I'm just trying to. I'm throwing a life raft back to you. I've popped it. I've patched it.
You're right. It could have been Poseidon, and that would have been worse.
No, what I'm saying is, after a horrific performance on this pick in Game 2, there's a reason we're going back to it in Game 4. There's some level of confidence for some reason.
Clearly.
And with Poseidon, it was scrims, and so maybe with Naja,
it was
scrims.
Game 2?
No, it's scrims, Miff, it's scrims. Maybe it was working out. Well, you know what? We'll wait and see how the last 2 picks for the Solar Scarabs round out.
Yep.
Then maybe there's a world where there's a little tonal shift from Mifflin going into game number 4.
Maybe.
Solar Scarabs need it. Remember, this is not a knockout set yet. The next matchup that the losing team will play will be a knockout set. So both teams hoping to avoid that. On her looked great for Dardez, as you mentioned, despite a loss in game number 3.
Such great play. Astounding, really.
So let's see if Dardez is able to wind back the clock to game number 3. If it ends up being Dardez, there's still some mid lane questions to be answered here, Miff, notably with the Naja. Are you drafting something now for Baronic where you feel like you have the burst, the execute threshold on the end of the Windfire wheels? Because there are still plenty of mid laners with that possibility left after the ban phase.
Yeah, I've got plenty of experience playing against Baronic back in the console days, and he could play things like the Kukulkan. That's something he was apt to go towards back then. Poseidon was one of his picks as well. It's not Sobek. That's not the mid laner. God, I hope not. We know that Baronic likes the
channel
Yanis.
Lurking in the waters. Full.
Okay, this was the wild card I was never expecting.
It's a Morrigan!
Baronic is going wild in the P's and B's, somehow shifting the Izanami into a Tiamat. Not exactly the follow-up you'd hope for a Windfire Wheels. It's similar to Dark Portal in that he's going to fall into like the bipedal stance stun,
there's something
maybe.
You stun, there's the volley of damage.
You could set up the Minotaur minion as well and have that charge him down. It's a much better composition around the Naja than what we had seen previously.
All right, so Mifflin's coming around on it.
It's better.
It's better. It's better, and that's like, on a scale of 0 to 10, we saw like a 1 in game 2, right? So
yes.
we've moved on from a 1, at least for the Naja here in game number 4, and it's got to work if the Solar Scarabs want to stay alive and move on to a game 5 here in this set. I don't imagine Kivo Fred. I'll let you have something.
Yeah, do you mind if I blow you up real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, Agro and Dave and I were participating in some play tests recently, and me and Agro got into an in-depth conversation on why Naja isn't so good right now, and it essentially boiled down to the ultimate is so reactable that even Dave was reaction beadsing it on cooldown. These are SPL players, man. I don't think Windfire Wheels is going to connect.
That's true. Then you know what? That means I'm skilled. It's such a hard ultimate to react to. You should have seen my insta beads every single time.
You actually had Agro mega tilted. He came out there. He's like, man, we gotta buff this god.
No, we gotta nerf me because I'm just that good. That's right. I want to ask you about Fenrir though. Kivo Fred. Last time we saw this matchup went like 13 and something. It was absurd in game 2. Almost unfair. Fastest game of the year in the SPL. I'm not gonna ask if he's gonna do that again. But do you think that this is a similar opportunity, composition-wise? Do you think Kivo Fred is in a position with the composition the ONI Warriors have to put together another good game? Not a 12-0 game, but a good game here out of the jungle.
Yeah, I think so. You've got a nice aggressive soul laner that you can kind of just match up with and try and jam it down there. You've got an aggressive mid lane, assuming that this on her is going towards the center of the map. So Fenrir, again, very strong in the early, can match up with that god as well. I think that, yeah, Fenrir can certainly hit the ground running here.
I'm good at Smite Myth. I don't know what's going
you
on
are.
here.
You're great.
And so are the ONI Warriors and the Solar Scarabs. This set is good. Game 4 with Hindu Man and Goremizer.
I'm glad we got away from that devolution of how bad Naja is after talking about it in game 1. It's a bit better though, Gore. Let's be real, right? They've got Dark Portal. They've got some follow-up this time round. And let's be honest, you're also not a few kills down right at the start of the game trying to make something happen on this Naja.
Yeah, so a lot of this is not just going to be how, I guess Naja interacts with the team, but also how Kivo plays at the beginning of this one, if he goes up 6-1 5 minutes in, or whether or not it's a little slower for the Warriors. I will say, earlier I blew up inbound because they played this kind of composition with Yamoja.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that it was like a 20% win rate. I feel the necessity to make sure that those stats get thrown out for Baronic as well, because he is also around a 20% win rate with this Tiamat. It has not been a very successful god for them.
No, I don't think he's been successful this season so far in my eyes. I mean,
really,
when it first came out, it went very well, but consistent nerfs towards Tiamat's kind of put her on the back foot in my eyes. She's going to be late game, but can you get there? And I feel Scarab's composition goal, looking at it, kind of leans towards that late game style, relied on the Naja and the Sobek in the early stages to just weather the storm, and then allow them to transition late and feel a little bit more potent than what I can see on the side of the Warriors.
And the good news is exactly this, right?
Yeah.
With the pluck and an Izanami, you should dominate. You should control this duo lane.
Stewart going to go in just to dash and try and keep the pressure rolling, but can't find the basics in time to bring Neil's health bar all the way down. And Neil did hang on to that meditation there in those early stages. Kivo Fred being pinged out already on the left-hand side as he looks towards the oracles there. As now, with how the how that third game just went there, Scarabs definitely will have a bit more confidence in themselves, a bit more momentum behind them, and it's on really the Warriors to answer back and see if they can take this game away, because it's Scarabs that definitely have the mental aspect of this so far.
Especially because, you remove some of the facets that were really successful for the Warriors. That Fafnir, we were talking about how he got 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
You have to switch to Ganesh. I really like Ganesh, but it is definitely different in terms of style as well as the way it synergizes with the rest of this comp. And you have to go back to, yes, it was a great game for Kivo on Fenrir, but after that last one, especially with the setup and how well Dardas and Vote did, you've got to be feeling a little down and out just based on those last couple of fights, especially considering how close you were to winning it, despite the fact that you had spent about 30 minutes losing the game either way. And so this is definitely a moment for them to try and turn right back on their heel and push back.
But when you get to a game 4-2, it's not often you get best of 5s.
Yeah.
If I'm honest. So this is almost not new territory for these players, but it's not consistently known territory. So this is where, endurance comes into play. There's fans around the world that go, best of 7 finals. At that point, it's not.
That's because they're used to finals only going 4 games.
I know, but it's endurance then more than, it's like a marathon rather than like actual skill
Game 6, everyone's brain is mush, casters included.
Oh yeah, trust me. I mean, game 4s for us can get wild. But I'm excited to see exactly how this one develops so far. Because like I said, I think Tiamat in mid lane going to look to farm up, play safe. I think that was an aspect that we saw from the Charybdis in the previous game that got punished early on with Dardus' aggression. But the good news is you can sit pretty far back as Tiamat and be relatively safe.
And you're, mostly safe kind of no matter what. Your cooldowns and your abilities are going to help you peel for yourself as well as leap away, so you've got some safety there. If Scream's nearby, there's a Sash to help peel for you. Worst case scenario, at level 5, Windfire Wheels can peel. But ultimately, you're feeling safer, you're tankier, and you have a lot more knowledge. So First Blood's going to be more difficult to find, I think, for Kivo here. And, I keep hearkening back to Game 2. I don't think he's going to be able to have a performance like that in this game just by merit of the fact that it's harder to kill so much more on the Scarabs than it was in Game 2.
Well, just look how well Scream's farming so far. Already level 5, but been covered by wards there in the jungle, so they can see exactly where he is. But he did hit level 5 early and start to rotate towards that solo lane again. Gives me an idea they're trying to get a nice little lead there, get SOT going in that lane to an extent on this Kamazots. So then there's a dual threat option of this double assassin being available to them as the game develops. For now, though, going to have to limp back to his own side of the map. And it's just a farm up right now. Edgy situation, I would say, between the two in these early stages.
It is interesting to me because, we talk about it, and Game 4 is actually a great opportunity to showcase this. When you lose, you get to choose which side you're on, right? So last game, that was the Scarabs choosing to be second pick. This is the Warriors choosing to be second pick. And they won both of their first games in the second pick position. But it was Vote, going for the soul, kind of pivoting over into this, once again, a double Hunter-esque meta and team composition that was their draft. So I'm curious if it's going to be enough and if they feel like they truly got that leg up with the counter and they were able to read the composition the Scarabs had well enough. Because I still like this Kamazots for solo Troll. I really like this duo lane for the Scarabs, although we'll see how well it transitions into this late game.
Yeah.
At least early on, they have a lot of pressure that should help them coast through this kind of farm game.
They've got a good opportunity for dive composition, obviously with the Kamazots, with the Narjar as well. But then again, the Sobek to be able to pluck someone out of position, bring him to the team, and also protect the backline a little bit more. I think it's a well-crafted composition from the Scarabs here. I know the Narjar is the question mark that everyone's got their head on just because of the performance in the previous game and the lacklusterness of what Narjar can bring alone at the moment. But I do feel like Slaney and the boys of the Scarabs here have done a good job of coming back into this and having a competitive comp together that's going to scale well into the later stages. 5 minutes in though, and so far we're starting to see the first rotations out from the mid laners and junglers now heading towards the middle area a little bit more so as Inbound I should say, sneaks on in. And it looks like he stripped, he didn't strip away that red buff at all. He got given the one from good old Baronic on that Tiamat.
Yeah, and that's the other glory that Tiamat brings, right? Admittedly, if you're a support, you'll get your green buff, which feels nice, I guess, but you'd rather have that red. And so that's a good feeling.
Interesting play between the two, and it didn't work out well for Cubo so far. But who's got cooldowns after the up-down? Nobody is the answer. It's actually Bobby who was rotating around. Takes a ton of damage from the Desert Fury from Dardes. Now Neil in an awkward spot, but may continue on. Bobby's getting kind of low here. Sashing from Scream. In rotates SOT2, as does Baronic get aggressive, but now Baronic's out of position. Scream's health bar's a little bit too low. Execute used by Nika, but blocked by SOT. Pressure relieved. Scarabs, meanwhile, though, did take a tower. Sorry, that was a Draugr on that left-hand side. I was confused what that noise was for a second. And now Nika now marching into the jungle. No one dead just yet between the two. A lot of relics exchanged.
I think there's a lot of really good play, especially in that jungle 1v1 that you get to see.
Yeah.
But the things that stand out to me are Neil and Dardes, because Neil with a perfect step, and Nika's in trouble.
Nika is in trouble. Remember, no ultimate available, but he might have enough damage to just kill Scream in time. 1 for 1, could be a 2 for 1 in favor of the Warriors now, as the Bat has to leave the jungle area, get back to the tower line, and just as the blue buff spawns too, means that Warriors find a small nugget of advantage on the right-hand side. Dual lane fight, though.
Vote has to run away, but he drops the supernova. That's just a good fight from Stewart, though. I think that's you get to see Dark Portal, but realistically, you get to see the level advantage, and that maybe Crusher working its way in a little bit there as well, just giving him some damage and attack speed. And Vote's going to take a little while to get online in comparison, and that's a big fight for them, right? I think if you get 2 kills on the side of the Warriors, and then that solo kill happens, maybe negligible. But having it just be the one, Nika goes down, now you lose a little pressure from Vote and a purple buff. This is a good swing in favor of the Scarabs. A great showcase of map control.
And then they get an invade on the purple, invade on the red, pressure on that left-hand side, 2-level lead for Stewart. Things are starting to look good for the Scarabs here. Scorpion now taken 2. They're starting to gather a bit of momentum now, the Scarabs in these early stages. It's stretched it to 800 gold. It's nothing to write home to mum about just yet. But, you know, you can send her a text and let her know we're on the way.
Yeah, you're feeling solid so far with this foundation, right? You're just building up for what you can have. It is still questionable when the true like team fights start, and that brings me back to that last skirmish that was in the jungle, because there were some small moments, Neil just taking one step back to make sure the ring doesn't bounce between him and Darda.
Yeah.
So, you know, dropping the Dharmic pillars to go for peel, but then Darda is hitting a good impale just to separate the team and separate the Scarabs from the Warriors. And that kind of team play that the Warriors are executing at really won that fight for them. And the Scarabs since then found picks. They've been able to find 1v1s, small skirmishes. The true grouping is what I'm going to need to see from them.
Look at those walls from Cubo, just keeping full vision in this jungle. Blue buff is spawning, and SOT has to base here. It's going to be a few seconds on that blue buff, though, and Scream is in the area, and just has to watch his P's and Q's here, I would say, especially with not having SOT around. Looks like they're both going to hang here, those Scarabs, making sure they can secure the blue and not lose it. But Warriors are still finding things in the jungle. They take the Scorpion, and now they look towards the blue and SOT.
And I love this. He has no health, no mana.
And maybe he's got no life, but there's a nice Narjar ult from Scream. Takes Cubo up and down. The follow-up damage from the Battle of the Hells there. Nika used the ult for the execute, but couldn't find the kill. SOT survives. Cubo survives. Blue buff is down and goes the way of Scarabs. It looked like a lot of fun, but nothing really happened.
I mean, ultimately, yeah, everybody walks away with what they wanted there, save for all the kills that could have happened.
Yep.
And so the Warriors get pushed back. I mean, maybe missing out on farms, small though it may be, could make a big difference in the grand scheme of things. Plus, you get all of this ward coverage, like you had highlighted. The Cuvo's been dropping over on the right-hand side. That doesn't really amount to much. They get that Scorpion, though, and at least being able to steal things away like that help equalize some of what they lose.
Red buff on the left-hand side, going to go Baronic there. Neil's just hanging around. Only 2-1 on the scoreline so far. And realistically, I kept bringing up the scaling opportunities that Scarabs do have in this game. At this point in time, if you're a Scarabs fan, you're not in a bad spot at all. You've got through the early game where you've struggled in the first and second game of this series so far, and you've set yourself up for a good mid-game area. They're the ones that have been a little bit more potent around the middle area of the map.
And so far, the map control they've already exuded just in the last 10 minutes has been really solid. So it gives me a lot of hope for them going into this mid-game. But it is the like synergy. How well do they click together? You actually get beads. That's maybe the biggest difference. Scream has beads this time as opposed to the Aegis that was in game 2. So it's a lot more difficult for Cuvo to start running away and find these picks that they're used to, which keeps Tiamat safer, it keeps the Izanami safer. It just feels like it's harder to get kills against the Scarabs.
Nice backstab from SOT to avoid the Impale. Donna's lost half his health already. Narjar takes Cuvo out of action to try and get a bit of room for SOT, but it's now Cuvo under pressure, and the swoops are on, but who's faster? Is it a bat? Or is it a dog? Well, guess what? No, it's not the dog, I guess. Especially when you can spit a distance like that. Nika getting very low, and SOT turns his attention there. Neil also. 3 members of the Scarabs chasing. Where is everybody else? Well, they're not in the fray. Nika might die under the tier 2 tower. Baronic will at least take down Neil Mar. And now Bobby's hunting Nika, but he's on his own and won't continue the chase. Meanwhile, in the dual lane, we got a battle. It's Stewart versus Vote again, and Stewart's winning this one so far. He's going to dash in. The cooldown disapparates off. The dark portal connects, but it's not enough damage just yet. Slow down from Stu. Uses the beads to continue the chase, and Stu is making a mark in that dual lane.
I mean, that is a huge play for him. Now inbound's getting aggressive. Darda's in trouble again.
And Darda's surrounded, gets the Desert Fury off, but Bobby can tank for half a year under that tier 1 tower, and Scarabs are up 6-1. Tier 1 tower under threat. Cubo's kind of watching on, looking for somebody, waiting for reinforcements. Nika's on the way too, but Cubo has no ult for a few seconds. Tier 1 falls. Nika's here. What can he do?
He's trying to chase him down, but he has no opportunity for the ultimate. Doesn't get the execute. They have nothing to follow up.
Too healthy. Couldn't take out SOT. Like we said, Scarabs now finding more and more momentum. Tier 1 on the left-hand side just ends up going down there for Stewart too. And the opportunities now for Scarabs to start exploiting this map advantage could come into play. They're at the Gold Fury, but I don't think Stuart could do it on his own. Meanwhile, we're watching on with the Warriors here at the Pyromancer. At least they're going to take away one of these neutral objectives.
I honestly thought after the way games 1 and 2 went that it was going to be difficult for the Scarabs to bounce back. And admittedly in game 3, that was difficult for them. But this is such a good start to get things going for you. I mean, the Warriors just seem disjointed. They're never in the same place. They aren't grouping up very well, and they're getting isolated very easily by the Scarabs. Now with 2 towers down, they have less areas to regroup in. And you know, Vote's lost 2 1v1s that are just straight 1v1s against Stuart. I mean, until the group fight stage comes, and honestly, maybe even if the group fight stage comes around soon, it feels like this is just the Scarabs' amount of control. I mean, Tiamat's been doing well and floating through. You've got great setup from Scream and Inbound, and despite not having huge burst off of those ults and that setup, they still have had enough damage that it's not mattered.
Not gonna lie, I think Inbound's had a pretty good game in this Sobek so far.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not died, but I do feel he's made a decent impact in these engagements to just cause some nuisance, so to speak. And Scream's ultimates, they've been on point. They've taken someone out of the fray and allowed SOT to do clean-up crew is what I'm going to say. It wasn't the damage after the fall. It was more, they're now going to run away at less than 20% health, and you've got the advantage of the Kamazots to follow.
And the true key, I mean, we've seen Cuvo running away using his leap, his brutalize, and his ult all to disengage, as opposed to any sort of fight starter. So that's just been a huge shift that has slowed down the Warriors dramatically at this point.
And now you saw the Gold Fury going down there, so Scarabs just extending the lead a little bit more, control the map, but Stuart's getting a bit too confident on this left-hand side. He does have backup though, and that could have been a bit tricky for Vote, who eats a dark pull, as well as a beautiful sash from Scream. Vote should end up falling down to Bobby, as meanwhile Scream takes Neil out of action and keeps him in an awkward spot. Vote held on for quite a while there up against Bobby, but not long enough to stay alive, as Scream takes out Neil. Another 2 kills for the Scarabs. Where and what can they do next with this lead?
At this point, it's not often at 14 minutes I get to talk about tier 2s, and honestly, looking at the horizon with the speed this game's going, Fire Giant is honestly on the table. If they had been on the right-hand side after that fight, that would have been an easy objective.
Feels like a battle of junglers this one too, because I feel the last time we saw the Fenrir Narja, it was the Fenrir that came out on top. This time round, it definitely feels like the Narja is being favoured. Tier 1 and mid, taken down by Cubo for the ONI Warriors, just to trying to get some of that global positioning back for themselves, as now the Scarabs are going around the jungle, stripping what they can. Purple taken, red not available to be taken, as they now fall back 8-1. We were talking about record setting here. I mean, Warriors nearly did it in a game earlier. Scarabs looking good.
There's no way you get to walk that pathing that Cuvo just did. I mean, caught by a ward will be vision,
look how much you had to
ultimately,
use.
That's ridiculous that he was able to get the speed and then just happened to be crossing the pillar at the exact moment necessary to make sure Scream couldn't see him. And now he gets his own speed buff. I mean, that's good farm to be able to strip away.
We all know for junglers, they don't really care about winning the game. It's who has the speed buff the most.
Oh yeah, Scream was zoned in. He knew where he was going. He wanted his buff.
I feel like there should be a speed buff stat for junglers only that just tells you how long you had a speed buff on yourself for the game. And it'll show you just who's the better jungler.
Yeah, naturally. Especially if you get to stack them, right? Because now Cuvo's going to have that, extra 10 seconds, 15 seconds that it took to walk from one to the other. That's going to be a big deal afterward. You know, he can hold that over Scream, assuming that they get to win. If they don't win, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And as of right now, I mean, 8-1, it's just such an overwhelming force. And you had mentioned a battle of the junglers, but it's also a battle of their ults. I mean, Scream has been landing them and either taking someone out of the fight or setting them up for a death, versus Cuvo, who is run away and just use the CC immunity to stay alive.
Yeah, very true. Meanwhile, though, I want to see what Scarabs can do next, because they do have control of this game so far. They have a 3-level lead on their Hunter in the duo lane up against this Soul, and I would like to see them try and abuse this. The bad news is, only place to really do that is around the Fire Giant at the moment, and we're so early in the game, it might just be a waiting game, which is buying Warriors time, buying them time to catch a bit more farm, get those secondary relics online in the case of Neil Mar, but it doesn't look like Scarabs want that to happen. Sashing from Scream there, pluck onto Dardes.
That's so good.
Hits straight into a wind, fire wheels, where's the damage? Follow up there, it is from Bionic. Beautiful play from the Scarabs, and a red buff to follow suit. Or is it? Cubo Fred's taking it to Stuart, and Stuart's still alive. He's got back up there now. Vote's in trouble, and Vote should tumble down. Cubo will escape with the barest amount of health, as now Warriors are on the run. Scarabs are finding big wins.
I feel like I have to give Pluck of the Year to Inbound, because that was through the pillar in the wall, and he hits the carry, not the tank that's standing right next to him. I mean, that is beautiful to start things off there.
No big complaints there. That's all I'm going to say.
And then all of that, I mean, you get Stewart virtually dead, taken down, chased away, and both Cuvo and Vote try their best to kill him off, to get rid of his level 17, now level 18 Izanami. And they had to watch as Stewart gets surrounded by teammates that peel for him perfectly. I mean, that was great for the Scarabs.
Gonna go for the FG here, 17 minutes in, only 1 kill on the board for the Warriors, and that's on Nika. He's the nearest to the FG right now, but surrounded by 3 already and forced out by SOT predominantly. Cuba Fred trying to strip to the back and look to hunt down Stewart. Stewart jukes him around, forces the Ragnarok on cooldown. Nika looking to base as SOT keeps threatening the backline. The FG still very healthy at the moment. It's gonna take some time this, but it looks like Warriors have given up the goose with the fact that Fenrir is not around anymore and Nika was poked out. The FG goes to the Scarabs and they make full use of the advantage they have at the moment.
If Cuvo had gotten that Ragnarok off onto Stewart, I mean, he had no beats, no survivability. That could have been such a big kill, a big pickup for them. The minute he leaves, it feels like that's the Warriors' will to fight that Fire Giant disappearing with him. You had mentioned Nika getting zoned out as well. They just don't have anything to fight with. They've fallen too far behind at this point. You've got 2 levels in solo. You've still got 3 levels sitting over there, and now mid and in the duo lane. That is going to be felt in every single one of these fights. I mean, it is a far cry, not just from last game, but realistically games 2 and 1 from what the Warriors are able to get this game. This is a great showcasing for the Scarabs.
So, God, do you think we're just going to get a mirror here? As in, like, last time these two faced off, it went 2-0 to the Scarabs. Warriors brought it back to 2-2, correct? And then Scarabs won at the very end. This time round, Warriors go up 2-0. Scarabs come back and win 2. And we're going into a game 5 going, well, if the story's true, I guess the Scarabs should win this.
I mean, at this rate, it feels just, I mean, kind of topsy-turvy. Actually, even if you look at the way the set has gone, right? A close-ish but still in control of the Warriors game.
Yep.
And then a stomp in favor of the Warriors.
Yep.
Then a very close game. Now a stomp in favor of the Scarabs.
So then game 5 we're getting a very close game?
A very close game where the Scarabs win, I guess, is the mirror for the set.
We'll see. Bobby tanking up the Phoenix line early on here as all 5 members of the Scarabs start to group up. Tier 2 tower is available on the right-hand side, but no minions there. Scarabs feeling very confident at the 20-minute stage with their advantage to go into the Phoenix line. Scream and Bobby stacking up a John of the damage at the front line. Has to use the lurk in the waters there, though. Inbound back to safety again. Needs some resustain as a pause comes through from Neil Marr. Give me a second, guys, because I've got one arm, so getting out of a chair to cast is a bit of a pain in my backside, but we should be good. Yeah, you can come out to us. How you all doing? Yeah, so we're in game 4, and everything is looking very interesting with how this set's gone so far. Warriors up 2, Scarabs looking to close this out. What can Warriors do here, Gore?
At this point, I am looking to minimize however many plucks that Inbound can get and slow him down, but a kill onto Stewart, a kill onto Baronic is maybe the most important thing here, because both of them, first off, huge level bounty. That's going to be a big boon with how little they've been able to get in terms of experience and gold right now. So that's a good opener for them, but it's the setup. It's how do you get that? I just saw Cuvo use his ult. He ended up getting it onto a CC immune Sobek, so that is out of the question. He's not going to be able to go in. And maybe he can leap for a stun, but that seems way too risky. And a lot of their other setup is too slow. I mean, Ganesh, if a good dash, maybe a good Dharmic Pillars right here, could open up the door. The best thing they have going for them is that they can get rid of that minion wave and force the Scarabs, because it's still 20 minutes in. They're not at this full power capability. Walk in, Phoenix is gone, we win the fight. So you still have a little bit of bounce back where your defense is.
I think that's a big thing as well. Like you said, the 20-minute mark, the tanks aren't super tanky just yet.
They can't stay there forever.
They still need a couple more items online to really be a bit more effective here.
Oh, he's happy.
Yeah, Bobby. Wouldn't you be with how the first 2 games went to then have that long 40-minute game that, let's be honest, they nearly messed up and lost, but now they find themselves in a very potent spot on this left-hand Phoenix and with a shot at staying in the upper bracket on this side. I'm excited to see exactly how this plays out now, because I really am already turning my attention towards game 5.
Yeah.
But we saw what the Warriors did last game. There is a chance that they could bring themselves back in this.
It's this twofold thing where it's Neil Ma, and he's on a defense at the Titan room. Like, I think this is a moment where it could still end up being favorable for the Warriors. It just depends on the ult usage. Neil doesn't have those Dharmic Pillars, though.
Neil also being able to pressure out a little bit there with the rest of his team to force Bobby back. But Bobby's health bar's okay for the time being to step back in. SOT's going to tank this up. Warriors have elected to negate continuing that engagement and instead fall back to heal again. But they've got to be careful about this. This middle Phoenix minion wave is here too. And I believe that's an ONI minion wave with them as well. So that will help them a little bit more on survivability of those minions. Tell a lie, because a Stellar Burst will remove that momentarily. SOT though, he's tanky actually at this stage at 20 minutes in to be able to hold that line, especially with that Mantle of Discord with those extra protections. Scarabs are hunting.
Mantle of Discord, because Camazotz needed more survivability in this case. SOT is, going to be almost untouchable. Not quite untouchable.
Scream sashes Neil Mar, takes Neil Mar to the sky, getting hit by the Tornado 2 from Baronic. Solo Archol goes in, looks to swoop it into Neil. Instead, turns around and Neil will survive. Middle Phoenix down to half. Elvis Cubo gets on to Stewart, brings it back, but where's the damage? It was almost too little too late, but Dardas gets credit for the kill. The rest of the Scarabs dove in.
This is
looking
huge
for the Phoenix, and Warriors are back in this one, boys. It's Baronic now on the run against the whole team of the ONI Warriors. Scarabs have been routed.
That might be game.
No,
they've got 30. Look, they've got 30 seconds before inbounds back. Longer than that. You run down mid, tier 2.
So many towers, dude. There's so
that
many
Titan
towers.
is gonna be pretty tanky. Hold on.
Phoenix guaranteed.
Phoenix for sure.
Phoenix guaranteed. I think they may go for it. Wait, hang on. How long left? 1 minute 37.
It's more now. 20 seconds left for carries. There's a lot of damage behind Stewart.
They could do it. Well, Bobby's up. Bobby's going to have his ultimate available too. The health bars are relatively low. It's going to be
It's
on Juggle's
taken a while
aggro.
to get here.
Well, they've got no minions either, so it will take time on this Phoenix.
Yeah, no,
this will
they
be a
have to stop
Phoenix
here.
and reset for sure. You had me doubting myself.
I
again.
look.
I write the script and I'm there doubting myself.
I'm not
that this
used
is
to.
gonna happen.
I'm not used to seeing the Phoenixes go down 20 minutes. If this is a 27-minute fight,
You're like, yeah,
they
it's
probably
over.
win right there.
For sure, for sure. Respawn time's just a little bit too quick at this stage, and as you said, game state. But what a great defense from the Warriors in the middle lane there. And more importantly, Cubo Fred realizing beads were down on Stewart and going in for the kill. That turned the fight around completely in favor of the Warriors there.
And now it keeps them in a comfortable position. The Titan's much healthier than it was the last time they had to defend it. They've got, fire minion waves that they're still going to be a little worried about overall. But the biggest thing that's going for them is, again, relic usage. At least the 2 carries are going to be missing theirs. Beads is still up for Scream, so he might be able to survive. But that opens up the conversation around this fire giant. It's got a little less than a minute to spawn in. And yeah, you're going to get one of those relics back. That's beads for Stewart. But otherwise, the Scarabs are going to have to be very careful about how they approach a fight around the FG. So not only is it a great defense, but then it's a follow-up great fight for the Warriors coming up to what is going to be maybe the most important fire giant of the set.
Not going to lie, I've not been able to cast much this year, and I kind of looked at this one and went, kind of want to sneak on this cast if I can, because of how they played last time at playoffs. After those first 2 games, I was like,
yeah, I was a little worried.
Why did I waste my time? And now I'm looking at it like, yes, we're getting the set a lot of people have been hoping for. It's the closest one so far at these placements. Neither team is eliminated today, but they will be in a much more awkward spot to make it to the World Championships in January if they don't come out on top. Couple of boons from Scarab fans though. Even though their middle Phoenix is down, they do have a Tiamat that can use those minions to just slow the course of the stem of the bleeding on that minion wave in mid and the fire minions. But more importantly, it's a lot easier to defend that one and still reach the fire giant pit. Something that the Warriors are going to have a different tail to deal with on that left-hand side. Look at the march of minions down left right now. Phoenix is also due to respawn soon.
Yeah, it's actually almost necessary. That is a thick wave. That is a
waves.
huge amount of damage that will get onto the Titan. So yeah, someone has to back.
Scarabs know.
It's going to be vote, and that's such an easy. It's a 4v5. This is an easy call for a fight.
Scarabs know, and they go straight into the fire giant pit, down to 75% health, sashing onto Neil Mar. The focus from Najar has been towards the frontline support as a dark portal drops down from Stewart too. Neil Mar is eliminated off the map. SOT got to Dardas and put the pressure on, and Dardas at least tried to get his Desert Fury off before dying. Meanwhile, 2 members now dead. The Scarabs go back to the FG, and now we're back at it again. Phoenixes are alive, but Cubo goes in on Stewart. Stewart goes re-aggressive, realizing he's got an opportunity now. Cubo's in trouble here, and more than anything, he's buying a bit of time, I guess, for some respawns.
This is actually big. Now he's with the fire minion wave. Look, with Scream chasing him,
Speed buff,
he
that's
can't
what he's
push.
after.
But yeah, this is actually a really good call for him just because it brought, again, maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds, but even still, Neil's going to be back up for a defense now versus before where it would have been an easy 3v5, 2v5 if they had gotten Cubo.
Well, it's a 2v4 at the Phoenix line now. Bobby flicks Nika into the damage of the tornado from Baronic too. Nika uses his defensive ultimate there to stay alive again, but the middle Phoenix is still alive. Neilmar respawns, drops the Dharmic Pillars just to dissuade them from continuing. All 3 Phoenixes up. Middle Phoenix of the Scarabs is still down, but the Fire Giant and all 5 members of the Scarabs. Crazy 20 minutes.
Yeah, Fire Minion advantage technically for, another minute right now in mid. That is going to favor the Warriors, but the Fire Giant advantage is still a big deal overall for the Scarabs. There's still a tower, a Gold Fury, a lot of neutral objectives that they could pick up, plus their own jungle, plus being able to back and spend some of that gold, come back a little stronger. The biggest thing in that last fight, Neil gets burned down before relics, ult, anything can really be used. If it hadn't been for a few seconds bought by Cuvo, probably lose that mid Phoenix, and ultimately we're looking at the Warriors not lost yet, but definitely not in a winning position. Now, they can kind of mentally reset, again, take a couple of breathers. Not in a great position, but with that middle Phoenix respawned but weakened, they can win one fight, win the game. Same thing can be said for the Scarabs. One fight, win the game, as long as it goes clean.
Definitely true. Gold Fury going to go down, though, for Scarabs. Just extend their gold lead a little bit more. Should put them over 10k in terms of gold here now. I'm wondering how the player damage is. I just wait to see it. Thanks, Doug. That perfect timing. 17k on the Tiamat. I was going to say, I feel like Tiamat on Fabronic here has had a stellar performance in this one. He's been able to position pretty effectively and allow himself to just keep that poke damage at range on. More than anything, supporting his frontline engage. And getting that wiggle room is huge. Mainly the focus has been on Stuart because of his individual performance up against Vote has now caused him to have to pay more attention to his army, leaving the fact there's a Tiamat unchecked.
Yeah, and so far, especially now that the relics are back up, that is very bad news. The fact that Baronic can survive from just pure tankiness that Tiamat has, but also having both of your relics, your own self-peel, all sorts of stuff. And the focus on Stuart hasn't been getting kills. I mean, he's 2-1-4. They finally got 1, and it was at this left side Phoenix, or around this Phoenix defense last time around. They need something bigger than that if they're going to try and defend not only this one, but their mid Phoenix and their Titan.
It is a weakened Phoenix on this left-hand side, so no surprises to see Scarab step up. Sash onto Nika from Scream as Cubo jumps in onto SOT. SOT taken for a ride, but there's not enough damage. They can't kill him. The Banner of Hell came online, and just maybe SOT gets a kill anyway. Neil trying to frontline can't do much more. Left-hand Phoenix goes down, followed by Scream. Windfire wheels in celebration there, Scream. I saw it. As now they're onto the middle Phoenix again that has a minion wave this time. And only 3 members of the Warriors alive. 2 of them without their ultimates here, Gore. And no Phoenixes left in this middle area even.
You still have to be careful. Vote and Dardas have a lot of damage, but you do have so much to keep them down.
They're all in looking at Vote, but Vote's going to get his disapparate off in time and regen. The Titan, meanwhile, will not get the opportunity to do that. Scarabs have brought us back here to a 2-2 situation. We're all tied up once again, and it's basically one game separating them.
I'll admit, after game number 2, I was doubting the Scarabs at all, not just for this, but potentially for the entire week.
I'm not gonna lie, I did kind of message my wife and said, hey, you can come pick me up in about an hour, because it's about that, I'm gonna have to. But I'm really surprised that was the case. But these guys, there's a bit more confidence brimming there. Yeah. I said after that 3rd game, they needed to sort their mental out. Game 4, they came into it with the advantage of the winning that situation in game 3, that longer extended game. They took it to the Warriors that game, and they never really let up.
And the fact that they were able to get that amount of pressure that early on, keep it going. I mean, one little stumble there towards those Phoenixes, but it was so well-timed that the most they lost was a Phoenix. That's perfect for them. And now they're in a position to continue rolling forward in this next one. Again, potentially, if they're mirroring the set, could be a close game, but still Scarabs favored, especially with the way they've been playing the last 2.
Who you guys got in chat? Who do you think is going to take it? We'll find out after the break. Game 5 coming up shortly.
That's right, two teams vying for their spot at the Smite World Championship, playing right now in a Game 5. That'll decide it all. We got a Game 5 finally here this week. And the Smite World Championships will be taking place during the hi-rez showcase during that first week in January. That is January 5 through 9. And look at the schedule we've got. Hi-rez showcase on the first day of that week, Throwback Thursday. I would assume Thursday of that week. Then the SWC bracket starts up Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Very excited about that Thursday. Plenty of content and stuff to look forward to there. Of course, the hi-rez showcase has a lot of new information the upcoming year. And then, Miff, how could you ever hate the SWC quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals? I don't think you can, but that's what will round out that week. The SWC and the hi-rez showcase, January 5th through 9th. And, Miff, I will bestow upon you the almighty broom. There's no, like, gracious way of doing this. So
You're giving it to me broom first? We use this, Dave.
Oh, yeah,
turn around. Yeah.
No, I have to push it to you, broom first?
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Hey, Jordan, are you in here? Someone hand me this broom. Yeah.
Say it.
Reverse sweep coming right up.
The most lackluster reverse
Can you focus?
sweep coming up.
Wait, I already have the broom, Jordan. What are you going to do now? Get behind the camera.
Get on camera, camera face, Jordan.
You've ruined the bit.
You should have given him the broom to walk away with.
Well, I don't trust him anymore.
We're misutilizing Jordan. I'm sorry. The point is, Miff, we're going to a Game 5, and it is after another win by the Solar Scarabs. Rewind the clock like an hour and a half at this point. We're thinking the ONI Warriors are going to have us out of here in a straight 3 games. The fastest game of the year in Season 8. And then the Solar Scarabs take one in Game 3, and now another in Game 4. And Stuart, Miff, he came up big in Game 4. Solo kills, the Dark Portals to follow up. The perfect Naja follow-up. We wondered what it would be. and the Solar Scarabs found it.
Well, I owe an apology to all the Naja fans in the chat. My B, extremely chillin' dude voice.
That one person is pretty.
Yeah, that one guy is popping off on me right now. Look, Scream played it incredibly well, but I think this game really does come down to the Solar Scarabs as a whole. A five-headed monster. Every single individual player was doing great. SOT was making individual plays out of the solo lane. Stewart was soloing his opposition. Baronic was making early dives happen in mid. Bobby hit just about every single pluck, and one of the best plucks we've seen this year. And Scream also landed his ultimates.
I mean, look at this from SOT as well. This is, the game's ceiling moment when SOT gets picked up in the Ragnarok. Not enough damage from the rest of the Oni Warriors.
So
and he
tough.
drops down, gets into the bat out of hell, ends up healing up to just above half HP anyway. And so SOT now in back-to-back games has made the solo lane look pretty comfortable there for himself. Top damage in this game as well. I think it was a similar story in Game 3 for Solo or Troll. It's almost scripted. Isn't it, Miff, the way that the Solar Scarabs...
You know it is.
Well, right, it literally is. Just the way that these games and these sets continue to work out for the Solar Scarabs, where if it's a best of 3, they lose Game 1 and then win Game 2 and push us on to a Game 3. Apparently in these best of 5s, they like going down early, and they'll turn things around, move us on to a Game 5. This team just has no quit, it feels like. And that's going to serve them well not only in this set, but win or lose in any set where they go down early. The fact that you're able to maintain your mental and realize that you've got a great chance not only to win the next game and then potentially the set, but just to keep yourself focused, so important. And now we need to see some of that from the Oni Warriors, right? A Neoma-led team is no...
The Neoma passive.
The Neoma passive, about to kick in. He doesn't have to win 3 straight, just has to avoid losing
just
3
one.
straight.
That should be easy.
Right, it should be easy. Right, you can win 3, just 1. So now it's a mental check for the Oni Warriors.
Is that it? I mean, I suppose so. You're looking at me like you wanted me to answer a question.
Yeah, now it's a mental check for the Oni Warriors, right?
Yes.
My God, I am a man on an island. I am on an island with a guy who can sweep a broom, kind of. This is fantastic.
What do you... all right, don't come at my sweeping
So the Oni
ability.
Warriors, Miff, you go up early in a
Mental
set.
check.
Talk to me as a player. As a player, you go up 2-0 in a set.
Uh-huh.
You lose 2 straight.
You lost
What
me.
is your what is your mental going into a Game 5?
Well, obviously it's not great, right? Momentum is a real thing. I think Smite's one of the most momentum-based games out there. But I think that the Oni Warriors were so dominant in their first 2 games. I think that their mental should be in a place that, okay, we can clearly win, and we could do it quickly, and we could do it convincingly. Maybe we let off the gas a little bit. Maybe the tension left their bodies after they were up 2-0. But certainly still capable of playing here today, especially, as we all know, Neoma, no stranger to reverse sweeps himself. He should know how to, circumvent them as well.
Miff, that's literally what I wanted you to say the first time.
All that?
Yes, I said it's a mental check for the Oni Warriors.
Uh-huh.
And you just stared at me, and then I re-prompt the question to you, and you give me an actual... That's what I wanted the first time.
Oh. All right, do it again.
No, it's okay. Picks and bans, though, it feels like we've seen a lot work. Now it feels like we're at a place where everything almost feels reset in a way, where we've seen a lot work early in this set for the Oni Warriors that has not worked in the last 2 games for the Oni Warriors, and vice versa for the Solar Scarabs, where stuff that was not working at the beginning of the set is suddenly starting to work for the Solar Scarabs down the stretch. Do you feel like picks and bans wise we've kind of wiped the slate clean, and you're just going back to whatever you think your team's best strategy is rather than trying to counterplay out the opposing team and what they've been drafting?
I think that the Oni Warriors are still going to try and address some of the things that they have been answering from the Solar Scarabs so far. This Kali has been a staple of their ban column the entirety of this set. I was expecting that to continue to be the case. I wouldn't be overly surprised if we see the Oni Warriors continue targeting out Stewart and Baronic. It was just this last time around. Ola run immediately into the Charybdis. I think that's likely going to stay the same here as well. I think the Solar Scarabs are in a position where they can immediately go back towards that Naja style of play as well, as crazy as it sounds.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Right.
And the Oni Warriors, they know that they can beat it. They've done it before. They did it very convincingly. It's just whether or not they slip up in the early game. The Solar Scarabs won every single lane. They were up 10-1 at like the 11-minute mark.
Yeah.
That's not P's and B's. That's not macro play. That is individual play that netted the Oni Warriors an early game loss.
Right. That game ends in, 25 or so minutes. It could have ended in, 20 minutes if the Oni Warriors didn't put up a good defense, didn't kind of reset the game there. And so hats off to the Oni Warriors for that. But it could have been shades of Game 2 for the Solar Scarabs if they were able to close that one out a little bit cleaner. Got the win nonetheless. Does not matter how long it took. Achilles ends up being the pick here. Mifflin Camazot's banned out. Maybe we're considering picking that up first. Oni Warriors don't want to deal with it. Continuing to value this Achilles for Nika. Have you seen enough that now warrants what I believe is a third pick in a row for Nika on the Achilles?
Yeah, I think so. Achilles is just such a consistent pick. It's got great engage, good chase down potential. It kind of de-incentivizes going for these health shield styles of build. You don't really want to play that Book of the Dead Zeus on the side of the Solar Scarabs, for example, because you have to contend with this Achilles execute going forward. So I think not only is it a strong pick, a great lane bully, it's a good dissuasion tool for some of the pieces that the Solar Scarabs showed early on. I think if they take Naja here, that's pretty wild. That's so crazy. Because that means they think that the Oni Warriors would have banned it, but you could have even saved it for the next phase. It just feels like if you are going for Naja.
Is Fred playing Naja?
No, 0% chance.
I don't think they're picking Naja for Cubo.
And I'm not even certain that the Oni Warriors are banning Naja, right? And even if they are worried about a Naja ban, they could have taken it in that third pick selection. The Solar Scarabs have plenty of priority out there that could have been taken. But with the Oni Warriors going for flavor picks themselves, I guess you're not losing too much value.
Right. Remember, the Dark Portal from Izanami was the follow-up on the Windfire Wheels.
Yes,
and ride the hot hand. Stuart has had a fantastic game on Izanami. Now you're trying to back that up with another good game. And two picks we need to talk about here, Miff. We'll get to the Fenrir in a moment. Discordia for Dardes. This feels like the reset point in a lot of the sets for the Oni Warriors, where they go down, they give Dardes something that's a little less conventional, but something that's more conventional for him. And so I think I have higher expectations for this Discordia in Game 5.
Yeah, and I think the Discordia passive as well is going to play a major role here. If I am reading this right, I think it is likely going to be Fenrir in the Soul Lane with Naja in the jungle. That means that Achilles will likely be benefiting from the Discordia passive more often than not. And Fenrir doesn't really have the best 1v1 up against Achilles. Likely going to be a situation where you're either maxing out Seething Howl or you're maxing out Unchained first so that you can take the trade, because Brutalize never works against Achilles. You're always stunning that one out immediately. But with Achilles having Discordia passive, you've got a lot more threat on the field. That execute's going to be a little bit easier to come by. Fenrir going to struggle with sustain and lane, which means that there is also the potential that this could be a Naja flex in a solo, and then he can utilize that massive burst heal from his second ability to kind of bait out the execute. Very interesting draft from the Solar
Any world
Scarabs.
where this is a Fenrir support?
Yeah, it's Bobby, right? Like, Bobby likes those aggressive picks. Fenrir support could happen.
You're assuming more likely in the solo.
I think it is a little bit more likely in the solo.
Oni Warriors agree. Take away the Ganesh and the Terra with 2 of their final bans. And now that'll leave the Solar Scarabs to reveal a little bit more here. Still need a mid lane and what we assume is a support for Inbound. Inbound played the Sylvanas. And it had looked good for Inbound in the past. And so that is certainly an option here moving forward if the Solar Scarabs do want to lean into one of their support's more popular picks. Looking focused, though, are the Oni Warriors, and that's important. You try to read the faces of these players in the booth after going up big, now going down big, feel maybe a little bit of extra pressure on the back end of this set. A little less chair punchy, a little bit more take a deep breath and get things done here in Game 5 from the Oni Warriors, but it's got to be a breath of fresh air for the Solar Scarabs to be able to turn this set around and keep it contended after the way the early games went. Tiamat is hovered, and that is what Baronic will be playing. And so similar follow-up to the Naja from what we just saw. Izanami, Tiamat, and the Windfire Wheels did some work.
This could be a massive bait as well. I think Naja support more likely than Fenrir support. Again, both of those things incredibly unlikely. I'm still racking my brain to try and figure out how the Solar Scarabs team fight is going to look. If it is Naja jungle, you've got the exact same follow-up as you already alluded to with Tiamat and Izanami, Dark Portal and the stun from Tiamat. Fenrir's solo presence, this doesn't help me at all. If that's a Kuzumbo lock-in, that doesn't help me at all.
It doesn't? You don't think Kuzumbo support, Naja jungle, Fenrir solo?
I think it's just as likely to be that as it is to be Naja support, Kuzumbo solo, Fenrir jungle.
That's true. I guess it could all go anywhere. Let's look at it as a composition, though. as a team fighting composition, because unfortunately we can't guarantee the way that any of these lanes specifically look. As a team fighting composition, do you have, we're going to again compare it to Game 2 when Najah did nothing. Would you say that there's comparable potential for effectiveness in this composition for the Solar Scarabs in Game 5 as there just was in Game 4?
I think so. I'm going to go out on a limb here, as I'm apt to do.
No.
I may favor the Solar Scarabs draft here in the 5-on-5 engagement. Thanks to this Kuzenbo pick, the Watery Grave is very strong into both Gilgamesh and Discordia. Even Medusa, to a certain extent, is going to struggle with that displacement tool. I like the follow-up for the Najah somewhat. You've got a Fenrir stun, you got a Tiamat stun, Izanami Dark Portal as well. There's a good deal here that is going to work out for the Solar Scarabs in the team fight proper. I am concerned about the allocation of these gods and which roles they're going to land on. I'm not willing to make a full-on statement about that just yet because it is such a wild draft. And I'm worried about their ability to transition themselves into the late game.
Yeah.
But assuming this game goes 30 and it's relatively even, I do favor the Solar Scarabs.
Sure. It feels like it's been a tale of two Cuvos throughout this set so far.
Yes, sir.
Some big plays, even in a loss for Cuvo Fred. Some of the Fear No Evils were so impactful. Gilgamesh for Cuvo Fred, Miff. Do you feel like that is the style of pick, that the style of player that Cuvo Fred can be effective here in Game 5 for the Warriors?
In the games of this set where Cuvo Fred looked at his best, it was early game aggression, and I think Gilgamesh embodies that play style for the jungler incredibly well. You can get into the mid, you can get involved. Level 2, you've got one of the best CC abilities that you could ask for from a jungler. Dropkick is that potent. I like this pick. I think it's going to work well with the Discordia. The lockdown of Strife is going to make it much easier for Winds of Shamash to find impactful targets as well. Both of these compositions from both teams are incredibly strong.
Yeah.
And I think this could be one of the most momentum-based games of this set.
And I think you got to zoom all the way out again, going to recontextualize Game 5. The ONI Warriors and the Solar Scarabs, and this is something I mentioned at the top of the set. These two teams, at effectively every group stage, every playoff event, when there's something to be fought over, a last spot in an event, it's these two teams playing, and they're going to do it again in Game 5, Warriors versus Scarabs.
I love the fact, Gore, that every time Dave tries to say a poignant piece that might make sense and be really analytical and detailed, he has to throw to the casters. It's a classic. Welcome in for game number 5 between the Warriors and the Scarabs. Tied up at 2-2 now, and the Scarabs have just battled back to make this an even set. And it's anyone's game at this point in time, Gore.
And it is the Fenrir solo that we're going to get treated to now.
You prefer that over the Najah out of interest, personally?
Yeah, I think so.
I guess an Achilles, I definitely favor the Fenrir.
Especially like for survivability and also just for, I think, his setup capabilities as well. I mean, being able to stun someone like Nika and control that lane really well is going to be fun. Plus, I think his clear is going to be nice enough that he's not too worried about it. But it is an interesting draft nonetheless from the Scarabs. And like the thing that I jump back to is the Thor they played earlier.
Yeah.
Didn't really get to do too much after he joined the team fight portion. I mean, there were a couple of ults, but realistically wasn't that big impact that you would expect to see. And so I'm a little on the fence, a little shaky about how this Fenrir will perform, but I am expecting a lot out of it because the Scarabs, especially in a Game 5, like, all seem to have their heads not about them. Like, they were absolutely relaxed when we got to talk to them. They are not sweating too hard right now.
I will say, though, looking at the composition and the way the Scarabs have played today so far, there's kind of a clear trajectory of how this team works. We've got the jungler in Scream, and we've got Solo or Troll, who are the frontliners. They're the aggressive people, getting in there and causing problems. You've got Bobby, who's doing relatively peel work on the back line, it's felt like in this series. And meanwhile, obviously, you've still got Stuart and Baronet, the two carries, looking for protection to get their damage off. It's very systematic. It's very telegraphed now of they are the focal points. Do you see SOT go in? Do you see Scream go in? The question is, from an ONI Warriors point of view now, do you get aggressive against those two and shut that down? Well, Bobby's going to get flung in and actually bring Vote for a ride, and Vote says no with those beads. Or do you go for the backline carry still, where you've got to get through the pressure from inbound on this Kuzenbo that's there to peel?
Honestly, I think it's going to be fun to see how they adapt to it, because I actually think specifically being able to go in and try to get to the backline, it's still going to be their best bet. I mean, if you look at the way the last game was going, either you kill off Scream and you stop some setup, or you got to get rid of Stewart and Baronic. But, will Stewart get, 2? Was it 2? Maybe 3 solo kills this time around?
Ooh, Nika could be under a little bit of pressure here, but the investment into beads at the start of the game actually comes up very big for him there in the solo lane. Blue buff now spawning 2, Cuvo in the area, both trapped. And around level 3, Nika with a slight lead here and healthy enough to look for this contest. And you can see Cuvo just trying to use that, what do you call that now? That invisible area. Have you guys given it a name yet?
I guess I've just called it Mist. It reminds me of the
new one Mist. Okay, that makes sense. Mist. I just wasn't sure if you guys had named it yet.
I don't. Honestly, it's only come up like twice.
Blink from inbound in, looks towards Neil, and instead Neil takes him on a ride.
What a good hit!
Bo got a beautiful lacerate in tower range to keep him there for a shot or 2. The pain of the Scarabs dual lane ends up falling against them. It was Kuzumbo getting aggressive, and it was Neil Mar saying, no thanks, you're dying instead.
I mean, and that's the glory of Sobek, right? Inbound got to use that a couple of games ago. You get to see it here, where it's just, I can displace you, and even though you have a good dash, if you grab Kuzumbo either out of it or right afterward, that's his peel. That's everything that he had. That's every way, escape and survivability until his ult comes up that he's going to have. And even then, in a scenario like that, your ult is going to help you get away from the tower, maybe not get out alive with the follow-up damage that Vote might be able to
Scream wrapping around the back as Dardas has stepped up, but won't find that ring toss he was looking for there. Surprised he didn't necessarily look for the sash first of all to confirm the ring toss, but chose the ring toss, wasn't available for any further damage there, but everybody on Warriors falls back. Just that 1 kill separating them so far as Nika chills in the solo lane.
Now this is an interesting position for both of these teams to be in, mainly because the Scarabs, and Mifflin had even highlighted it, as their team fight comes online, realistically, more or less at the mid-game, towards that level 10 to 12 mark is where they can start, and then from that point forward, they'll really start to take some control. It does give a little bit of credence. Sobek, anytime they're going for picks, that's a good spot for the Warriors. And if they can do something similar to what the Scarabs did last game, where it's just 1 or 2 picks every couple of minutes, that's going to get them enough of a lead that they might be able to stifle that late-game potential from the Scarabs.
Kind of going back to what I was saying about Scarabs and the way they're playing, the composition Warriors have drafted kind of lends itself to a similar thing, seeing Nika and Cuvo jump in the back line, trying to cause terror into the carries of the Scarabs, but then leaving Neil on this Sobek maybe to peel for the back line, which will cause a lot of problems, I would say, for a Narjar and for a Fenrir specifically. That Guardian's very effective against those Assassins.
And that's the thing that is going to be not only twofold, it's great against the Assassins for the Sobek, but also Solar Troll in the past has been on this Camazotz. If you're going to jump in, Camazotz can get out pretty easily, or at least live through a lot of that. Even a tanky Fenrir, as good as it is, once you're in, you're kind of in there until your cooldowns come back. And so that's going to be the risk SOT has to take for this.
I will say the one difference this set, though, and this series, is this Discordia in mid lane for my liking. The purple carpet of death, as I will call it, could cause a lot of problems when it gets to team fights for Scarabs, because a few of these characters will be quite bunched up at times, and multiple hits from that are really going to set a lot of burst damage off. And I'll be fair, Dardas is one of the better players of that Discordia when we've seen him on it.
Strife has been one of maybe the best abilities in the best Discordia games to really turn things over.
So better.
It definitely sounds a lot better, but I won't
I
guess actually they know what we were talking about. There's only one god in here who can throw that down. But it's just it's such a perfect engagement.
Catches the sash and beads response from Dardas instantly. Scream didn't use the ult there, but gets a good win on that mid lane pressure.
And that has been, I think, the third relic now that we've seen specifically from the Warriors. I think we saw Nika earlier drop his beads. Those will come back. Vote, same thing earlier. Now it's Dardas. They're getting the relics. They're just not getting them before they recover. And so that's really what I'm looking for now. You've got 140. Go get some pressure on Dardas again.
The evolution of these two teams through the year, though, if you think about where they've both come from and the trials and tribulations they've both gone through so far this year, they were, 6th and 7th in the league overall, I would say, in terms of performance. But by the play you're looking at them do, they both have a good shot at doing well at Worlds.
I mean, this is insane to see for the Warriors. Just getting everybody here feels like it was a huge boost. When Neil came down and you still had 2 players in Europe, it felt like a huge jump. And now you get to see that again. But I have to give a lot of credit to the Scarabs. I want to make sure I watch some of the other teams because, the Titans, the Kings definitely deserve a little bit of this title. But the Scarabs are one of the most adaptable teams teams lately that we've gotten to see. In these longer sets, they're going 5 because they're really good, despite losing 2 in a row, at saying, here's what the problem was, let's fix it.
SOT getting aggressed on by Nika because Cuvo Fred was waiting in the wings around the blue buff too. Rotation now coming out from Bobby to this right-hand side here to just relieve some of that pressure and make sure blue buff doesn't get contested any further. Scream, meanwhile, kind of hunting towards this mid lane at the most part of this game. Ring tosses out, trying to keep the pressure onto the Discordia for the time being. I guess just to give Baronic a bit of freedom, a bit of room there in terms of support to make sure he stays safe. But there's a little gank attempt going on in that corner from Scarabs. You saw them all just stood there waiting, hoping someone would rotate back in. Bad news bears, though. They're on a ward.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate position. And that's actually a huge deal because the Warriors have not been slowing down with their ward coverage so far this game. I mean, we saw that in Game 3, Game 4, and now we're seeing it again here, where it's just anytime, any chance they get, you'll see deep vision. You can see a couple of deep Scarab wards, but realistically, it's the Warriors over there near Vote. Right now where they're standing near the Oracles, a little bit over there on the pathway into mid. Those are more standard, but I mean, even any pressure, if Cuvo feels like it, he will go deep and he'll put a ward on the speed buff. He'll put a ward on the back harpies. He'll make sure he knows the rotations and the cooldowns that he's working with.
Definitely a different pace to this game out of the other 4, in my opinion. Mainly due to, well, let's be honest, it's do or die for both these teams here. And one mistake you could see it unravel in moments, or we could see an elongated game. And I think at the moment you can just see both teams are happy to try and get a little bit aggressive, but not over-investing just yet. Only 1 kill on the board so far, and that was an individual play from Neil and Vote in that duo lane up against Bobby, who got aggressive.
That's the wild thing to think about. In Game 2, at 8.5 minutes
we had so many kills.
The Warriors were already, they had already pretty much won the game from there. Same thing, honestly, for Game 4. The Scarabs had already won the game there. And they're being so cautious now. And it's exactly like what you said, because they do need to be. But it's this setup from the supports. A Sobek pluck without Blink versus a Blink push from this Kuzenbo that could just pivot everything in one team's favor.
These are most of the ranked games I've ever seen, where there's 1 kill in 9 minutes. There's probably 3 members of the Scarabs saying GG if we're in a ranked game right now, F6 at 10. But realistically, both teams are in this, and there's nothing really separating them at this moment in time. SOT's going to use his ult here on Nika and drag him back to lane. Nika doesn't really panic at all, realizing I guess there was no real pressure coming through. Did have a beads available and held on to it. Cuvo and Scream now on the scene, and Scream and Cuvo, I think we saw Scream catch sight of Cuvo there for a second, and instead of aggressing, fall back to their own half of the map.
And that's a weird ult from SOT, because if anything, Nika came out ahead afterwards, right? I mean, you get more damage done, you got your same clear, you were still able to survive, and the ult is down without having to use your beads. You feel comfortable.
I think the argument there is, though, if you can burn the beads, then it makes it a lot easier for the Najan to follow up. So I think it was good recognition from Nika, and it was a good idea from SOT of what he was looking to do there, even though to the naked eye and the fans at home, they're like, why did he just do that? He's not even got minions with him to help.
Your best case scenario is such a good setup for you. But again, it's going to take a little while. And with all the beads that are available, I mean, 3 pairs that are up on the side of the Warriors, you're feeling comfortable with that. Cuvo is someone who doesn't have them yet, but Cuvo's not really going to get engaged. He's Gilgamesh in a Game 5 scenario. He is relaxing until he feels farmed enough to fight, and he is not going to do anything any sooner. And admittedly, he doesn't have a lot of good targets in this game. I mean, you kick back any member of the Scarabs, 3 of them have leaps, 2 of them have dashes, and Scream might just decide to ult you afterwards. So it's not really like you're setting yourself up for a lot of success. It's going to take a while, and admittedly probably have to be him and Neil together in order to get something that feels like it has some staying power.
Ward wars around the Gold Fury begins as Bobby gets plucked into the air, but it's actually Neil that takes a bit of damage there from Baronic 2, who was there at backup. Dardes has to jump away from the tornado, being chased down by that Tiamat, and I'm excited to see how Baronic does again this game, because I think he had a fantastic game last time round on this Tiamat, and just needs to follow suit a little bit more. He's got some follow-up damage to help out this Naja. Can't find the Sash though. Cuvo gets pulled in by Inbound. Bit of a split difference here by Scarabs on targets. Neil's a bit of an awkward spot too, as the Lurk in the Waters ends up falling off. No one really feeling confident in these skirmishes so far.
Yeah, not only confident, but realistically, no one felt hurt either. But I love this Gold Fury start.
Yeah, I think with also the Luke and the Waters being down and the apple from Dardes, it could be go time. The Fury's going down quick. Neil Marr getting dragged in by SOT towards his team. Scarabs get the Gold Fury here. Cubo's very low, and Scream won't be able to find the tail kill. Meanwhile, SOT jumps on Nika, trying to slow him down as Nika gives chase, looking for the jungler of Scream. He uses the ring toss for the movement speed, but it's not going to be enough to stay alive. Gold Fury for jungler. It's not as good as Gold Fury for support, but I don't think the Scarabs as a 4-man unit will be upset about that. The 5th one probably will be.
Yeah, so Scream not happy about it. Everybody else is probably feeling a little fine. And they only they lose the purple buff afterward, which makes it still favor the Warriors ever slightly more, but still an advantage for the Scarabs. You get a big objective, some gold in your pocket, and at this point, especially split across everybody, it's really just going to help fund the ward wars that we've been seeing more than anything else. And it slows things down. I mean, you get that second kill finally for your team. It ends up going over towards Nika, maybe not exactly where you'd want it to end up if you're trying to get someone ahead, but realistically, if he's getting Discordia passive, this is a comfortable spot for you to sit in, right? He's got good damage, good setup, and it showcases that despite you being down in ults, down in relics, down in everything starting that fight, you can still find something on the back end.
Purple buff, blue buff like I've been in solo lane today. Purple buff goes down for Scarabs there, just stripped away in the jungle as Neil was a little bit late on that rotation in. You can see the level developments between the two. Slight lead for Nika in the solo lane, slight lead for Vote in that dual lane. He was just a little bit further ahead in experience over that of Stuart, and the same can be said for mid lane for Baronic, funny enough, who had a bit of a lead moments ago over Darnes. Pyromancer goes down though for Scarabs. Nika a little bit too late to the party there, as now once again we sit in this territory of what's up next, and nobody's really stepping into an awkward spot. Bobby is the closest thing to in danger, and you can see how much he's trying to make sure he doesn't get hit by a pluck.
Yeah, that's the danger, right? Is, hey, I get a strife into a pluck or something into a pluck, and then you can get a kill. But otherwise, especially with the way the Scarabs are playing,
looking at Nika, trying to trap him in. Tornado over the wall from Baronic too. Nika presumptively uses his ultimate defensively to get away from the danger. Left-hand side, Ref Buff is spawning, and Cubo and Vote are over there as we watch the Guardians whittle away at the health bars. Nothing really to speak of. But now all 5 members of the Scarabs on the left-hand side, and now the Warriors following it in. Big red buff fight. Cubo in trouble, has to beat.
Absolutely out of position, but has the leap to disengage. This is a good fallback, but now Neil's caught out.
And Neil going to get aggressed on by the Tiamat. Not enough damage yet though to kill the Sobek, and the Sobek's on the run. This has opened up a window for Bobby to die. Both supports out of the fray. Into the sky goes Nika, thanks to Scream taking him up. Then Scream takes more damage than that. Cubo survives in the backside up against Stuart with Nika's involvement, and Vote takes out SOT. It's an absolute bloodbath in the jungle over a red buff, and it's the Warriors that come out on top.
And Scream's TKO'd right now. I mean, whether or not you even get the kill, he is out of commission for a little bit, so you have free reign of the map. Except there's not really a lot of neutral objectives to run and grab here, right? You can get lane pressure. That's going to be a big deal everywhere except mid. You're going to have some control. But realistically, it's the kills, right? You get a couple. You get a kill on the Vote, which swings a lot of the gold that was in favor of the Scarabs back over to the Warriors, and the experience that is going to make a big deal. You've got a level lead in the duo lane. You've got 2 levels in solo, and you're starting to feel some of that effort really showcase itself. Next time that the Oni Fury comes up, next time the Pyromancer's around, if it's a 5-on-5 grouping, it makes things a little more in favor of the Warriors just because of that level advantage.
We did see SOT and Scream get aggressive towards Neil there, first of all, seemed to the focal point.
Yeah.
But in doing so, it opened the back door, which was allowing Bobby to get aggressed on, funny enough, by the front line of the Warriors that kind of just started to split the Scarabs up, who were the ones encircling the grouped up Warriors. Pluck from Neil connects into a dropkick onto Bobby. Bobby pinned into a wall and has to get his ult off, but the apple will pop! And that's the end of Bobby's life. There's not much you can do with that CC chain there. Beautifully executed by the Warriors.
Yeah, just good damage on top of that. I mean, what are you going to do outside of just sit there? If you don't have beads, honestly, even if you have beads, you're probably not walking out of that one alive or happy. And this is good play. I mean, clean from the Warriors, despite the fact that until that tower, they didn't really have a lead to play with other than their level. And so now it's starting to open up the map and to be in their control. It's vastly different from what we saw last game, where things were a little more even haphazard from them, despite the fact that they were behind.
And now, what's the question going to be for Warriors? Where do they go next? Well, the Primal Fury spawning soon. Sorry, I should say Oni Fury is spawning soon and could put some pressure on the map, especially with the Pyromancer up soon after. But the focus from Warriors is round 2 at this red buff once again. Neil Marr furthest forward, looking to find where Scream was and spots him on the corner of this Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower. SOT and Nika on the scene as well, as Nika now takes it to him. It's SOT, tries to get aggressive against Darkness, but didn't realize there was Vote waiting right behind, and SOT loses half his health. The red buff still alive right now. Nika's just whittling it down. Cubo, though, finds Stewart and he's losing that trade.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Last time around, it worked out for him, but that was mainly because he was able to get there in the middle of the fray. So much going on around him. This time around, yeah, Stewart just has good damage. You have to be very careful, especially now you're starting to see the Wind Demon come online. It's going to be up soon. And once those crits are there, it's going to hit Cubo really hard, Neil really hard. And their capabilities of staying in the fight are going to diminish.
Well, with Stuart going back to base and the position of Scarabs, they're not really here to stop this Fury going down, really, unless Bobby can slow them enough to allow some teammates in. SOT's on the scene, looking to try and get in there. Bit of peel coming through. Scarabs get the Fury away from the Warriors with just 2 of them. Nika still trying to step in, though, and put some pressure on. It's actually focused on Baronic, who leaps away. Cubo giving chase, and now Cubo's overextended. He's going to get strapped on by Scream and Stuart as well. Cubo forced to fall back as now SOT surrounded by 4. He'll leap away, avoiding the execute damage. Cubo now picked up and taken away. It's an Oni Fury to the Scarabs and a kill. The Scarabs get in and get out.
Yeah, that was a fight that was bad for the Scarabs until it stopped, right? I mean, up until they get the Fury, and then it's like, okay, cool. Just get out of there. It doesn't matter. The fact that the Warriors chase as hard as they do makes it so much easier for them to do exactly what they did. Encapsulate Cubo and then just whittle his health bar down until you're able to get the kill. You don't get anybody else, but you don't need anybody else. Now you've got a man advantage for another 13 seconds before he respawns. That's easy to switch into other neutral objectives.
Such as the Pyromancer. Full credit, though, to SOT in that engagement. That response of using the Ragnarok and picking up Cubo there. It was a getaway call from the Scarabs. They got what they wanted. They got the objective. But getting that kill in the back end opened the Pyromancer up, as you said. And now they've got a minion wave on this right-hand side goal where they can look for this Tier 1 tower. And it's all going to be a dance of the Fire Giant now at 18 minutes in.
And this is a very clean start.
Oh, they
overall.
trapped Nika. They baited him. They were waiting around the corner, but they've not got the damage to bring him down. Instead, they'll whittle his health bar down to half and take the Tier 1. And have to fall back.
Still a big tower to be able to pick up, right? If you want pressure on Fire Giant side, it's got to be mid Tier 1 and right Tier 1 that give you that advantage. Plus, this ONI minion wave doing a lot of work over here. It actually gets the tower. I thought Vote was going to be able to clear him up fast enough. But no, so that's actually a big advantage, kind of swing across the map for the Scarabs. Plus, it's showcasing where their presence is. They get Nika's beats despite not being able to get the kill, and that opens that up for an even easier fight. You're talking about Fire Giant now, and I have to go back to the conversation we had before. Not necessarily a lot of secure in this game.
Yeah.
When it comes down to burn, I look towards where Stewart is in his build. I see Vote, especially now with that 8-pointed shuriken that he just picked up, and it's starting to come online there for the Warriors. But you're going to need a huge fight in your favor, and with the gold lead that the Scarabs have, I think they're comfortable in this kind of position to take the fight.
I think that's the funny thing. Gold is definitely in favor of the Scarabs, but experience, I'm kind of leaning a little bit more towards the Warriors here over the board with how this one's playing out. So it's still anyone's game at the moment, and that's kind of what you want in a Game 5 situation, unless you're the players and the coaches, because I feel bad for Chuckles and Slaney watching on, going, oh my goodness. Neil Marr going to take a bit of damage there from the Tornado. Baronic, as he got aggressed on as the Scorpion was stripped away by the Scarabs to give their jungles a little bit more better buffs there over on that right-hand side of the map. Still a cagey game though, Gore. Still cagey. A couple of these skirmishes haven't really resulted in much.
Yeah, they've been slow pace, and admittedly, 8 kills in 20 minutes. It's exactly what the Scarabs need in this point, because things weren't going well for them in those little skirmishes in the jungle, specifically around the red buff. They get that Fury, they get a kill afterward, but a lot of that feels like slip-ups from the Warriors. The Fury steal is good on the Scarabs, but the kill afterward was definitely the Warriors maybe going too far and opening themselves up for it. Trying to just take an outright 5-on-5 is going to be difficult, but you know that you have this capability, you have a small lead, you've got some items going in your favor, but admittedly you're trailing just slightly behind. You've got cooldown for Baronic as opposed to what is the Spear of Desolation on the other side. So you've got some opposing matchups where magical power is favored for this Discordia, plus what we've already mentioned in terms of CC from the Warriors. That's dangerous territory to try and breach if you're the Scarabs.
You mentioned anti-heal here as well, and seeing that Divine Ruin pick up for Bobby here. I think one thing about the Divine Ruin, it did get a power buff, and that's one of the reasons we see it a bit more often too, and the power is useful, but Obviously, it's to do with the anti-heal that comes from this item as well. Not a whole lot of healing, really, on either side that's making me go, we really need anti-heal this game. Just some incidental stuff.
The one that actually stands out the most, like, you know, if both mid laners had it, then it's like, okay, well, it's a good stat stick that also has anti-heal.
Agreed.
Feels good against your hunters who both have Aussie. It helps keep them in under wraps and things like that. Inbound has it too.
That's what I was pointing
That's the one that,
yeah.
that's the one that kind of catches me off guard.
And I think the reason I'm saying that is because maybe the power will help them out a bit. I feel like what you'll see from Veronica and Inbound, they're both probably hitting the same targets the majority of the time, which means they're not double stacking that Divine Ruin. It's only applied once, so it might not be as effective. But consequently, I mean, you could see Kuzumbo do a little bit more damage than you expect in these engagements.
Yeah, and that's actually a big deal for him, right? If
Yeah.
you're feeling tanky enough, and you can look at how thick his health bar is already in the mid lane. So if you're Inbound right now, I don't think you're worried about being extra tanky, although you're definitely going to be lacking in some prods.
Yeah.
I think that you're going for setup now. If you get a good pick onto Cuvo, Dardes, Vote, you get to pull them into somebody else's damage and find a pretty simple kill.
Well, that's level 20 there for Dardes, just dinged at the red buff, and now the Gold Fury focus is underway from both teams. Neither felt confident about looking at the FG, but already the Scarabs have pulled this Gold Fury, and Neil's being kept obey from going towards it, and Cuvo has tried to rotate to help that. I'm not sure if either A saw it or B could do anything about it. So Scarabs get in and get out again with a Gold Fury.
And that's a small lead, but it's still pulling something
It's
in their
neutral,
favor.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's exactly what they need. Is the Warriors now don't have that capability to close the gap up, and the Scarabs are that much further ahead. Despite the fact that the kills are as separated as they are, it really does enable things. Plus, if we're looking at it, you know, a good 5-on-5 fight with Inbound's build right now, he probably gets erased pretty quickly in the midst of it, especially with the double crit for Vote. Now you've got a little more gold in your pocket. You can start up your next prot item, feel a lot safer by the time a Pyromancer or a Fire Giant fight really breaks out.
Well, speaking of Fire Giant, that's probably the next thing on the cards in this one so far. As we said, it's been pretty much a calculated game, which, in my opinion, Scarabs has done a better job of. You can tell that with a gold situation. The kills, different story. Warriors have been leading there. This Pyromancer, though, being threatened once again by Scarabs. A couple of their members are a little bit late coming back, but Neil can't really do much on his own. And maybe they're going to kill Neil, but there's only two of them really here to try and get the kill. The Dark Portal from Stewart's good enough to silence out Neil Moore and prevent the lurking in the waters. And now all of a sudden you got a 4v5 for 30 seconds.
And in a regular, like if this was paced the way any of the other games this set was, I'd be harping on the fact that they just dropped a lot of ults.
FG started up. Nika knows about it. He's going to have to frontline a little bit more on his own now without Neil being here. So the sash and the damage over the wall. Kuzumbo to the backside looking at Vote and making sure the pressure's on the carries. All the while, the carries of the Scarabs is whittling down the Fire Giant. In goes Cubo Fred looking for a steal. And the Warriors get the Fire Giant. Nika now surrounded by three. Won't escape death on this backside. But the safety net, the damage has really been done, as that was Scarabs' Fire Giant to take. And they just lose Nika in a 4v5 and secure it for themselves.
I mean, being able to take the objective like that is probably the big deal. And again, that goes back. I was actually going to say I didn't mind the Scarabs dropping as many ults on the Neil, but now I actually kind of mind it just because they didn't have as much in order to either A, secure a Fire Giant, or B, and this is maybe more important, slow things down for the Warriors. They get to walk in, they get the objective, they save this tier 2. That's surprising in and of itself. And now Cuvo's split pushing happily in mid.
I love the Magi's Club from Neil here as well. We just saw what happened to him in that engagement where Fenrir all-ins him, hits the stun, hits the Ragnarok. He doesn't even get a chance to use his ultimate because of the Dog Portal. Now he's like, okay, cool. You guys want to do that to me? Get through this bubble first of all, and then you can try and do that whole CC chain. Let's have a look back at that steal. Production's amazing today. They've already whispered in my ears that they've got a huge steal for us. I don't even know who got it, do you?
I want to say it was the ring toss, but
they're saying Nika.
no, it couldn't have been the ring toss, because guess what? That's on the Scarabs.
Well, that'd be helpful. They're saying it's Nika. It looks like it's going to be Nika. Oh, I don't know. I don't know who got it. It looks like it was the damage from Gilgamesh ult more than anything else, because I felt like most of it was CC chain, but who knows? The main thing is Warriors get it, and now it changes the game again, because Scarabs were the ones that kind of felt they were starting to win a little bit more so, finding a couple of picks, finding the neutral objectives, and now it's up to the Warriors to go, well, what do we want to do? Do we feel confident about aggressing against these guys? Do we try and get some more of these towers down? It looks like that might be the case as they're heading to the left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, the glory is that they kept the Fire Giant on, actually, maybe the three most important members to have it, right? But most importantly, it's on Vote. That's really all I care about. if Dardez and Cubo had died right after that FG, it would have been unfortunate, but if Vote keeps it, then you still have a lot of push potential around these towers, much like you just see there, right? The tower goes down incredibly fast, and that really opens up their opportunity to get aggressive. Cubo's keeping inbound occupied. They're going to be in a 4v4, and I really like their odds of being able to push into this Phoenix.
Well, if Cubo just keeps him busy and keeps Bobby running around the map here, it is a forced 4-on-4, though. There's no extra support they're going to get from middle lane pressure or anything like that. Cubo could solo out Bobby over an extended period of time here, and really, there's not a whole lot Scarabs can do about it. They're like, guys, we can't help him. Maybe the tower will come into play as Cubo gets a bit too aggressive here. He's taking a ton of shots, and there's an opportunity for Scream to come in. Cubo is still in pressure, and he will die, and all the while, the Warriors haven't found anything on left-hand side just yet. I don't even see the Phoenix taking damage. It's taking a tiny bit, but it's not enough. Now Nika rotates to the right-hand side, and so the whole chase onto Cubo, so from Cubo onto Bobby, has resulted in the Fire Giant not really coming for anything more than a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, really just burns, what is that, like a minute and a half that just passed? And ultimately that's worse for the Warriors than it is for the Scarabs. They're more than happy.
Blink of beads used by Cubo to try and do that.
Plus he had to drop his ult in order to try and confirm himself a kill. And yeah, you got the relics out of inbound, but ultimately he's going to be fine with it at the end of the day, because outside of the blink, potentially going for a push, he's not really reliant on these two things. His ult's going to be back pretty soon, and I think that's going to make it a lot easier for the Scarabs in the next couple of fights.
Honestly, from my point of view, the biggest issue I see there is Nika rotates. They were in a 4v3. When Scream shows up on that right-hand side, they should have got that Phoenix.
You get aggressive on
I'm not sure what happened to that Phoenix line. We didn't get to see it because poor old Doug can't be two places at once. There's no way. But at the same time, that left Phoenix line was very strange, that we didn't see more aggression, more power through from the Warriors, or was it just the Scarabs playing that defense very effectively, staying far back, allowing a bit of damage to go on, but being threatening enough to slow down the aggression. We get a reset then at 28 minutes in, and the funny thing is, because that Fire Giant's due to spawn in about a minute's time, well, it's close to the enhanced one, which could change the state of the game again.
Honestly, after the FG dance that I'm anticipating, it should be enhanced. Someone should get it just like even at the fastest, it should fall just after 30 minutes, as opposed to anything in the 29-minute mark. So I think this is going to open up a lot more of a conversation. I mean, both teams have 3 towers left that are standing, and admittedly maybe more worthwhile if you're looking at it. The Scarabs have a better defense because it's a mid-tier 2 plus both towers over there in solo lane. So if you get an FG and a big fight and you need to run it down, but you don't quite have enough to overwhelm them, it's going to take a little longer for you to get to a Phoenix versus where the Scarabs are, an open right-hand Phoenix with one good fight, take down 2, maybe 3 members of the Warriors, and you win this game.
Scarabs have kind of sat back a little bit, knowing this respawn time on that FG is just giving this window to just sit back for a second or two. Don't defend the tier 1 tower, no real point in it there. You can see Doug on the left-hand side just showing us that all of those little Tiamat minions are doing some decent work. And you see the pings go down from the Warriors there, recognizing they do have a bit of pressure on that left-hand side. It does shore up some defense for them as Cubo deals with those minions in the mid lane from Tiamat as well. FG has just spawned.
And this is actually an okay position for him, because the pings for, hey, look, be careful of the minions, because you've got a tier 2 over there still, worst case scenario is they're going to get a little bit more gold in their pocket, but you don't have to leave the FG because of the threat, same way that you would if it was fire minions.
Cubo Fred trading with Solo Troll there in that mid lane, and honestly, I think Cubo Fred didn't get the better end of that one. Only a bit of marginal damage as Neil was maybe looking towards Scream for a second, but decided to just fall back. A cagey game 5, a one that sees either one of these teams, I believe, go up against the Leviathans later on in this bracket, and the losers against Winter Dogs, I believe, to continue on in this tournament. So, you know, I guess you'd rather face the Winter Dogs in a way, but at the same time, you want that double elimination still, and save that in case you need to come back. So there's always a chance we see these guys again later on in the bracket.
That's the fun world of win 2 and you make it to Worlds in each group, lose 2 and you're just out. You're gone. And so even if you lose here, there's still capabilities for you to be able to go forward, but you have to beat the Winter Dogs. Then you'd either have to play the Leviathans or Warriors again, depending on who it is, or Scarabs, whoever ends up moving forward. So realistically, it is not going to be an easy path to Worlds if you drop to the bottom.
Good warm-up, though.
You can feel that weight in each of their steps.
It's a good warm-up for whoever wins this to take against the Leviathans after going 0-5.
Got 3 games,
But then you've also got the stamina issue of like, oh my god, we're going to do Leviathans now after this long 5 set. Oof. And I think the ones that feel that a little bit more will be the Scarabs, because honestly, a lot of these are the younger members of the Pro League in my eyes. The Scarabs, these are future talent or talent that has been there a little bit, but still has more to show, it's felt like over time. The ONI Warriors, meanwhile, very established, multiple world champions on that team, alongside very consistent performance through consistent years of the Pro League. And that's kind of the battle of these two, both coming from different ways to this stage, this placement mark. And the Scarabs are the young guns looking to cause basically a big upset, in my opinion, based off their opponents here. Warriors, meanwhile, well, they've dealt with Ping all year, and now they're here to play, and you can kind of see just how good they can be.
And a lot of that resides around this Fire Giant, right? I mean, you have to look at where things are. Everybody's got their relics. Everyone's got their ults. There's some item discrepancies, and that's really just going to be the biggest favor for the Scarabs here. You've got, your Deathbringer or your Rod of Tahuti already topped off. Another Pridwin picked up here for SOT. A lot more to open up the door for the Scarabs to stay alive and deal more damage. That the Warriors, that's where those, that tier 2 and left going down. That's where that gold gets spent and where it makes the big difference.
You saw SOT leaping on vote there, and that was really good. Beads check. Are you going to beads on this one, or are you not? Are you going to panic stations or not? Well, he didn't that time round, and SOT fell back. The dance of the FG begins. Ward Wars mainly the focal point. His vote takes out 2 there. SOT trades with Cubo. Freddy's Bobby on the front line, though, getting plucked into danger. Great dot pull from Stuart, though, and that eliminates Neil because of it. Now Cubo Fred surrounded, and he also the Petrify coming out from vote on the backside there, but it won't be enough. Scream's very low. Bobby back to base. Only Neil's dead, and ONI Warriors don't want to over-invest anymore. Just look at that left-hand Phoenix. So what happened to those Tiamat minions, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the pressure they have, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we can win the fight. First off, Stuart has had some really good games on the Izanami as well. The last 2 have been solid. And so you're getting pressure because of Baronic's pick. You're winning fights because of Stuart's pick. And now you're open up for a 5v4 versus the Fire Giant. It makes it a lot easier to feel confident in your capabilities. Again, steal potential exists throughout this game because nobody has enough secure with Dark Portal down.
I've seen more steals than anything else so far. This one.
I mean, this is a good call for the Scarabs to take the fight.
FG under pressure again, below half health. Nika frontline and Cubo trying to wrap around the back, but I think Scarabs sense it. Cubo's in on Baronic as SOT's under pressure from Nika. FG drops. Everyone from Scarabs turns tail and looks at Cubo on the backside. Meanwhile, Bobby's been left on a bit of an island, but now getting some support from Scream and Stuart, but it's not enough to keep him alive as Nika gets the first execute kill so far in this little skirmish. Cubo Fred survives, and so we saw Neil die a few minutes ago and Arisa. Now we see Bobby die and Arisa. Gosh, this could be anyone's set.
And honestly, again, everything I just said for the Scarabs and how, numbers advantage, and well, not the gold advantage, that's still in favor of the Scarabs, but at least numbers advantage. Well, now it's in favor of the Warriors, right? You can walk in, you can start things up. You've got good damage being dealt by Vote and Dardes, so burning down the Fire Giant should be pretty simple for you. It's just how well can you zone and how well do you think you can get it. But with Fenrir on the board, specifically as tanky as SOT is, I don't know if you're going to be able to zone him as well as you need to.
Well, Cubo Fred's still hanging around on that left-hand side of the map as now the FG pulled again, but this time by the Warriors. Nika and Neil frontline and allowing Vote to just whittle down the health bar. Without 2 hunters, it'll take a bit longer, but look at Cubo, look at Nika, they're in the back line, look at Stuart. Dark Portal drop, but won't really do too much. Stuart hiding inside the cloud of his ultimate, but it won't be good enough to survive. The Aegis was used, Cubo gets 1, but now Cubo goes down in trade. All the while on the backside, we saw a bit of aggression out of SOT, and he got collapsed on by Dardes, Vote, and Neil, and we're in a 4v3 scenario. FG is under threat. Scarabs have 3 members, one of them with an ultimate available to their name. Relic situation not the greatest here if you're a Scarabs fan either, but can they stop the FG being done?
I love the way that the Warriors are playing this, though. Make sure that you don't get a little too aggressive. Nika actually might be caught out.
Yeah, great damage on Nika, and Nika forced to ult defensively there. Relieves a bit of a pressure. The Fire Giant taking a long time to be dropped down here, but still the Warriors are working on it. Bobby looks towards Dardes, and Dardes forced out. Meanwhile, Scream's taking on 3 at the same time. Ring toss is huge here. Bobby blinks in to help out. Baronic with the backup for Scream. He gets 1. He's looking for a second, and he'll find it. Want to give me trips, baby? No, he's not going to have the opportunity. Baronic played himself very well on positioning to stay at distance from Nika. Pressure relieved if you're a Scarabs fan. They were in a tough spot there, 3v4, and they've held their own.
The fact that they were able to go in as aggressively as they did, force the relics they do, I mean, it's maybe holding the FG a little bit too long if you're the Warriors, but realistically, it's good positioning from Scream, a great engage, then follow-up from Inbound and Baronic to make sure that not only Scream lived through all of that, but that the damage was worthwhile, the slow applied by the ring toss was worthwhile, and that setup really came to fruition. Now you're down 2 members in a 3v5 for a Fire Giant fight. This is an easy call for the Scarabs to maybe finally get this.
It's turning into whichever mid laner dies first loses, because neither of these 2 mid laners have died, and they've both played pretty effectively so far this series. Darnez! Oh no, Caster Curse! Darnez is dead! And now Nika surrounded by 5. Nika getting whittled down but gets a bit of health back. Fire Giant very low, goes the way of the Scarabs, the enhanced version. Kivo Fred into the pit, but juked away with the dash by Stewart. Into the Windfire wheels from Scream. The up down's good, but it's not enough for a kill. And now the Scarabs have got the confidence. Now the Scarabs have got a 2-man advantage, and they're heading down the right-hand side.
And again, Open Phoenix, this is 20 minutes ago they got that tower, and now they are finally able to capitalize on it. But it's this awkward position. Vote does a lot of damage. He has 2 front lines with him and an execute capable.
Can they hold?
This is a strong team, but they have to hold for 20 seconds for backup.
Gonna be a tricky task for them. Stomp from Nika hits onto 2. SOT keeping Nika pinned. The rest of the Scarabs bringing the minion wave in.
Here they go.
No focus on the Titan. It's all on kills.
There
and
it
Vote
is.
being dead is huge. Into the Titan room they go. And will you believe it? The Solar Scarabs, who were down 2-0, are gonna reverse sweep the ONI Warriors in a best-of-5 slobber knocker and on to face the Leviathan.
I mean, that was a... Go back to games 1 and 2. The Scarabs got smacked down. They were absolutely out of their element in that. And then game 3, it's an arduous victory. It makes me a little shaky. Okay, cool, you won it, but it took you 40 minutes. There were some slippery moments. Can you really close this out? Well, games 4 and 5, they were like, yes, in fact, we can. Even though it was a little slower there at the end, I think the way they played that was really a good showcase, especially Stewart. Like, that Izanami pick is the one that stood out. Baronic had a great moment, but I think the consistency of Izanami in game 4 and 5 really stood out to me for what Stewart was able to bring to this team.
I think it's more interesting. We're really talking about Stewart and we're talking about Baronic there. The 2 members of the team, a little bit more youthful, a little bit more, less experienced in that roster.
Stewart's been here for like 3 months.
But stepping up when they needed to, and now they find themselves in a position where they're up against the Leviathans and could be heading to Worlds off the back of that. We'll be back, though, after the break to have a little chat with the Scarabs and see how they feel and break down how the rest of the day went.
Around the back. Good reverse review from inbound. Keeps the back line out of this fight. Aurora's got the Scarabs blessing onto himself. Slice close spin. Ducks back down. And it's a big engage from SOT. Over on the Oracles. SOT going massive. Light it up, light it up. Light it up, light it up. Well, well. Light it up, light it up. Light it up, light it up. Well, well.
SPL is fantastic, isn't it? And if you want just the best way ever of representing the Smite Pro League, I've got one-stop shop for you, and it is a shop. It's shop.smiteproleague.com for all your SPL apparel. Of course, sponsored by our friends over at furnished by our friends at the Inside Apparel Company. The SPL, it's the gift that keeps on giving all year long, except for the couple of months where we're getting things ready for the next year of the SPL. And that's when you really need to be walking around in a t-shirt, because it's usually early summer months, maybe a hoodie depending on where you live. Good thing you can get both at shop.smiteproleague.com, furnished by the Insight Apparel Company. We go all 5, and the Solar Scarabs go 3 straight. Mifflin is with me one final time to walk me exactly how it happened.
I got a chance to talk to the coaches and the players before I hopped on the desk here, and I think that they broke it down incredibly well. I was told explicitly Kuzumbo was creating too much space, Baronic's too handsome, Stewart's too fresh to the league, and those other guys that are on the team are also pretty good.
Got it. That's the breakdown. Understood. I guess Kuzumbo was doing really well there for the Solar Scarabs that game. This set had a little bit of everything, didn't it? Game 5 specifically, like its own microcosm of this set. The back-and-forth nature of the last 3 games, a Fire Giant steal that keeps the ONI Warriors in it just a little bit further. It just felt like down the stretch, the later game team fight, some of the shot calling was just there for the Solar Scarabs in a way that it wasn't in games 1 and 2. And the turnaround was just too swift. And you look at the macro play as well. Look at the game state going into all of these highlights. The ONI Warriors are out to a big kill lead early, but that never slowed down the Scarabs.
Yeah, at one point in this game, it was 6-1 in the KD favoring the ONI Warriors, and the Solar Scarabs were up 3,000 gold. I looked up at the screen and I said, huh, that shouldn't be the case, but it certainly was. And then from there, it was a
you had to look up at the
back-and-forth
screen
battle.
and watching it the whole time?
Well, I was tying my shoe.
Got it.
Why would you do this, Dave? Anyway, it just felt like, legitimately, and I know I memed it a little bit earlier, Bobby was creating a ton of space on this Kuzumbo. We talked about it during the P's and B's. This pick is actually incredibly strong into some of the key pieces that the ONI Warriors are bringing. Very often, Cubo Fred would drop, wins a Shamash, and Bobby says, oh, word, I'm a Beyblade. I'm going to roll right through there. Good luck keeping my teammates here. Or Neilma would find a pluck, and Bobby would slam him into a wall and say, hey, no follow-up, tail whip later. You know, it just felt like that Kuzumbo pick coming in the bottom of the 9th, really nice for this squad.
Speaking of whip, Bobby just hit a whip on watching himself on the replays. That was impressive.
He is feeling himself mightily.
As he should. As he should. You turn around a set like this, Miff, they got blown out of the water in game 2.
He's flexing behind you right now.
As he should. The man's got biceps like that. I'd be flexing too. God help me one day if I could get there. Please, Bobby, interview Gore. I hope you interview Bobby only about workout tips because we need them. Maybe some Kuzumbo tips. No, I say we. I mean, Gore, you're doing just fine. Look, the Solar Scarabs, you got to be feeling good after the way that this set turned around. Because, Miff, you go down so big early on in this set. There's mental resilience, to be sure. The man with the Kuzumbo plays, the whip, and some biceps standing by for the post-game interview.
That's right. Feeling the festive spirit as well. Christmased up already inbound. I'm going to walk through that set because there's a lot to talk about. I'm going to go back to almost the beginning. After Game 2, things haven't been going your way. And I know, like, I talked to you after Game 4, and you guys are like, yeah, our mental's fine. But, like, what's going through your mind going into Game number 3?
These guys are just nuts with Fafnir. Honestly, like, they would just walk to the objective. I would drop my ult and it'd be dead before my ult even like hit the ground. Like the casting time of my ult, the Gold Fever or Fire Giant would be dead. I mean, we kind of just know what we need to do in the 3rd game, picks and bans, to put ourselves into a spot to win. And I kind of think it was just Fafnir was just a problem.
And Game 5, you know, you go through Game 3, long and arduous. Game 4, you kind of roll over them. You get to Game 5, things are a lot slower, and it feels a little more methodical. What's going through the team comms in a lot of those moments where it feels like it's just so high pressure?
I mean, it was mostly just slowing down the game to a...
Oh, yeah, for your reverse sweep, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a little dirty in here. I think you guys needed some help. Gotcha.
How do you reverse sweep, Dave? How do you sweep in reverse? You guys can't hear him. He said that looks like a normal sweep. Do it in reverse.
Oh!
What? Come demonstrate what a reverse
that's
sweep.
That's got to be it, right? Like, it's
yeah,
reversed?
That's gotta, like, also, hey, it matches the SpongeBob thing, right?
Oh, true.
Remember, Patrick? Yeah.
True.
See, locking it down, baby.
Just blowing from Stupid Town.
Hey, pal. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't have any more questions. You got your broom. You must feel good. You're going to be playing the Leviathans. There's one for you. How do you feel about going up against them?
I mean, every game is a new game. Every set's a new set. It's just we just got to take it as it comes. And I don't know. I think we got a good chance. Also, Greek got Achilles over here is asking for some workout tips. Isn't that kind of ridiculous?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's kind of ridiculous.
They actually modeled Kukulin in-game off of him.
Truly.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Either way, congrats on your win, man.
Thank you.
Of course, excited to see you play against the Leviathans. We're going to throw it back to the desk to close out the day.
Fantastic. God, we are all just we're all loving one another, and I appreciate every
Hey,
bit
you
of
can't
it.
keep that broom, by the way. That's mine.
That is Mifflin's. That is a prop that is very important to Mifflin and I, especially after all the close and now completed reverse sweeps that him and I have been through. What a set to round out the day here, though, Miff. We figured, right, that the ONI Warriors and the Scarabs would be a very closely matched pair of teams. After Game 2, we didn't think so. We thought that this set might just be over.
God, I did.
But the Solar Scarabs
4
showed
hours
the
ago.
resilience. You're actually not kidding. Set number 1 ended about 4 hours ago, but this one had some longer games, had some faster games. Finally, look, I just wanted a not 3-0 at some point today. We got 2 3-0s yesterday. We started off today with a 3-0. That's the Leviathans over the Winter Dogs. The Scarabs now move us into uncharted waters with the 3-2 reverse sweep over the ONI Warriors. Solar Scarabs, Mifflin, 1 set win away from going to the Smite World Championships during the week of January 5 through 9. 1 set win away, and that's what this bracket will convey. So the ONI Warriors not out of it yet. The ONI Warriors still have to play a set up against the Winter Dogs, and then we'll move on to that last chance matchup a little bit later on. The winner of that third place game, one more chance to win a set to go to the Smite World Championship. So all eyes have to be on Leviathans versus Solar Scarabs here. You win that set, you're in the Smite World Championships, and what a gift the Solar Scarabs have given themselves in that, right? I mean, things simplify. This is a team that obviously has shown they favor their chances against just about everyone, because we've seen this team take just about everyone to at least an extended set in some sort over the last couple of months.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs are a team that love to play around their confidence. It's obviously a very fun environment that this team has, hearing from Bobby. He comes out of the studio, I walk by, he's popping off, I can hear him through our soundproof booths. He points at his teammates, he gives them big love, big respect. I love watching the Solar Scarabs, and I'm excited to see some more of them this weekend.
Miff, do you know your ABCs?
Only like the first 12.
Or do you know the first 2?
Yeah,
so
A,
today
B.
was Group A.
B.
B is tomorrow. Group B is tomorrow, and we will see what that schedule looks like. I talk about 3-0s. We already had one of them, Sleekness over Elysium, and that means Sleekness's reward is starting off our day tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. The Jade Dragons will be playing up against Sleekness, and this mirrors the severity, the pressure matchups that we had here today. Jade Dragons, you win. Sleekness, you win. You're going on to one more set to the Smite World Championships, and then a very similar match to what we just had between the Scarabs and the Warriors will be the Bolts and the Valkyries. Remember, no knockout matches tomorrow, but the route to the Smite World Championship becomes a lot easier for the 2 teams that are able to win their matchups here tomorrow. So Jade Dragon, Sleekness, Olympus Bolts, Valkyries, and Miff, I kind of want to get your closing thoughts here before you end the day. Probably favoring Jade Dragons over Sleekness, but in your eyes, is that actually the maybe more interesting of these 2 matchups?
Of those 2, I think Jade Dragons up against Sleekness is going to be a lot closer. I'm expecting at minimum 4 games from that set. I do favor the Jade Dragons, but the odds aren't heavily in their favor in my mind, maybe 60-40 favoring the SPL team, whereas the Olympus Bolts up against the Valks, I give that like an 80-20,
sure,
90-10. Somewhere in there.
95.
95-5.
We'll see. Look, you can never count any of the teams in this league out. Lots of fun matchups we had today. A 3-game set into a 5-game set, and we've got some more Smite fun tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Make sure to tune in. The Jade Dragons and Sleekness will be starting things off. But that's all we've got for you here today. We've been told Mifflin and I no longer allowed to be on the desk together. So on behalf of myself, Mifflin, all the other cast, everyone back in production, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Peach it.